I'd like to call to order the May 8th, 2018 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Sure. Good morning. Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, May 11th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. And also, if you could silence your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. Would everyone stand and please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you.
For your consent matters, items 1 through 41. For item number 4, I need a motion to continue this to June 19th.
So
This
moved.
is
Second.
unanimous vote. For item number 7, you are introducing an ordinance amending Sacramento County Code, Chapter 6.28, Title 6, relating to well and activation permit term change from 2 years to 5 years. You're waiving reading and continuing to May 22nd for adoption. For item 34, I need a motion to drop. It's the authorization to apply for and accept Federal Emergency Management Agency Hazard Mitigation Grant for Woodside Flood Risk Mitigation Project.
But we have some speakers on item 34, so we'll pull that from the
Okay.
consent and discuss it after we finish the rest of
Sure.
consent. Thank you.
That concludes my notes.
Okay. Anyone have any comments? Mr. Natoli?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect I'm recusing myself from item 23, 25, and 26 for potential conflict of interest. And then we have speakers on item 24 and 34, so we'll pull those till after we vote on the consent calendar.
Okay, so for item 24, on-call construction support services, First Amendment to agreement with Valley Cooper and Associates for construction support services.
Okay, we have two speakers on this item, Thomas Misrek and Mark Steffen. Thomas?
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. Welcome.
Good morning.
This item is called on-call services. It should be called all-the-time services. Seems like it's the wave of the future here in Sacramento County. Outsourcing work has been going on since the early and late 90s. When I was a contractor here, that used to have Apex doing a lot of the architectural design and review. Apex got wiped out pretty much by CMID, went to outsourcing. 71J requires 3 things. What are those 3 things? That they be competitive in price, which they aren't. And I've gone to every one of you at the board here and proved that to you. You have that information. Second is that they're more efficient. At least in the building department, they are definitely not. That's why they're not being used right now. And that they have special expertise. Well, that's been engineered out as well. We used to have the engineering and we used to have the expertise within CMID, but it seems that lately it's been, well, not even lately, it was done in the 2000s, that actually they reduced the amount of people that worked for CMID in construction management, and all they did is design a group that manages construction projects now and outsources work and uses the small group that still remains of construction inspectors and surveys, and lab technicians. We've been fighting for every single job. They do not replace the people in a timely manner. When somebody is to the point where they retire, they don't get replaced. So we're pretty stagnant. And so it's pretty much engineered to be able to use 71J. But here's the caveat, and I went to each and every one of you, is that when you don't have employees working, you don't get the retirement piece that we have negotiated since 2012. We now pay half of the funded liability of the county in our pension. I would like to ask each and every one of you to have county council review the necessary requirement to have the contractors pay a portion within their contract as a donation to the pension fund. This would be an equal footing for us. Since we pay our amount, we're at a definite disadvantage. I'd like also for you to review the costs and the requirements and the actual need, because it seems excessive.
Mr. Minister, could you wind up your comments, please?
I will, ma'am. This contract is an ongoing problem that I wish everybody could foresee the future, which means 71J is here to stay.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Natoli had a comment.
Yeah, not so much for Tom, but maybe for Nav, but it relates to what Mr. Misrick just related to. Now, when we had this item before us back on April 10th, the question was posed relative to what you just stated, Tom, and we just got information from County Council, and maybe Robin can weigh in on that this morning, about, at least as relates to the legal parameters for what you've just suggested, and certainly have your cohort suggested at the last meeting as well when we talked about this. I guess I'm curious, though, about the number of positions maybe going into the recession and then coming out. We added some positions, if I recall, on April 10th as well. But your point is that obviously there's a pool of folks that pay into the retirement system, and that with a shrinking pool of folks going forward, concern is obviously for the immediacy of the work, but also for the long-term prospects of what that means to folks, certainly in the areas that you've cited with construction management and some of the other related areas. So my question is that number of positions, have we reduced the number of positions over time? Has it been pretty much static? And maybe Mike Penrose, I guess I'm curious, because you made the comment, Tom, and I want to get some background behind that.
Supervisor Natoli, it varies by unit, so I didn't bring all of those numbers with me today, but fundamentally, in the downturn, we significantly reduced staffing across the board.
Right.
And what has happened in the year since that is we've incrementally been building up staff. So it's not accurate to say that we're holding that down. What we have been doing is we've been doing that in a very measured approach. And so in the building department, which was the subject of the April 10th stuff, we have been adding staff in that group, and I can bring you all the numbers to that. We've been doing it incrementally, as well as in CMID. We just added a couple of additional positions just last month. But we have been doing it in a measured approach, and we've been conveying that information, by the way, to those who've been following this topic. The other thing that I think might be of value, because it's not always in context here, is that the amount of work that we're talking about potentially contracting out through this specific contract is something less than 5% of the work that unit does, the obligation that they have on an annual basis. And as we see the baseline continuing to be reliable and continuing to grow, we're trying to appropriately match that staffing plan. So hopefully that begins to answer the question.
Supervisor Natoli, on the first question about the contribution to the retirement system, we do have an opinion from County Council we got yesterday. We do need to sit down with Tom and his group and with our labor folks to go over what the opinion is and continue the dialogue with him about the concept that they had proposed to us. So we intend on doing that.
So we haven't had any follow me. I'm sorry.
No, I think that's probably covered.
I just have one comment to the comment about hiring people in building department. That is a true, correct statement. I wish CMID would follow that. The reason they don't hire people is because they use a lot of overtime, which is expensive. And then in the wintertime, they lay the guys off with their own time, make them leave. I would rather see a limited term position to get rid of the overtime piece, which would be less expensive, and lay the people off when the contract is done. That way you have institutional knowledge, it stays within the group.
Mr. Misrach, you've already had your 3 minutes, so...
All right, I was just responding to...
Sure, you're going to have a meeting with county council.
All right.
She'll explain
Thank
her
you.
memo to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Mark Steffen?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Mark Steffen. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer for the Engineering Technicians, Technical Inspectors. I've been with the county 19 years through the up and down times. I want to acknowledge you for the hiring we've done over the past few years. This is a good time to be with the county, and we want to support you in what you've done and see that it continues. Tom has talked about the costs and the inefficiencies of 71J contractors and the lack of long-term accountability with the third-party services, and the opportunity cost of not developing institutional knowledge when county employees are not hired. An additional concern we have that we would like to bring to your attention is the misuse and the over-reliance on the retired annuitants. The SCRS policy on post-retirement employment outlines the parameters and guidelines regarding post-retirement employment. As you all know, the 2013 California State Legislature instituted broad pension reforms on retirees looking to return to work as retired annuitants. These reforms imposed additional restrictions on retirees looking to return to work as retired annuitants. Pepper also shifted oversight responsibilities to public pension plans in several areas. One of the key requirements is that the retiree has special skills needed to perform work of a limited duration, or the retiree's employment is needed during an emergency to prevent stoppage of public business. That's not what we're seeing. Within our bargaining unit, we have seeing retired annuitants being brought back over 2, 3, and 4 years. They don't appear to have the special skills as they are doing regular work, and they're not used for limited duration or emergencies. They will be used as seasonal or part-time employees and are jeopardizing their retirement benefits. Post-retirement employment, which fails to meet the requirements set forth in PEPRA and CERL, is considered unlawful employment and warrants remedy of reinstatement of the retired annuitant to active membership. Upon reinstatement, the employee and the employer will both be required to pay contributions, including interest, for the period of unlawful employment. Within our department, we have a retirement annuitant filling a management position that has been brought back more than once, and it appears the plan is to have another retired annuitant step in when the cap of the hours is reached for the first retired annuitant and essentially fill a position with these 2 retired annuitants. The consequences of the unlawful employment is threefold. If the retired annuitant is being used as a seasonal part-time employee, they are jeopardizing their retirement. The policy states they must be reinstated and pay contributions, including interest, for the period of unlawful employment. The county has to pay contributions, including interest as well. When retired annuitants are filling key positions, there's a stagnation in the organization, and the county loses the opportunity to move forward and build institutional knowledge in a permanent employee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, go to item 34.
Item 34, authorization to apply for and to accept Federal Emergency Management Agency Hazard Mitigation Grant for Woodside Flood Risk Mitigation Project.
Okay, we have 3 speakers today, Pamela Williams, then Lynn Efkin, and then Adriana Nand. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Pamela Williams. I am a resident of Woodside, and yes, I also have experienced one of our, unfortunately, one of our floods, so I know what it's like to have 4 feet of water in your house. But I'm speaking today on behalf of the Board of Directors of Woodside, and we are asking that you not remove this item from the consent calendar, or that at least you accept the recommendations and proceed with the application for FEMA. Woodside has spent about $90,000 so far working with the Department of Water Resources very cooperatively. We've spent about $20,000 on preliminary design and engineering and about $70,000 on FEMA flood elevation certificates. There's no downside to the county, in our opinion, at this point. All you're doing is authorizing pursuing a FEMA grant. We may or may not get the grant. I understand, Supervisor Peters, you may have heard from some Woodside residents that are not in support of raising the buildings, which is certainly their right, but there are 725 owners in Woodside, and if we apply for the grant, you guys apply for the grant. If it's granted and we get the funding, then we will have an election at Woodside among the owners. So we would ask that you keep that opportunity available to us and approve the recommendation today to proceed with the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Lynn Efkin?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I'm Lynn Efkin. I have been a resident of Woodside since 1976. I have experienced all three floods that we've had, 86, 98, and 2005. And it is devastating for the people that live there, that are in those areas that have been flooded. They lose everything. They usually lose their vehicles at the same time. Not only do they experience the devastation of the flood, but every time the canal starts to fill up, they start worrying about, is this going to be the time that we're going to flood again? We have tried many different ways to get protection for ourselves, but it seems like everything that we suggest or recommend that we can do as a homeowners association, we would impact somebody else in the area. This seems to be the most viable solution to protecting the homeowners there. In 86, we had 171 homes flooded. In 98, we had 39, and in 2005, there were 63. The people that were flooded, the 63 people have been flooded 3 times. So I really urge you to approve item 34 and find some protection for those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Efkin. Adriana Nand?
Good morning, Madam Chair and
Just
Supervisors.
stand between the 2 microphones.
Oh, between.
There we go.
Perfect.
There we go. Thank you.
So I'm Adriana Nand, the Community Manager of Woodside, and I'm here representing the residents. These residents are families. We have 61 families who will be flooded. If we don't give them an option, they're looking to me for an answer. We've tried sandbagging. We spend countless nights awake watching the stream and the rivers change. My staff will be on edge the entire time. But then what do we do about these 61 people that we know will flood again? They're going to have to move their children out. They're displaced as we rebuild for months on end. This is another cause to homelessness. So what I'm doing is when my residents come looking to me for an answer, I'm looking for a chance from you guys to at least apply for this FEMA grant. It will change the lives of the Woodside residents.
Thank you. Just so you know, I've just asked this to be pulled off for a couple of weeks for you to hold a homeowners association meeting so that all the residents have a chance to know what's going on. That's primarily what I have heard from residents, is that they've heard a rumor that this is going on. They would like to have their opinion recognized in a public meeting. They'd like to hear the facts in a public meeting. And as far as I understand, that hasn't happened. Maybe the plan was to have it after and if the FEMA grant was granted. I've spent many hours on this. I've been out during the flood times. We've had FEMA out before. I understand what is at stake here. I'm not in any way saying that the Woodside shouldn't have flood protection. I would love to see that, but I think residents need to be able to weigh in. So when you have a public meeting, for all the homeowners, then we'll put it back on the agenda. Okay? Thank you. Any other questions for consent calendar? Nope.
Madam Chair, so we'll need a motion to drop item 34.
That's my motion.
Second.
Unanimous vote. And then that leaves the balance of your consent matters with the exception of items 4, 23, 25, 26, and 34.
23, 25, 26 stay on, it's just I'm recusing from those.
Correct.
Okay.
Just-
Mr. Natoli, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question, just to follow on. I want to be clear. So on item 24, Nav, we're going to take the action here this morning, but you're going to continue to meet with folks, obviously county council, as the chair stated, but to sit and talk with them about some of the concerns. And I think obviously Mike Penrose has pointed out, some of the approaches we're taking, but I think it's important in light of obviously of the impact certainly to folks that are employed by Sacramento County.
Absolutely. We want to keep the dialogue open.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so let's go over where we are again.
So on the balance, we have items 4, we have the balance 1 through 41, and then with the exception of 4, 23, 25, 26, and 34, let the record reflect that Chair Peters is recusing from 23, 25, and 26.
Okay. Anyone move consent?
I'll move the balance of consent.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Okay, so for item 42 is the presentation of resolution recognizing May is Lupus Awareness Month.
Is Julie Prater in the audience?
Here she comes.
I'll just have a few comments, and I'll give you the resolution, and then you can make your comments. You can stand right here. This is a resolution recognizing May 2018 as Lupus Awareness Month. More than 5 million people worldwide suffer from the devastating effects of lupus, and each year another 100,000 men, women, and children will be diagnosed with this disease. It's 2 to 3 times more prevalent among people of color, including African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, and Native Americans. Lupus is a chronic autoimmune disease that causes inflammation of various parts of the body, particularly the skin, heart, joints, and kidneys. The research shows that 1.5 million Americans have been diagnosed with lupus, which strikes women about 9 times more frequently than men. And the Lupus Foundation of Northern California, serving California from Santa Cruz to the Oregon border, was founded as a nonprofit organization to alleviate suffering from lupus patients through patient and family services and achieve early dedication of undiagnosed cases through awareness promotion and achieve the eradication of lupus by supporting lupus research. So the Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes May 2018 as Lupus Awareness Month and extends heartfelt wishes to the Lupus Foundation of Northern California for success in their core objectives in the future. So we have this resolution for you. Okay. Would like to make some comments? Sure.
Good morning, members of the board, and thank you for taking time out of your busy agenda to recognize May as Lupus Awareness Month in Sacramento County. Raising awareness is a key factor to more research being conducted, which can lead to better treatment options and hopefully a cure one day. Perhaps one of the most frustrating parts of this illness is how we can feel so ill on the inside but look so normal on the outside. There's often a profound sense of isolation that comes with battling lupus, and raising awareness of this disease also sends a comforting message to those silently battling that they are not alone. I'm a lifelong Sacramento resident, and I'm proud to be part of such a diverse community. Lupus is 2 to 3 times more prevalent in women of color. The importance of raising awareness right here in our community, as you have done today, is so important to sustaining the healthy diversity that we have all come to enjoy here in our county. I'm proud to accept this resolution on behalf of the Lupus Foundation of Northern California and for all the lupus warriors in Sacramento County. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Would the clerk please read the next item?
Item 43 is the presentation proclaiming May 8th, 2018 as the kickoff of the 2018 Life Looks Good on You and Kids Don't Float River Safety campaigns.
Mr. Leatherman.
Thank you, Board, and I also have a couple of slides with some photos for the kickoff of this campaign, if I could bring those up. And why that's coming up, I think it's appropriate as we start to talk about safety to be wearing the life jacket today.
Okay.
Because it's, yes, feel free to get your phones out. It's properly buckled.
Yes.
If I can have you double check.
Good fit.
Okay, good, thank you.
But you have no neck.
I have no neck. It is the adult size. It is orange. But I appreciate the board taking the time not only to recognize our Life Looks Good on You and Kids Don't Float program, but it's our way of saying, from our experience in 2015, that one drowning is frankly one too many. We had some very tragic drownings in 2015, and in 2016, we kicked off our Life Looks Good on You program. We did this in partnership with a number of different partners, our Sacramento soccer team, the Sac Republic, along with a variety of other safety partners in Sacramento County, recognizing that not only wearing a life jacket is important, but staying safe on the river. As part of that, in 2016, we attended a number of different events. We had a number of events in Sacramento, both in Discovery Park and spread throughout the community, and really trying to reach our audience of adult males 18 to 25 years old. As you can see from the life jacket that I'm wearing right now, it is not the most attractive piece of equipment that you could possibly wear while out on the river.
We can see you, though.
Yes, you can see me, and I am alive, which is so important.
You
And
wear it so well.
yes, you know, it's part of the job description as a regional parks director to wear it right. And really, this is a conversation piece. It's a conversation piece in our community about how are we staying safe, what the dangers of the river are, and how we want people to eventually go home at the end of the day and enjoy their friends and family. Our partnership should not go unrecognized. Sacramento Republic has been a great partner. They've supported this event. We have an estimated reach annually with our partnership with Sac Republic and our Sac City College basketball team of about 11,000 impressions throughout our community, right into our target demographic. We've also had some significant partnerships with the Art and Fair Mall last year in 2017. They allowed us to do a mall takeover. We dressed up some mannequins throughout the mall. We spent the day there talking to people about river safety and celebrating not only our rivers, but also our Life Looks Good on You campaign. We had a Discovery Park grand reopening event last year. We had some significant flooding on the river, and we weren't able to open the park until almost the 4th of July weekend. And so we were able to reopen the park and celebrate Life Looks Good on You, both with the mural that you see at the bottom photo. We tried to do a life jacket float down the river, but that didn't quite work. And we had some other events that day as well. And we closed out our 2017 year with our Labor Day event, giving away free ice cream to people wearing life jackets on the beach. Our DART team, fire departments, and others supported this event by making sure that they continued to send the message of safety throughout our community. This year, we're partnering one step beyond with different areas within Sacramento County that people can actually take swim lessons. Now, this doesn't automatically replace a life jacket in the rivers of Sacramento or the American, but we want to encourage people to do the most safe choices possible, not only to take swim lessons for themselves and for their kids, but also wearing a life jacket in the river. We want to thank all of our sponsors and our partners. It is so important that we recognize not only our DART team, but my staff as well, our American River Parkway Foundation, the Fire Department, Sac Republic, Sac State this year, who continue to send the message of safety, continue to celebrate life as it looks good on us here in Sacramento. And just for our audience at home, they can get all kinds of resources and information at our lifelooksgoodonyou.org website. That includes our life jacket loaner stations. It includes information on where they can borrow life jackets from our fire departments, as well as other safety items on the American River. And with that, I'll answer any questions from the board and invite the board down to take a photo. You don't have to wear the life jacket, I'll do that for you, but if you can just hold one as a consolation prize for this. And I'll turn red less
Mr. Cerna has
later.
a question first.
I just wanted to publicly thank Jeff and his staff. They've been champions of this campaign, not just now this year, but in years past. And he's absolutely right. We had a series of tragedies not too long ago, and there was a very holistic, comprehensive campaign that included Life Looks Good, but also working to enhance the resource base for our DART team and cooperative efforts between regional parks and DART to make sure that we can look back on a summer season near our waterways where there aren't any tragedies. So I just want to again thank Jeff and everyone at the county here that is making this such a successful campaign and actually saving lives.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go have our picture taken
All right,
with the
thank you.
life jackets.
No, you don't have to. Thank you, yes.
Don can't get it over his hair.
And a related subject, let's go on to the next item.
Item 44, presentation of resolution recognizing May 19th through the 25th, 2018 as National Safe Boating Week.
If Commander Shaper will meet me at the podium, please.
That's a tough act to follow.
Tough act. Madam Chair and fellow colleagues on the board, very pleased to be back before the board to once again recognize May 19th through the 25th of this year as National Safe Boating Week. I'm here with our Coast Guard Auxiliary Flotilla Commander, that's quite a title.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Robert Shabert. And this is in recognition of all the great work that our auxiliary does every year to make sure that our boaters are prepared for a safe boating season. And I wanted to make mention of the fact that there is a new law that's in effect this year, starting at the beginning of the year. It's going to be phased in over 8 years, but boaters 20 years of age or younger are required to get a boater's card, correct? So please, do you know the website that they can go to learn more? I believe it's California Division of Boating and Waterways.
It is, yes.
Okay. In any event, this resolution again is to honor the great work that the men and women of our local Coast Guard Auxiliary do to keep us safe on the waterways and to encourage boaters to take a boating safety class as we enjoy our rivers and lakes here in the Sacramento region. So I'm going to present this resolution to you and then ask you to say a few words about all the great work that you do.
I'd like to get my photographer up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll get mine too.
Oh, okay.
You want to send it here?
It's going to be a Kodak moment.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Commander, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, one moment, please. Like they say on TV, wait, there's more.
Oh, okay.
We'd like to present this to you for your support of
Wow.
It Looks Good on You.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And we are going to get you in the air in a C-27. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Am I going to be required to wear one of those life preservers?
We have our own.
Okay.
Can we get a photograph of
Sure.
doing this?
Sure. for the honor.
Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as Supervisor Cerna said, May 19th is the kickoff for National Safe Boating Week. This year we're going to have it in 3 locations: Miller Park, Discovery Park, and Old Sacramento. We'll have static displays in Old Sac. Last year we brought a helo in from Air Station San Francisco to do a rescue swimmer demonstration. After about the 3rd attempt at the river, they actually got called on a real rescue, so they had to leave the mission for us. But we had DART out there last year. SAC Fire was out. It was quite a demonstration, so we encourage everybody to come out this year and participate in National Safe Boating Week. This year I'd like to suggest that we team up with Parks and Rec and do some safe boating classes. As Supervisor Cerna mentioned, it is going to be a state requirement being phased in over the next few years, and I think we have a great opportunity to bring more awareness to water safety in the Sacramento region.
Thank you, Commander.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 45 is the resolution to name the Conservation Preserve at Mather the Isla M. Collin Conservation Preserve.
Thank you. Isla, I have to recuse myself on this for a potential conflict, but I wanted to wish you well and congratulate you on this honor. And Mr. Kennedy is going to take over for this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of the probably greatest moments in the long history of me on this board, being 3.5 years next to Isla's 28. While this is in Supervisor Natoli's district, he has graciously given me the opportunity to open this up. I will start with a memory. One of my first political memories when I was a boy was actually going to, with my mother, to go vote for Isla Collin in Lynn Roby's garage. That's some Sacramento history right there. When I was approached to do something to honor Isla by both John Taylor and Roger Dickinson, who, by the way, is very sorry he couldn't be here today. It was the fastest meeting we ever had. Part of that was because the subject matter was so convincingly overdue, and part of it was because John wasn't charging billable hours. But what was the only thing we had to talk about wasn't should we honor Isla, because that was a no-brainer. It was how do we honor Isla. And we kicked around some ideas. We talked about buildings, and you already have a park, and so we had to figure out what do we do that is not only available but more importantly that is appropriate. And we looked at the Conservancy. It was something that we came up with pretty quickly because it's something of beauty that exemplifies Isla's everlasting impact on our county. Isla served with grace. Isla served with great honor. Isla served with a soft-spoken nature, yet a spine of steel. Someone always to be respected, someone always to be loved, and someone to be reckoned with at times. And so it's with great honor that we introduce this today, and we name the Conservancy after Isla. And with that, I'd like to pass the baton over to the Dean of the Chamber.
Well, thank you, Patrick. And Flo, could you just move just a bit over so I can see Isla? There we go. I certainly want to direct my comments to all in the room here today, but I want to thank Patrick first for certainly his work on this, and certainly my colleagues for their interest in what the action we're going to take here in just a moment. And I know that Isla is joined by certainly her husband Don and many of her longtime friends and folks that worked and supported her from her days as a supervisor, but certainly friends and family members who again have been a part of her life, but also her public life. And I consider Isla Collin a very, very dear friend. I have known her well over 40 years now, from when first time, as Patrick was talking about his first time casting a vote in Lynn Roby's garage for Isla. Isla and my predecessor on this board, Toby Johnson, ran for their first terms the very same year in 1978 and had a chance to crisscross each other's paths during that election cycle, and obviously from that point forward had a chance to work together on many different aspects of serving the people of Sacramento County. And I think, as you said very eloquently, Mr. Kennedy, that her contributions are many. Her will to see that the community aesthetics, particularly as related to our environment, were protected and were preserved. She was very clear. People knew where Isla stood, and whether they were from the environmental bent or they were from the development community or from county staff, Isla was clear, she was consistent, and certainly the legacy that she leaves, not only in public service, but I think with her work, particularly in this realm of the world, as the announcement about Mather was made back in 1988 that there would be a closure. And then, obviously, coming forward to 1993 when it first closed, she and again, I was not on the board at the time, but from 1995 forward, I served as a colleague of hers, and certainly we worked together in the early years as related to Mather and what would happen out there. But her leadership, particularly as it relates to the preservation of the natural areas out there that are truly a treasure, both environmentally, but to I think to the legacy of what California landscape looked like many decades, many generations ago, before the settlement of California and obviously the population growth. I think her recognition early on that this was a treasure. She worked with Eva Butler, who obviously is here in the audience today, and many others in the environmental community, but certainly with this board and with me and my colleagues and with my predecessors on this board, to assure that there would be a carve-out in that redevelopment and reuse and conversion of Mather that would respect and protect and preserve for all the generations to come that vernal pool preserve out there. And obviously it's evolved through the work of many in this room and many others who are partners in seeing to it that that preserve will be a real treasure for all the generations to come after us. But Isla's work from this side of the dais over the years, again, is truly commendable. She'll leave a legacy for all of us through her work, and I think today what we're about to do is entirely appropriate, and it's a tribute to a woman, but certainly to a leader in this community who really stood head and shoulders on many issues, but in particular when it came to the environment and protection of our local treasures, and certainly the Vernal Pool Preserve out at Mather is one of those, Isla. And again, as a dear friend and someone who I think very, very highly of, and obviously love you very much. This is one way for us from a very public standpoint to recognize your service to this community, your commitment to it, your love for this community, and all the contributions of time and effort and all the things that were challenges, but you continue to be a part of the fabric of this community. And so for you, for your family, but for all the generations of Sacramentos to come, the Isla Collin Conservation Preserve out at Mather will be a recognition of your good work and will be a legacy that we can all stand behind. So again, I offer my congratulations, and I'm pleased to to join with my colleague in offering a motion that we take this action today. There may be other comments before I do that, though.
Yes, I believe Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So it's tough to follow Mr. Natoli's comments and Mr. Kennedy's. They certainly have said many of the things that I'd like to convey myself to you, Isla. I guess what I would add is, and I'm sure Don and Patrick can attest to this, is that it really is a unique opportunity to serve in elective office, but more so when you're a native of the community where you serve. And so, like Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Kennedy, we have that great opportunity. And it gives us the ability to really understand the history of public service and the capacity as a supervisor here, and to understand the shoulders upon which we stand and try to do our best to best represent our constituents. And there are all kinds of lessons that perhaps you're not aware of that people like Supervisor Kennedy and I take from your service over the years. Certainly you had a very strong bond with my late father and my family. And so this is, again, very appropriate that we not only name the Conservancy Preserve for you, but that generations of, especially young people, will be asking the question, who was Isla Collin, and what did she do? Why was she important? Well, what did she contribute? And so I think at the same time that people will certainly acquire an understanding of our rare biological resources in this part of Sacramento County, they're also going to have an opportunity to learn about the history of who you are and what you did for all of us. So again, I can't express enough how supportive I am of this this naming, and it's just a delight to see it. And I want to add to what both Supervisors Natoli and Kennedy said earlier. I love you very much too.
Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to have an opportunity to congratulate you, Isla. And I want you to know that even though I guess you served from 79 to 2007, I want you to know that your face and your words and your name still pop up every now and then, because I'm the newest supervisor, and my staff and I have on a couple of occasions gone back into the archives to watch past meetings or see what someone said on some issue or what really happened. And it's been fun for us because we've been able to say, oh, that must be Isla Collins, and oh, look, there's Don and Toby Johnson, and we got to see you in action a couple of times, even though I've never met you in person. I know that your service has been commendable, that your reputation precedes you in a people hold you in very high regard, and so I do too. And I just want you to know that I feel like it's a privilege to be able to honor you in this way for your service to the county, and congratulations.
Thank you. And with that, I would like to make the motion to approve the resolution.
And I would second it. Could I, it's a little bit unusual, but Isla may remember this. Could we do a motion by the board and seconded by the board? Will all four of us make the motion? And does that work?
Let the record reflect.
Okay.
All right. With that, please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
And with that, Flo, do you have, yeah, the microphone? Thank you.
My voice is very weak, but I want to thank you and introduce you to a few friends from the residents. June Lang and Ola Johnson are both here. Ray Rand, and they were able to be here today because we had van service, and also accompanying us were Thelma was who is one of the caretakers at the institution, and we are very pleased to be here. Even though I don't talk much these days, which is a relief to none. But I certainly thank you for the honor you have bestowed on me and my family. Thank you.
That's great.
I'd actually like to get a photo, and I want to say add one more thing. You know, when you sit in this chair in District 2, it's inevitable that you're in a very large shadow, and I welcome that opportunity. So thank you very much. If we can go down and have a photo taken.
And she may want to invite friends and some of her staff to join us in a photo too. I know I see Joyce Vahanovich here and Tony and. Want to join us?
It's going to be crowded. Let's see.
TP1220499@yahoo.com. Okay. Thank you.
I didn't take public comment. I probably should. Is there anybody? We have no cards. Is there anybody who would like to comment on that item? Oh, yeah. Okay, we do have one. Please state your name for the record.
Nice job, girls. Nice job.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eva.
I'm Eva Butler. I have the pleasure of living in Isla Collins District, which Patrick Kennedy is now in charge of. I thought I'd just tell a couple stories about how the origin story of this preserve in Isla and Splash kind of came together. Some of you might not know that before there was a Splash, there was a class in Crocker Riverside that needed to do an environmentality project to go to Disneyland and win a prize. And the teacher asked if I could help her with an idea. And at that time, I had been introduced to the Matherfield vernal pools and saw that, you know, there was a plan to undergo a conversion, and there would be a preserve or gravel mines or velodromes or whatever. And I thought, well, here's a chance to teach kids about the science of the place we live and to get them outdoors. Getting science in the classroom, getting kids outdoors, what could be better? And there was Isla on the board, very much in favor of this, and the kids did win the prize. They went to Disneyland in 1998, and they went again in 1999, and when they came home from Disneyland, both times, Isla was there to greet them. I have photos of her being hugged by Jiminy Cricket. And the thing that impressed me, she was really the first politician that I knew here, and that sort of legacy of hers of making sure to be there, especially when it involved children, sort of recognizing that your legacy is the people you leave behind. And I just was so impressed by that. And then every step of the way, you know, if you're going to, I don't know if you choose your mentors or if they choose you, but I ended up being mentored by this fine woman. And you know, the breadcrumb trail that you leave because you won't be here forever, in retrospect, I recognize that that's what she was leaving. She was leaving that in the children and her support for Splash to make sure that kids were getting out there to, you know, enjoy this resource. And one day she came to me and she said, you know, I'd really like you to be on the Planning Commission. And that was a surprise to me. And she said, you know, the reason I want you to do that is not the importance of the decisions you'll make as a commissioner, but it's about access, and it's about learning how the system works and who lives in it, because it'll make you a better advocate for Matherfield. And I'm still here 25 years later carrying that torch for her, and it's really wonderful to me to see the recognition that with a designation of this preserve in Isla's name, I think it just recognizes that these things take a long time and they take diligence, and a lot of that work isn't fun, and sometimes it means saying no to people that would rather have you say yes. But all the no's that happened, all the things that didn't occur at Matherfield between then and now, mean that we still have a landscape worth preserving, and 46,000 children who have personally visited it, and thousands more citizens. So as time goes on, I think the challenge to us is to make sure that her legacy and her name are on something that we care for well, and that we continue that legacy of, you know, government and people working together, because that's really where our strength is. So thank you so much for giving her this award that we can carry forward, and all the kids who come there from now on will know that there was a woman once who did a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Thanks,
and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. Item 46 is the public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Verona subdivision with Zone 1 of County Service Area Number 1.
Good morning. I'm Bob Davison, Division Chief of the County Engineering Division. And today's public hearing is for the Verona subdivision to change the benefit category from safety light only to enhanced street and safety light, and the associated increase in the service charge. So with that, we know that one ballot was mailed and the clerk has received that ballot. And so therefore, I would recommend that you direct the clerk to tabulate the protest ballot received. And after that's done, I'll have one additional recommendation for you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, you want to open all the envelopes?
Luckily, there's only one. Let's see. Okay, so we have one protest ballot voting no. The legal owner is Woodside. The parcel numbers are 121-0130, 0113-000, 121-0130-14000, 121-0130-15, 0000, and 121-0130-016-000, and the site addresses are 9065, 9053, 9035, and 9027 Calvine Road, and they are not in favor of the change.
And is that the majority of the votes?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to read this tabulation statement. The board received one oral and written protest, which the board has duly considered. One of the protest ballots returned by the close of the meeting of the hearing today, which represents 100% of the property owners. And 0% of the return ballots are in favor of the proposed benefit category change, and 100% are opposed.
Okay.
So is this a surprise?
A little bit. But so with that,
Do we know that the property owner understood what their...
I can certainly talk to the property owner to find out what happens.
Okay.
We could bring such a process back to your board if there was that sort of confusion.
Okay, so do we need to, we just drop it for the moment, or continue it to another time?
Well,
they can't go forward with their subdivision, because if they're not annexing the streetlight district, they're dead in the
That's why I
water.
asked if they understood what was happening.
They're dead in the water.
Are they in the audience today?
At this point, I would recommend that no action be taken. We can contact the owner, and they can be contacted again. We can repeat the process. I don't believe that there's any time limitation. So if there was some sort of confusion, we can work with that owner and figure out what happened.
Okay, I think at least
behind
one
you.
person is waving their hand in
Okay.
the back, so we'll just take no action on this item.
Did she want to address us?
I don't have a speaker card.
I don't know. She looked like she was, well, I don't.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm Lily Valenzuela with Woodside Homes, and we did want to annex in, so that was a mistake.
That's interesting.
So how can we handle this, Ms. County Counsel?
There comes Bob.
We should drop this item, and we can return it when folks have...
That's fine, as long as it doesn't hold up the subdivision.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, what?
That's fine, we go ahead and drop it, but as long as it doesn't hold up the subdivision approval?
I think it will hold up the subdivision, so we could, rather than drop it, can we continue it? I don't know if there are requirements that it be 30 days or something.
There is a 45-day requirement, but may I suggest, and I have to confirm with council, are you the owner?
Yes.
Okay, if we have the owner here, would it be possible for that owner to review, since the public hearing is still live, would it be possible for the owner to review that ballot? And
could we come back at 2 o'clock?
I was going to say, let's move it to the
Let's come back at 2 p.m. Let's figure this out, what we need to do.
Okay.
You might want to change your vote.
You don't get too many opportunities to change your vote.
Good that you're here. Good that you're here.
We'll come back at 2
Okay,
p.m.
so we'll just leave this open for the moment and come back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. Item 47, I will need a motion to drop this item. This is the resolution designating an underground utility district on Fair Oaks Boulevard from Angelina Avenue to Landis Avenue.
Why are we dropping this?
There was a notification problem with it. We'll be bringing it back immediately.
Okay, move to drop.
Second.
Unanimous vote.
Next item, please.
Okay, for item 48, this is the resolution of necessity authorizing eminent domain action to acquire real property for the old Florentown Streetscape Improvement Phase 2 project, Power In Road to Florin Perkins Road. And I want to point out a different item. This is for Patricia Dubray and Daniel Dubray as successor trustees of the John D. Squire Trust established October 4th, 2010, located at 8464 Florin Road. The APN number is 065-0020-062, and the environmental document is initial study addendum.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Peters, members of the board. I'm Mike Morris with the Department of General Services, and I'm here today to introduce this item, which recommends board approval for a resolution of necessity authorizing eminent domain action to acquire real property interests for the Department of Transportation's Old Florentown Streetscape project. The project will involve the installation of sidewalks, bike lanes, landscaping, and a number of streetscape improvements within the Old Florentown Main Street corridor. The subject property is located on the south side of Florin Road, approximately 550 feet west of Power Inn Road at 8464 Florin Road. The lot is approximately .598 acres in size and is improved with a single-family residence. The property interests required for the project are an easement for public roadway and public utilities consisting of 4,910 square feet, an easement for public utilities and public facilities consisting of 841 square feet, and an easement for temporary construction consisting of 810 square feet. The county obtained an appraisal from an independent appraiser and presented an offer to the property owner for the purchase of the easements I just mentioned. The owner accepted the county's offer, and signed the acquisition agreement on July 13, 2017. Now, you'll recall about back in March, I presented an RON. Supervisor Cerna asked if we had ever had an instance where we had a signed agreement but couldn't move forward due to a recorded deed error. I said at that time that in 12 years that had never happened. Yet today, for the second time in a row, I have to report that the county remains unable to secure interest in the subject property before you today because the owner is still in the process of effecting a correction to a grant deed that was erroneously recorded in February 2012. The county assessor records indicate that the property is currently owned by John D. Squire Trust. The trustees of the trust currently have a probate action pending in the Superior Court to reform a disputed grant deed and secure title in their names. The owners are being very cooperative and diligent in dealing with the county, but today's requested resolution of necessity is necessary to ensure project construction remains on schedule while the title issues are being resolved through the court. The notice of intention to seek the approval was mailed to the property by registered mail at least 15 days prior to today's hearing. And if you have any questions regarding the project, I have a staff here.
Okay, we do have a speaker, the attorney from the owners, Jessica Caulfield.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. Obviously, everything you said is true. The probate court action is actually completed already. We had to reform two orders putting the property into the trust. This is honestly the most confusing property dispute issue I've ever seen. So there are actually multiple documents that have to be reformed. Thankfully, we did file the quiet title action. We have our case management conference hearing on Thursday, this coming Thursday morning, where we will request a hearing to proceed with a prove-up hearing. There will, as far as we know, no one that can contest or will contest it. The only other person who was given notice properly was Patricia Dubray's mother. So presumably she's not going to oppose this. So ideally it will be done shortly, depending on the court's schedule. We can make a motion to advance it if the court does not set it within the next month or so, because there is a buyer pending also. So there is the city's easement contract that is pending, and then there is a pending sale to a buyer. So there's a lot of exigent circumstances for the court to advance it. So our hope is that we can proceed that way without having to have the county spend any unnecessary time or funds to get this sorted out.
Okay, thank you. If I ask County Council, can we go ahead with this action given the status of the property?
Yes, my thought is that this authorizes settlement, either accepting the formal eminent domain or accept settlement short of that with that delegated power to staff.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? Okay, Mr. Kennedy?
So move.
Second.
Vote. Thank you and good luck.
Unanimous vote. Okay, item 49 are the resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain action to acquire real property for the Elk Grove Florin widening project, Elder Creek to Florin Road. There are 9 separate property owners, and so we will need to take 9 separate motions to adopt these resolutions, if it so please the board. Property owner number 1 is Keith Jarrett, located at 7...
Are you going to read all 9 of them and then read them again?
No, I'll just do property
Okay, well,
owner
let's have
number
an
1.
explanation, staff explanation first, and then you can read them.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Good morning again. Going to introduce this item, which recommends a board approval for a resolution of necessity authorizing eminent domain action to acquire real property interests on 9 properties for the Department of Transportation Elk Grove-Florin Road Widening Project. This project will widen the existing roadway and reconstruct the existing pavement section as necessary to accommodate a total of 4 traffic lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, with a fully landscaped center median. There will also be bike lanes installed on Elk Grove-Florin Road, as well as ADA modifications at the intersection of Elk Grove-Florin Road and Florin Road. The resolutions of necessity before you today are for the acquisitions of easements for public roadway and public utilities, easement for public utilities and public facilities, and easements for temporary construction required for this project. The 9 properties that are affected by the RONs are all located on or adjacent to Elk Grove-Florin Road and or Florin Road, and are described in the list of properties, which is attachment 2 of your board documents. County staff had made numerous contacts over about the last 18 to 20 months with the respective owners beginning back in August in 2016, and those are also outlined in your board documents in attachment 3. The county obtained an appraisal from an independent appraiser for each of the properties and presented offers to the property owners for the purchase of the easements I just mentioned. We did just within the past week come to agreement with the Shiloh Baptist Church, which is property number 4, so that property can actually be dropped from the list, as we do have signed documents and funded escrow on that property. However, to date, there are no executed purchase agreements on the other 8 properties. The notices of intention to seek approval for the resolution of necessity were mailed to the property owners by registered mail at least 15 days before today's hearing. And if you have any questions regarding the project or any of the properties, I have staff here to address those.
Thank you. I don't have any speaker requests. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak against the procedure so far? Okay. Any questions from board members? Yep. Seeing none?
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Natoli?
Yes. I know you're going to go down through these as you call them, but there was late correspondence received, I believe, yesterday on, I think, number 2 from EGF Holdings relative. I don't know if you saw that, Mike. I was just looking through my material here. I know I saw it last night. It came through to board members from Mr. Kwan. Was that received?
I was not aware of that.
That, again, they don't agree with the price. They don't object to the project. They support the project of widening road, but obviously it comes down to price, and I don't know whether they're represented here today or not, but there was correspondence on that one. I'll have my office bring it down. So I didn't know if that was perceived by you or not.
I have not seen that, okay. And neither have the real estate staff, so we were unaware of that.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask, as you go down through these, because there was, multiple attempts in some cases, some by phone, some by personal interaction. Obviously price is mentioned in a number of these as being a compounding factor. But I wanted to, if I could, on 2 of them, on 8 and 9, which are upstream on Elk Grove-Florin Road, and actually in Mr. Kennedy's district, but there was a discussion about an additional wall offer, but it sounded to me like the representation was made back in March that if, and speaking with, I guess in this case, the sister as described here, that we, the county, needed to know from the property owner what their view was, or they might miss that opportunity. It seems to me that if a wall makes sense, again, some of these have small residences that have been there for many, many years. The widening will obviously impact the frontage of those properties, and in that upstream location, I believe it's, at least there's 1 residence there, if not 2. And so I guess I'm curious as to how we, in our conversations represent that, well, here's the deal, but, the wall might make it into here, but if you don't sign, then the wall maybe goes away. Now, obviously, you're talking about compensation and potentially mitigation for impacts, even though there might not be mitigation under the environmental document. So I guess I'm curious about that and, how that was represented. It is described here as we may miss that opportunity, this additional opportunity, and there's another conversation somewhere in one of these about bushes. Well, we'll have to see whether the bushes, those are, again, I've been doing this long enough from this side of the dais to know that those are small items when it comes to trying to work with property owners who are impacted by, particularly if they have residences and homes there that, whether they live there or they have rentals or whatever. And so I guess I'm kind of curious as to, in this process, if somebody could tell me about walls and shrubbery and so forth, why, again, that may not be the underlying issue that is reason why we're not getting some agreement, but I want to know about that as we go out and talk with folks.
All right, well. And I can have the engineers speak to that. Generally, and the real estate staff correspond, have these conversations with the homeowners, and they make counter offers, whether it's ask for privacy or sound walls, or we have a tree that's been in the family for 40 years and we don't want that one cut down, is we can go back to the engineers, and they usually are pretty accommodating about trying to work around those aspects, and that's just part of the conversation that gets into the agreement, whether it's additional compensation or if we agree to do the sound walls, move shrubbery, or whatever the case may be. Is I think staff is
Don, I would just say, we went through this on Hazel Avenue and Fair Oaks Boulevard recently with multitude of properties, and when there was something important like that, they always worked around it with the individual property owner.
Right, I would agree with you. They have, and again, if I just make one other reference here, I guess the one I was asking about, where in the earlier communication it said, we were advised that if the easements are obtained by eminent domain, excuse me, the property owner would not get the additional wall or compensation to build a wall. So how do we know that, if we're trying to reach settlement, that in an eminent domain action that you wouldn't do that? How can that be? And this is on page 2 of 2 of owner contact number 8. It was the same with number 9. And I agree with Ms. Peters. Again, we went through many years of work on Hazel, bought entire homes and so forth. But how is it that we say you might miss the opportunity later on, but we come out of the chute and tell them that take the deal or you're not going to get any wall if we go to eminent domain, and you're now asking us to execute the resolution of necessity. So I guess I need to kind of understand that. I recognize we do work with folks, and again, this is not a criticism of real estate or DOT, but I know it's a negotiation. On the other hand, if we tell somebody something, it needs to reflect, I think, the rightful approach that we're going to take on this. So. Okay, maybe Steve or somebody. I don't want to type a lot down, but I am curious about that because that is reflected in these 2 reports. So,
Steve White, Department of Transportation, Madam Chair, members of the board. In general, a sound wall screening, that type of thing, would be part of a negotiated settlement. I wasn't the negotiator as DOT. We can't negotiate with the property owners, but with eminent domain, they will eventually get their day in court if it goes the distance, and the talk will be compensation. Oftentimes, their day in court would be after construction of the project is complete. So in that regard, there'd be no opportunity for us to incorporate something in the project if it goes the distance and ends up going to trial. So in that regard, that would be...
So that's where the missed opportunity would occur?
Exactly.
Again, the Hazel Avenue example where I know, again, I've traveled that and seen where driveway openings were kept and worked around trees and so forth. So, all right, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Then we need to go through these one at a time, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
And just the board members know you have to vote on eight times on this issue.
And I would like clarification for item property owner number 4, Shiloh Baptist Church. Should we drop that officially to have a motion? Okay. So you'll have 9 separate votes. For property owner number 1, this is Keith Jarrett, located at 7504 Elk Grove, Florin Road. The APN number is 065-0070-022.
Chair will move.
Second.
Unanimous vote. Property owner number 2 is EGF Holdings Limited Liability Company, located at 7291 Elk Grove, Florin Road. APN number 065-0051-045.
Okay, I'll move the item back up.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Property owner number 3 is Wan Suk O and Hee Suk O and Jun Mo O and Ji Sil O, trustees of the O Revocable Living Trust Agreement dated December 2nd, 2008, located approximately 180 feet easterly from the southeast corner of Florin Road and Elk Grove Florin Road on Florin Road, APN number 065-0051-021.
Move it.
Second.
And there's no one here that wish to speak to this?
I've already asked.
Okay, I just was curious. All right.
Unanimous vote. And for item number, property owner 4, I need a motion to drop Shiloh Baptist Church located at 8815 Florin Road, APN number 0640072-039.
So moved.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Property owner 5, Don Jack Lee, located at 8865 Florin Road, APN number 0640072-008.
So moved.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Property number 6, Kamaljit Singh Brar, Gurpreet Singh, Diljit S. Kamboj, and Mandeep S. Gurm, located at 8899 Florin Road, APN number 0640072-019.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Number 7, Michael F. Ramirez, located at 7630 Elk Grove Florin Road, APN number 1150040-051.
So move.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And property 8, Hung Nguyen, located at 7264 Elk Grove Florin Road, APN 0650042-012.
So move.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And then your final property, number 9, Hung Nguyen, located at 7260 Elk Grove Florin Road, APN 0650042-011.
So move.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes your properties for this item.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 50 is the Sacramento Sheriff's Department Countywide Homeless Outreach Team presentation.
I'd like to call Sergeant Bland and Lieutenant Dutra.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Good morning.
We just wanted to thank you for this opportunity to be able to present our homeless outreach project to you guys today. Before I get started with introductions, I think it is worth noting that there are 17 members of our homeless outreach team for the county, and all but one that had a pre-planned vacation was able to attend today. So that is a kind of a assurance or indicative of their dedication to duty, and thank you for all the hard work that you've done. My name is Lieutenant Steve Dutra. I'm the Assistant Commander of our North Station for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. I'm also the manager for the Homeless Outreach Team, and I provide management oversight. Next to me is Sergeant Tom Bland, who is the supervisor of the Homeless Outreach Team. And I'd also like to make one more introduction. We have Sacramento State University Dr. Arturo Bianchi, who is a member of our grant team for us for our North Homeless Grant, which you'll hear about in a minute.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for having us here. We really appreciate it. We kind of want to go into what our team does. For the Homeless Outreach Team, our mission is simple. It's a service-oriented policing strategy, and that's a service-based policing model that focuses on engaging homeless subjects with resources, along with enforcement when necessary, to bring about a positive change in a homeless individual or homeless family's life. I have a picture here of one of my superstars on my team, Jim Knack. This is indicative of what we're out there doing. We're out there trying to make connections with homeless individuals, homeless people that are on the streets, and connecting them with services. That is our mission. How are we going to do this? What is our goal of our team? Well, The first goal is ongoing personal contact between our HOT officers and homeless individuals so that we can increase trust and engender trust with those individuals and provide referrals to our service providers. The second thing is development of multi-agency collaborations and partnerships so that we can bring more programs and more services to the people that we're trying to assist. One of the last things is we're going to work very, very closely with our local outreach organizations to coordinate housing, employment, medical, mental health services for homeless individuals and families. And the last thing that we're going to focus on is enforcement of law violations. And some examples of that are trespassing, illegal camping, public intoxication, aggressive, or some of the prohibited panhandling sections that you've adopted. We like to say that we want to focus on the 3 E's. This is something that I give to my team, and this is what I want them to do on each and every day. And those 3 E's are education. Education of homeless individuals on what services are available through the local continuum of care in our county. The second one is building a rapport and in providing encouragement to homeless individuals upon every contact with them to accept services to make a positive change in their life. The third one is to take enforcement action when education and encouragement have failed or if the situation dictates that immediate action. My guys are supposed to utilize outside the box, innovative approaches in trying to connect people with services, and I'll tell you, they do an outstanding job doing that.
Okay, the HOT staffing model that we've deployed for the entire county is a 14 deputy sheriff team assigned to the homeless outreach team. The breakdown is we have 6 deputy sheriffs assigned to the North Division, 4 assigned to Central Division, 2 officers assigned to the Rancho Cordova Police Department, and 2 officers assigned to the Work Release Division. And those officers at Work Release are specifically to help with debris cleanup and camp cleanups, which we'll talk about in a minute. 1 sheriff supervisor, which is Sergeant Bland, myself, Sheriff's Lieutenant, Assistant Commander of North Division, and most importantly, the new model allows for 7-day-a-week coverage. We basically have a team. It's set up as the team policing model where we have an overlap day on a Wednesday. So half of the team has Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The other team has Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Wednesday is our day when we can work team projects for overlap. In addition to the full-time officers that work on the HOT team, we also have a Strategies and Police Innovation Grant, which is a grant from the Bureau of Assistance, BJA, Bureau of Justice Assistance. We applied for this grant approximately 2 years ago. We were one of 6 agencies in the United States to receive the grant. Like I said, it was funded in 2016, so this grant is an innovative way of having partnerships with academic research, which is our partner with Sacramento State University, and then also Sacramento Steps Forward, who does homeless navigation for us, and we work on our intelligence-led policing model. We work on specific hotspots of homelessness within the community. The grant team is set up with 3 on-call deputy sheriffs. They're part-time retired annuitants. Each of these annuitants has over 25 years of experience. They've held a variety of different jobs, detectives, SWAT, patrol, and so they know how to talk to people. We basically pick the right people for the right spots for that particular position. In addition, I've already talked about researchers from Sacramento State University, and then a social service navigator from Sacramento Steps Forward.
So when we talk about the homelessness problem, many times it can feel completely overwhelming. So we always ask this question, where do you start? And we like to put this map up there. This is developed by our intelligence operations group. Every one of those red dots represents a call for service that was homeless related. In 6-month time period in the SST jurisdiction, we had 15,378 calls for service between July 1, 2017 and December 31st, 2017. 15,000 calls. So where do you start? How do you deploy your resources? It's something we had to look at very closely, and it's something that we developed in our SPI grant, and we have a strategy that is very, very effective. Deployment of our HOT officers is guided by our intelligence-led policing model. Many of you have heard that is a model that the Sheriff's Department follows, where we use intelligence-based information in our deployment of our resources. So our hotspot areas, when I talk about a hotspot, that is an area that is statistically defined as an increased area of homeless-related calls for service and homeless-related activity. Those hotspots are determined by our intelligence operations group and also by our researchers at Sac State. All of my officers are assigned an area of responsibility and an individual hotspot so that they can provide a sense of ownership in that area and also accountability for their each individual areas. So when I say it was very, very effective, I have actual numbers to back that up. So this is something we developed with our grant team to develop this hotspot information. This is a graph that was developed by our partners at Sac State. And if you'll see this graph right here, or this chart, if you look down in the kind of middle section of it, you'll see some dark blue rectangles, and then around that a little bit purple, and then out of that a little bit lighter and light blue. So what that was those two dark rectangles, those were our target zones. Those were our hot spots that were developed based upon this statistical information. The area around that, the light blue, is what we called the area surrounding it, the adjacent areas, as we called it in academic research. Our hotspots, they'd known it as a treatment zone. And then everything else in yellow, the rest of the North County, was considered a control group. So we worked this area, it was the Howard Arden area and the Watt and El Camino area. We worked that for approximately 1 year with the grant team. And we did a study with our researchers to see what was the effectiveness of our units in that area. So when we look at it, so in 2016, we had a 26.2% increase in our treatment area over the course of from February to November of 2016. In 2017, when we actively started working that area, we had a 14.6% decrease in homeless-related calls for service in the same area. Now, what we didn't want to do was just work on displacement. It's really easy just to push the problem out to another area. That is not going to be effective use of our resources, and it doesn't solve any problems. So if you look at the next column, you look at the adjacent area in 2017, we actually saw a decrease in that area as well. So we saw a 14% decrease in the treatment, 10% decrease in the adjacent, and a 3.9% overall in the control areas. Whereas the previous year, on the same time period, we saw increases across the board. So that showed us that our focusing on a hotspot was not just pushing the problem to the neighboring areas. This is a map that we have that our intelligence operations group developed for my team, and that shows we run these numbers about every 3 months. We look at homeless-related calls for service, and we identify hotspots, areas that are statistically defined as an increased area of homeless-related calls for service. These are a couple in Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Peters districts that we focus on. Every SSD patrol district has hotspots, and that encompasses every one of your supervisorial districts. So some of the statistics that we're generating, we want to keep track of what we're doing, what my team is doing. So from January 10th, which is the day that my team went full-time live with the increased funding that you granted to us, which we're very much appreciative of, through the end of April, this is what we've been able to do statistically wise. 943 community complaints resolved. That's people that are calling my hot team saying, I have an issue here. 1,500 self-initiated contacts. That's my officers going out and contacting an individual on their own. 783 camps posted for removal. 750 camps cleaned. 190 tons of garbage and waste removed from our county streets. 661 shopping carts were recovered at a value of $198,000 returned to our local merchants. Down to the bottom, the one that I really wanted to highlight, 235 referrals to social service agencies and follow-ups. That means 235 times that we have referred someone to one of our partners and tried to get them connected into services to better their situation.
So one of the things I did want to point out also is that the strategy that we're utilizing for the SPI, the grant officers, we're using for the full-time officers too in those individual districts. This is a photograph of our work release cleanup camp. This is a camp that we wanted to kind of show pictures worth 1,000 words, so we wanted to show kind of the before and the after. And if you remember on the previous slide, it said that from January to April, the team has removed 190 tons of garbage. So there's the before. This is kind of what it looks like afterwards. There's a dramatic improvement in the way that the cleanup happened. And more importantly, we've developed a relationship. We have a driver that's assigned through County Waste Management. Myself and Sergeant Bland have met with the bosses over there, and we have established a relationship. And so what our goal is to, when these camp cleanups are done, is to get them cleaned up in a timely manner. That way they don't become rummaged through, because if we leave the pile of trash there, what happens is a couple days later they end up coming back and grabbing their stuff. One of the things that we've implemented with our grant is each of the officers that are on the HOT team have a iPhone application that we purchased through a company called Terrago Technologies. So basically what it does is we didn't have a way of capturing surveys in the field. So what we did is we purchased an iPhone application. Each of the officers, like I said, has the application on their phone. When they come in contact with a homeless individual, they can ask a series of about 15 questions. And also take their photograph, which geocodes the location of contact. And that information is transferred into a database or a Splunk dashboard that we can look at later. Our commanders can look at it, and also Sacramento State University can analyze the data to come out with custom-tailored outcomes for homeless individuals. Some of the examples of the questions that we asked, I'm not going to list all 15 of them here, just 2 examples so you know, is one of the things we ask is, are you a veteran? And what we've done is we've captured, there's approximately 109 people that said that they're veterans, so we've gone back, reproduced a list from that system, and then we've had officers on our team check with veterans assistants to determine who's eligible for benefits. And then what happens is Sergeant Bland assigns those individuals to the officers in their specific area, and we say go contact them and try and get them plugged into services. Another question that we ask is, would you accept housing if it was available for you right now? Here's an example of the dashboard that it's just one screen. There's about 5 different layers of the screen, but basically what it does is it breaks down all the questions. You can hover over that count by status. It talks about probation. People that we run into that have warrants are sexual offenders and PCRS. And back in March of 2016, March 2018, excuse me. Myself, Sergeant Bland, Terrago Technologies went to Kansas City, Missouri, and we were awarded a Smart 50 award. And so basically what they do is they pick 50 different awards and recognize technology on a global level.
So I wanted to highlight some of the service-oriented policing. When I say service-oriented, we really want to highlight that because it truly is trying to deliver service to the individuals that we're contacting. Some of the successes that we wanted to highlight is Department of Motor Vehicles. Having an ID for an individual is the gateway to many services. You have to have an ID to get a job, to rent an apartment, to receive aid. So how are we going to get them into that? Many people, they have a very hard time getting to the DMV, waiting in line like many people would have to for the time. Also, it costs money. So we have streamlined that process. We have waivers for fee waivers, and we have walked people through the whole DMV process to help them get IDs. Some of the things we've done is we've partnered with a local employment agency to help individuals that are actively looking for work and want to work. We've gotten them jobs. We've gotten multiple people good part and full-time in employment. With Door Hanger Company, we have a couple that we're working temp up at Thunder Valley. Just if we can find someone that is wanting to work, we're going to put them in with someone that will get them a job. We were thinking about how does that work? How can we make people more successful in an employment service? And one of the things that we started thinking about was, well, if you've been living on the street and you don't have access to, regular hair care and things like that, maybe if we were able to partner with someone to get them haircuts. So when my deputies went to a local beauty college and said, hey, this is what we need, how can we partner with you? And they said, you know what? You would identify individuals and bring them here, and our students will cut their hair for free. Get them presentable for that resume, or excuse me, for that interview. So we started thinking about, well, okay, you need to have a resume. You need to have interview skills. Many people don't have those kind of skills. We've all been through interview processes. How can we impart our knowledge to them? So our deputies work with those individuals. Sorry, I keep punching that with my hand. Several of my deputies work with those individuals all the time, mentor them on how to be successful in an interview. We had an employment agency that was helping do free resumes for individuals that were looking for work. And approximately at this point, 60 individuals that we have transported and enrolled in residential substance abuse treatment facilities that are willing to go there and would like to get clean and sober. And we are absolutely able to find them a place. And we become the black and white taxi at that point. We were willing to transport them there, get them their belongings there so they can be successful in their transition. One of the things that I'm really, really excited to bring to you today is something that we just did last month, and it's what we call Project Hope. HOPE stands for the Homeless Outreach Partnership Event. This is the brainchild of one of my deputies, Jim Knack. He's hiding back there. He wants to hide. He came up with this idea, and I want to give him full credit for this. What we were looking at was well, how do we bring services to the neighborhoods? You know, we have a lot of county agencies and a lot of private sector agencies that offer services, but how do we get them to individuals? So what we did is we set up the Project Hope event. We brought together over 20 different community and government organizations and what we call a one-stop shop type of event. This is specifically designed to address homelessness on the neighborhood level, not as a big county-wide, but we really focused it into a specific neighborhood. Our first event last month was at Fair Oaks and Marconi in Supervisor Peters' district, and it was very, very, very successful. Some of our Project Hope partners that we brought out with us were the Department of Human Assistance, California Department of Motor Vehicles. They brought out their printers and their cameras, and they were giving out IDs right there on site. Volunteers of America was there for veteran help. Sacramento Veteran Stand Down was there for veterans. We had Sacramento Self-Help Housing. Elica Health Centers came out with their mobile health care van for health screenings and also veterinary care. We had the Salvation Army there providing food and supplies for homeless individuals. We had Paul Mitchell Beauty School come out, and they were doing haircuts along with a couple other local businesses, Resurrection and Purple Rain, doing haircuts right there on site. We had Walmart who donated a lot of supplies and volunteers to the event to make it successful. We had Weave out there, and our Carmichael Hart was there as well. I have to say this was an extremely successful event. We had about 130 individuals that we were able to transport in or came in on their own, and all of them were able to connect with the services they need to try and make a positive change. Some of the pictures that I thought I'd share with some of you, some individuals getting haircuts and just the way we had it set up. I wanted to let you know that our first event was in Supervisor Peters' district, and it was such a success, we're going to take it on the road now. We're going to move it around. We have it planned for county-wide. We're going to move it to each one of your districts in the future. The next one is going to be in the North Highlands Antelope area, and then after the summer, we're going to move it down to the Rancho Cordova area, and then down to our central division, which is the Oak Park area. So we're going to move this around. We have commitments from all of our partners to attend all of these, and in fact, we've got a lot more. I actually was recently contacted by Department of Health Services, and they said, well, we want our community health nurses to get in on this, do vaccinations. So just all sorts of ideas we've got going on with this, and so it's really, really successful, and I want to give Jim Knack real great credit for putting this together, so I appreciate it. So I can stand up here, Lieutenant Dutra can stand up here, and we can talk all we want, and it's just a presentation. But we wanted to share you or leave you with one last thing, a success story. So I wanted to highlight the Koss family. The Koss family is a family that we encountered at Watt and El Camino. They were out there panhandling with their child on the busy street corner, and they were living out of their car. The Koss family had some income that they were receiving, but they weren't able to manage it very well, and they would live in hotels for about a week, and then they would be back in their car. So when we encountered them, we've tried to figure out what can we do to help this family. My officers took them, walked them through the whole process of finding a place to live, actually identified a place, an apartment complex that was willing to take them in, walked them through the entire process of getting in there and getting into a stable home. But I can talk all I want. I wanted to show you a video. KCRA came out and did a video and interviewed them themselves, the Koss family. So if we can go ahead and play that.
My and this is how our bathroom is.
For Jane, Anthony, and their son, it's the final night of a long, uncertain struggle. What does a home mean to you?
Where I could live and eat food and sleep.
Overcoming 15 months of homelessness in Sacramento County thanks to a chance encounter.
Keep trying and you keep trying and you just feel like you're like against a wall and there's nowhere to go.
The parents and their young son were panhandling here off Watt and El Camino Avenues. That's technically a crime, but when Sacramento sheriffs approached the family, they offered them an opportunity.
I thought, oh, I'm going to jail. My son's going to CPS.
Instead, the family is benefiting from Sacramento Sheriff's new approach to solving homelessness. Was there a learning curve?
Absolutely. This is completely out of our scope.
Starting an outreach program among the first in the country to find stability.
Our guys are out there in the field learning new things every day of how they can connect people to services and how that they can bring folks in out of their situation and put them into a better situation.
Putting the family in a motel while searching for a permanent foundation.
I always had the impression that cops were mean and they want to take your kids when you're, out here. For them to walk us through their program and help us, to me, that was like, wow.
Jane, Anthony, and their son now moving into a supportive community. Of the more than 600 apartments here at Logan Park, more than half of the residents are the result of homeless outreach programs. Why is that important?
Well, somebody's got to care.
From instability on the streets to a new chapter of hope.
Really want to applaud the Sheriff's Department for having the courage to give this a shot.
I didn't know that there was a lot of people in Sacramento that really cares.
Vicki Gonzalez, KCRA 3 News.
So that concludes our presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions that you might have of us.
Supervisor Serna has a question.
Great, thank you. First of all, Sergeant, I want to thank you and your whole team. Last year we had a lot of healthy debate and sharing of ideas around here in terms of how to expand resources to try and address a very complicated, probably the most complicated subject that we're asked to deal with as a local government, whether it be the Sheriff's Department, regional parks, the Board of Supervisors. And it really was my hope as someone who initiated that discussion in a budgetary context that we would see these types of results. And it's actually very gratifying to see that the results came, quite frankly, a little swifter than I expected. And you'll recall that we had a lot of discussion about the prospect of impacts that might be squeezed out from the parkway if we had more enforcement of the camping ban in the parkway and more maintenance activity in the parkway. And that was a legitimate concern expressed by some of my colleagues. So it really is rewarding to see the kind of work that you're doing, not just to address the impacts associated with homelessness, but as was just attested to through the video, really expressing kind of the compassionate side of what you do and how you do it, trying to make sure that families and individuals get the assistance they need. So my hat's off to you and your whole team. This is excellent news. Keep up the great work, and let's not be shy about letting our community know what the men and women of the Sheriff's Department are doing in terms of this exemplary work.
Definitely, thank you.
Supervisor Frost?
Sergeant Bland and Lieutenant Itis and all of you, I want to first congratulate you on the Smart 50 and also Tarago. It's my understanding this isn't just an award that involved police agencies. This was up against other municipal, everyone and everything. So it was a big deal. And you just said global. I was thinking national. So this was global?
Yes, ma'am.
There was awardees there from Canada.
There was a couple from India. I believe there was one from England. It is a global award ceremony, yes.
So congratulations on that accomplishment. And I also wanted to acknowledge and thank you. I know my office has spoken very highly of your HOT team and the way you have helped us in managing our call-ins or complaints or issues, you guys are on it, and you're always rapid response and caring, and I want you to know that we appreciate how you help us help our constituents and the work that you're doing. And I also wanted to express that I've been approached, and I know my chief of staff has also been approached by other agencies, fire, Rancho Cordova, other agencies that have said, oh my, that's so exciting what they're doing. I wish we could partner or find a way that we could expand that program. So I'm hoping that we can find a way to expand your funding or find other grants or whatever we have to do to support what you're doing, because you're obviously getting results. And then in conclusion, I wanted to ask a question, because you threw out that number 198.3 on tonnage of garbage that was picked up. I have a question relating to, was that the parks and the communities, or was that just the communities and not the parks? Because I'm hearing we're picking up 21 tons a week in the parks. Was this just in the neighborhoods?
No, ma'am, that's just in the neighborhoods with my hot team along with my work release crews. That does not include the parks numbers.
And that was in 4 months,
yes,
which
ma'am.
is about 50 tons a month or something
Roughly,
like
yes, ma'am.
50,000 tons a month. So
Yeah, Nav, you ought to be keeping track of all the garbage picked up by all the entities in
I know. I mean,
in the county. Really, that'd be very interesting to know.
Will do.
That tells me that you're picking up almost as much, or around the same as what's going on the Parkway, which is a lot considering the amount of resources that you have. So thank you for all you're doing. Congratulations on your recognition. It's well deserved.
Thank you, ma'am.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Just going to repeat what's already been said, or I'm not going to repeat what's already been said, but I will tell you, I didn't need your presentation to know it's working, because I hear it's working from the community. I'm hearing particularly from the P-bids. I remember the first call I got was when someone from a P-bid called me up and said, I can't say enough that I really appreciate all your hot deputies, and I thought that's a little inappropriate.
I asked them about that when they named it.
But
there's a calendar coming out, isn't there?
The work and
let's not get too carried away on this one.
The proof is in the pudding. You guys are doing a great work. No good deed goes unpunished, so we're already talking about expansion. But keep it up, and thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd certainly like to express my thanks as well, and want to note that, and I share this with Nav after we had a community meeting, actually an annual homeowners meeting with the Butterfield Riviera East Community Association, and I know that Officer Matranga and Officer Cater and others were there, along with our parks representative of county parks and Cordova Rec and Park District, community prosecutor, code enforcement, and others. And I think with over 100 people in the room, it was evident, and again, I want to thank the officers who were there that evening, because again, I think their response certainly to some of the misunderstandings about what it was we were doing or not doing. But it was clear, because actually some people pulled their comments later in the meeting that were ready to, certainly let me know, but let everybody else in the panel know about what they felt, wasn't being done. And I think again, to what Supervisor Kennedy said, the proof is in the pudding, in that the results, both with the hot team, but also with all the partners. And I want to just say that I thought it was very, very, very useful, but I think it was very emblematic of the coordinated approach for the far better coordination and collaboration that's going on to help people, certainly that you're making contact with in response to calls or in the initiated contacts, but also recognizing that residents, homeowners, business owners are certainly seeing the evidence of that multidisciplinary approach. Because again, your officers that evening were very clear that it's not just the police contact and certainly the approach that can be taken if there needs to be some enforcement action, but it's the things you pointed out in your presentation clarification, Lieutenant Dutra and Sergeant Bland, that, where you go in, you make the contact, you respond to the call, but you also have the mental health folks that do the ride-alongs with our, the outreach teams that are the mobile outreach teams that were the company officers, both, sheriffs, but also, I think, Rancho Cordova Police, Citrus Heights Police, and City Police. But it is making an impact, and I think the response where officers, again, I say this to all the folks in the audience here, gave out their numbers, and you could clearly see that the coordination with code enforcement, with community prosecutor, with county parks, with Rancho Cordova Park District, I'm sure with others throughout the county, is beginning to show a real net effect. And again, I mean, obviously you had the pilot that had been initiated before. Again, the funding came through from the board action. And I also want to just acknowledge, too, because I think the credit was being shared. And your officers, obviously, we're talking about not only the partners, but action that we're taking certainly in the public realm with a lot of input, and Supervisor Cerna referenced that in his comments. And so I think that what people are seeing is that the dollars that are being invested, and I made very clear that, there was choices made by this board, both from the standpoint of the HOT team and working with parks and, solid waste and others, code enforcement, animal care, but also on the social service side of housing, of helping families and individuals get the assistance they need. It's over an $11 million annual commitment. But that, these choices that were made are hopefully going to show results, and that they are showing results. And I just want to say thanks to all of you folks in the field for working with your community partners. And I think what people are seeing is in their neighborhoods throughout this county, obviously there continues to be stressors, and there continues to be issues to deal with, but they're actually seeing results, and we're helping people along the way. But we're also, I think, reinstilling in homeowners and property owners and business owners and visitors to our community that this community cares. It cares about the people, whatever their walk in life, but also that we're willing to invest significantly in the actions that it takes to deal with a very complicated and complex problem on a daily basis. And I think the 7-day-a-week coverage, again, something we discussed in these chambers some months ago, makes a difference too, because of those gaps, and you got the overlap certainly with your force here, but also I think with parks and with solid waste and others, it's making a significant difference. And I wanted to say thank you on behalf of a grateful community. It was very evident in that room the other evening that folks got the sense of it. Folks were clear about the explanation, but also about the role and the approach that was being taken. I just wanted to make one other note, because my understanding was that we're doing some days 20 to 25 tons of debris in the parkway. Was it a day or is it a week? I was understanding it was a day.
I believe it does.
I heard a day.
There was one day that we picked that much.
Oh, because I've heard people say that it was daily. So, but anyway, it's a lot of garbage that needs to be picked up and disposed of. But I think the human element here certainly is the focus, and I want to thank you for your leadership and all of you for your good work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ditto. I wanted to thank you, too, and all the officers here for their work. It's not what I anticipated would be the usual duties of a sheriff's deputy, and so it's great to have you step out and think outside of the box. The award, very well deserved. We can all be very proud of that. I think an important reason for you to come today was often here we don't get to hear the results of the budget decisions we make, and it was such a good story that I think it's really important for us all to hear that. I had the opportunity to attend the HOPE meeting event, and it was amazing. All the groups that were there with all their tents in the surround, people were serving food, getting the IDs. Elica Health was there doing health checkups as it says it was. And it was all flowing very smoothly, and the deputies, the vans were transporting people from their usual locations into the event and back to the event. And so I think everyone will be happy to have one in their district. It was, particularly the haircutters, I think were very brave. Because of how special this moment was, I did have some certificates prepared for your deputies. If you have time to receive them, that'd be great.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Maybe we could all get a picture afterwards. I also wanted to say, I was telling some people at an event about it, and then Nicole Gehring from the Associated Builders Association said, well, we've got jobs for those people, have them call me.
Wonderful. I will take any resource I can
get.
Yeah. Perfect.
Would you like to have everyone come forward individually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that'd be great. Well, our first is Lieutenant Dutra. Thank you. Thank you. And then Sergeant Bland, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
And then all of you sitting there looking like you don't want to come up here.
Sergeant Knapp does it, you know that. He's trying to sit in the back row out there.
Okay, so get ready to get a Kai Apple. Kyle, sorry. And then Zahim Buksha.
We call him Z.
Okay. Z, come forward. There you go. Thank you. And then Andrew Cater. Z. Timothy Chan and Matthew Chesterman.
Don't go too far away. We're going to want to do a photo.
Yeah, we want a photo, so don't sit down. Timothy Chan, Matthew Chesterman. Okay. Deputy Chan, thank you so much. Then Kevin He. Matthew. James Nackey and Hai Lee. Where's Kevin? Hey, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. David Lee, Robert Puga. Matt? There you are.
That's Jim Knapp, right?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Cool.
Thank you. Lee, yes. Thank you very much. Thomas Purser, Kiana Rowe, Matthew Tallman, and Timothy Yee. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Oh, you must be Kiana.
Yes, my girl.
Matthew? Thank you. Thank you. And then I have Deputy Keith Biggers, Paul Biondi, and Jeff Wright.
Deputy Biondi was unable to be here today.
Okay. Hi, thank you very much. Good work. And Jeff Wright.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And can you get this to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you all. If the members of the board want to come down and get the pictures taken, if you can move back into the well a little bit, that's, so we can keep the wide angle off.
Andy and I are always know we're in the back.
Hey there. This is good. It's like I could get you all in here. He gets home. We'll let him do his thing, right?
There we go. Sarge up. Stop trying to make yourself over here. There you go. You right there. You
2, 8, up. Chant up as well. Okay, everybody looks good right here. Okay, here. Okay, my camera right here on 3. 1, 2. One more. Here we go. 1, 2. One last one. 1, 2. Thank you.
Kelsey, did you grab this? Did you grab my binder? That's right.
All right.
Okay.
Item 51, you are acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is the Recycled Water Implementation Plans Workshop.
Good morning, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Morning.
My name is Mike Grinstead. I'm a senior civil engineer with the Sacramento County Water Agency, and I'm here today to talk to you about the Zone 40 Recycled Water Feasibility Study implementation. First, I'll talk to you a little bit about the Sacramento County Water Agency Recycled Water Policy. This is a policy that you all approved in October. We've expanded on that policy and put together some implementation plans for 3 prongs of the policy. It's a 5-prong policy, but 3 we move into a little bit further. The limited expansion of the existing system, the in-the-river swap portion, and the South County Agriculture and Habitat Lands Recycled Water Program, which we'll call the South County Ag Program from here on out. So here's the policy. This policy was approved on October 17th, 2017. And you'll see the 5 prongs up here. The 3 check-marked prongs are things that we just discussed we're going to go into a little bit further. There's 2 pieces of the policy that we're not going to expand on, and I'd like to explain that now. The first bullet there says to continue with the current Phase 1 and Phase 2 recycled water delivery strategy in conjunction with the construction of the Echo Water project. Phase 1 area, that's the area down in Elk Grove that already receives recycled water. We have a partnership with Regional SAN in order to send recycled water there. In the Phase 2 area, we're moving forward with implementation in that area. We're partnering with Regional SAN, and once the Echo Water project is complete, tertiary treated recycled water will be available for that area, and we'll be able to move forward on that area.
Could I just ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Michael, not to interrupt your presentation, I want to ask on that Phase 2 of that, then are we all plumbed in? I mean, you have transmission lines, but do you have distribution then to parks and schools? Are those all connections ready to be made? I know you kept potable water in those lines, so we wouldn't have any degradation of the lines themselves, at least in some cases. But are we plumbed in those areas at Laguna Ridge and the areas that are, I guess, probably south of Elk Boulevard down to roughly Bilby? So is plumbing in?
That's a real good question. So the distribution system is mostly in. So in the areas that have built out, the distribution system is there.
It is?
Well,
Okay.
It is there.
Okay.
What we lack is a transmission line, and we're hoping to take advantage of the South County Ag transmission line as it comes down Franklin in order to be able to deliver recycled water there. We also need a little bit more infrastructure in terms of tanks and booster pumps. But right now, the area is primed with potable water.
Okay, so there's separate plumbing to, say, Franklin High School and parks that are there. Bartholomew Park, I just referenced those. Those are large facilities, 50-acre park, high school sites. So all of those sites, those field, there is plumbing in the streets, say down Poppy Ridge Road.
Yes, yes.
That would then recognize that Franklin would be the main transmission. So that's all been plumbed. There hasn't been any, I don't say oversight, but there's been no lack of building the facilities up to the point of where you connect with the transmission line then.
You're correct. So our development department and the plan checkers ensure that the purple pipe goes in the streets. The purple pipe, we call it that because the potable water pipe would be a different color, and the purple pipe signifies that that's going to be a recycled water distribution line. Okay. So that's all been put into the areas where it will be distributed, assuming that the roads are already in those areas.
And same thing for with Laguna Ridge. I think they renamed it, but for the area, say east of Bruceville over to 99, around the Auto Mall, Casumas Oaks High School, those areas that are, where you have the senior community and so forth, those areas have all been plumbed in the street.
Yes, I believe that all the areas within the Phase 2 area that are supposed to have the recycled water distribution, again, that's been put in, assuming that the streets are in those areas.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions?
No, keep rolling.
Okay, so the fourth bullet here is explore direct potable reuse when regulations are finalized and modified to allow implementation in California. We didn't dive into this bullet further because the regulations are not finalized. So we've gone kind of as far as we can until we know more from the state about what they want to see for direct potable reuse. But for the other three bullets, I'll continue and we'll move into those a little bit more depth. So the limited system expansion, I've kind of broken this up into two different areas for the presentation. This is the area west of 99. There's an area in the city of Elk Grove called the Southeast Policy Area. The Southeast Policy Area is a new development area, and we've been working with them to see what recycled water use would look like in the area. We have a complete system design. It has an estimated capital cost of around $32 million. That's a large cost, so we've been actively working with the city of Elk Grove on this option. The city has retained Wood Rogers to look at our design and see if there's any efficiencies that can be gained out of this design. So we're in a back and forth with them to see if there's a way we could get recycled water into this area. So as far as the implementation plan, we're going to continue to work with the city. Most recently, we've supplied some of our modeling runs and results to them, to the city, so that they can, or to Wood Rogers, so that they can ensure that their model matches ours and they can begin to make some new decisions. The limited system expansion, this is the second piece of this. We go over to the east side of Highway 99, and our consultant, Brown and Caldwell, who helped us develop the recycled water feasibility study itself, has put together an appendix to that report, which moves into a deeper dive for what recycled water use and what a system could look like east of Highway 99. They put together a conceptual design. They've done some preliminary calculations for pipe sizing and for tank sizing. They've come up with an estimated capital cost of around $100 million for this system. This conceptual design hasn't been modeled yet. It's really still conceptual in nature, so there's more that would need to be done to make it a real design. But they've been able to use this for refined cost estimates so that when we do meet with customers, we can let them know what kind of cost we really have in order to deliver recycled water east of 99.
Madam Chair, before we leave that slide, so just be clear though, there's no infrastructure whatsoever. You don't have pipe 1 in the street, anything east of 99. There's no purple pipe anywhere.
That's correct, sir.
So we haven't plumbed any parks, any schools, any distribution system of any sort. And I guess when I see that price tag, and you're going to go through some other ones, my comment though references those as well. A lot of missed opportunities. Again, obviously, those are areas from a development standpoint outside the city of Elk Grove, but certainly this county. And again, we've had conversations before this board over time about, recycled water, and we didn't have the capacity. Obviously, we had 10 million gallons pre-Echo water project. Now the opportunity with tertiary water, but you look at overcrossings of 99 and so forth, or undercrossings. Interchanges have been built and rebuilt where there were opportunities, and again, now we come into it and we're looking at a $100 million potential price tag just for what you show on this, and there's not any bit of that's been built, at least in the red, I guess, probably in the purple as well. Maybe some of that purple's there, but
none of that's been built.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So the next part that we were talking about is the in-the-river swap option. Now, on this slide, all you see is the estimated capital cost is $5 million. But I do want to make sure that we make the point that for us, there's a huge upside to this piece of the option. This could be a more drought-tolerant water supply that we could then deliver to the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant to supply water in more year types, including drier year types. And that would be a huge benefit to us. What we've done as far as the implementation plan is we've put together milestone events and a schedule in order to be able to go all the way through working with Regional San on an agreement to get this water through an environmental process and then to petition the State Water Resources Control Board finally so that Regional San could have the water right for this water and we could then take advantage of that resource through the freeway intake on the Sacramento River. So while we have this plan laid out and we have these milestone events, that's really taken a backseat to our conversations with Regional San about the South County Ag program, which is what I'll talk about next. So as far as South County Ag, we've taken a deeper dive into South County Ag as well. We've worked with Regional San to see their criteria for the banked groundwater that's produced by South County Ag and how Zone 40 could take advantage of this banked groundwater. Now, in order for us to take full advantage and to fully participate in the large volume of banked groundwater that will be there, would require an estimated capital cost of $230 million from SCWA. This is on par with the investment in the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant due to the volume of water that's available and in the year types that water is available. So we want to make the point.
If you could pause for a second, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just on that. So, is this the price tag of that's about 280 to 350 million, 280 million to build it? So you're saying the cost over and above what they've sought grants and the opportunity. I know they've qualified now at least through some of the initial rounds. I testified last week on behalf of the district for the participation in the Prop 1 funding. So you're saying that for the county water agency to then participate would be another $230 million on top of that?
Yes, sir. So
I need to understand that then, Michael.
Well, and when does the cost-benefit ratio pop into the equation here?
That makes a lot of sense, right? We have a dollars per acre foot that we're talking about. This is really a Regional San project, so if I say anything wrong, people from Regional San can
And we'll blame
me.
it on Regional San then.
No. So the part that they're working on in the grant project is in order to be able to supply the recycled water to the agricultural area in the south part of the county. That part, there's a cost to, right? Because you have to build a pump station to be able to take the tertiary treated water from the facility down Franklin Boulevard and into the south part of the county and then distribute that. In order for SCWA to take advantage of the banked groundwater, assuming some parameters like it's only available in 3 out of 5 years, a volume of water that's available, we'd end up having to install a large well field to be able to extract the banked groundwater, move that water into the Zone 40 area. So whether that's a raw water pipeline or where you set up the treatment, either way, the water has to be moved into the Zone 40 area. It has to be treated. The groundwater has to be treated to potable drinking water standards and then distributed to the system somewhere through the Zone 40 system. For us to accept that volume of water, really the place that you can plug into the system easily is at the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant, because that's a facility that's big enough that's been designed to distribute water from there. So we're talking about not the ability to be able to move the water into the South County Ag area. This is our very top end estimate for how we would extract the water, treat the water, and distribute it in the Zone 40 system.
So just let me understand this. So then that's a non-urbanized area, and for the most part, it won't urbanize, certainly under the county's general plan, and I think, it's largely a farming area. That's the whole idea behind the South County Ag project. Don't we look at this from like a basin perspective? I mean, I guess I'm really getting puzzled here now that when I hear this, another $230 million, and you're going to take it from the non-urbanized area, basically a rural area, move it into the urbanized area. That's the whole idea behind SIGMA, is to see how, and again, you move water around to some degree on paper, I mean, you're doing that with an in-stream swap. That's exactly what you're doing, putting it in, pulling it out, and all that. So I guess I'm really puzzled as to how we get with a price tag of $240 million. And from a policy standpoint, we'd have to be in a pretty critical situation to move that water out of the ag area into, you know, an urban setting. I'm not connecting here on the option here.
So this water would fall into...
Could you lean into the microphone, please?
I'm leaning as far forward as I can. I wish I were taller. So yes, this water would be considered within the larger groundwater framework through SGMA, through groundwater banking program. The ability to use it within any purveyor-specific area, in this case Zone 40, would require additional facilities to extract it. We don't have facilities that would have capacity to extract this additional water. So it becomes another source, but to maximize the use of this water and treat it, there would be additional facilities required to bring it from where it's going to and be stored up into the area that, you know, the service area where we would use it. So that's still part of the process. Making it available and having it build up in the basin, yes, that would happen, but that's not in the same place where we would actually be able to pull it out, treat it, and then distribute it to our service area.
Well, does it go back into one of the options that you're going to put on the shelf right now? So you got tertiary treated water that is good enough to put into the river. Obviously, we put secondary water in there now, but it's going to be, you know, you're going to use it for I guess, non-potable uses in the South County Ag Project. But so what I'm hearing here is that we would build the transmission facilities to take it down there through regional sanitation. We then get the benefit of all the things that come with that project. But then in order to actually use it from the standpoint of the water agency, we're going to spend a like amount or comparable amount. You know, now we're talking about $600 million roughly here to then pull it out of the ground. That's been saved by virtue of what we brought in to supplement ag water. So, I mean, what sort of coordination has occurred on this then? I mean, I see we're tracking this, but I guess, Michael, when I saw that, for some reason, I thought, when I read this report, saw the slideshow, I thought, well, that's just the number that we're using for South County Ag. Now, this is over and above on top of that. So now we're double the amount of money, and basically we're kind of ruling out the option or any participation with this project in South County Ag, which has multiple benefits. So.
And now, you know, we've had this discussion with Regional Sand before, and they have an understanding. They've actually expressed it in their work that there would be a need for additional extraction facilities. Going to the cost of that and how that's carried, that's where it falls into a water purveyor, you know, specific water agency's purview. And when we've looked at what would be made available, and again, this is a top end, as Mr. Grinstead said, this is a top end approach. It doesn't preclude scalability. Maybe there's a portion of it that we would utilize, but based on the availability, and which means that when can you use and when can you pull it out, where it's located, there would be an additional investment of infrastructure needed in order to deliver it to a place of use.
Well, I think it's fraught potentially with land use questions too, about being outside the urban boundary. I mean, debate that's been going on obviously at LAFCO and as it relates to City of Elk Grove and where they get the water agency's ability to deliver. I think you get in some pretty dangerous ground as it relates to some of the policy debate that goes on in this community on different boards, including this one, but certainly it's way outside our urban boundary.
And the discussions on the larger groundwater framework and SGMA have still to continue. So that's not concluded yet, but this is looking at it from the perspective of a water agency, a water purveyor trying to avail itself of this supply for the benefit of the folks who receive the service. What would that infrastructure load look like? This is sort of a top end. We need to understand that as it continues and as the groundwater discussions continue. What would that look like in the end? Because it's not something that the entire South County Ag project's done, and then we can start using the water. We still have to get it to the system where we would deliver it. And that doesn't preclude the other benefits, the other use basin-wide that would involve additional partners, because we're not the only entity in the groundwater basin. So that would fall into a groundwater banking framework that will, has been discussed and needs to be developed further as well. This is not any kind of finality in terms of a decision whether we would utilize any of this water, but this is just starting to frame out some of the infrastructure costs that would be associated with this project from a purveyor perspective.
Just one final question. So, but do we have kind of a competing interests here in the sense that we have the water agency looking at recycled water and then we have regional sanitation district, obviously, with a major project that is on at least on the precipice of receiving funding for supporting ag, which is the long-term county general plan, and we again, I think to some of your points will fit well with our work on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, but. Should we maybe bring this under one umbrella? It would be, either make it, or, because I see some competing interests here.
Well, but there's certainly the perspective from the regional sanitation district is different than from a water purveyor's perspective. We share, service areas overlap. Our, customers are one and the same for the most part. But when it comes to to what level a purveyor is going to avail itself of this opportunity, it has to look at how is that going to turn back on cost towards the folks that receive the service from the water agency. So we have to be sure that we're keeping that in the perspective. We absolutely acknowledge and support that there are broader benefits to the basin. They're the beneficiaries. How much of that would be carried by ratepayers who are paying to receive water service is something that we have to be cognizant of. Again, there's the SCGA, Sacramento Central Groundwater Authority, is a great place to have that discussion, and the idea of the groundwater banking framework has been brought to that entity. So yes, a centralized approach. We've got the sustainable groundwater sustainability agencies forming in the basins. And so this will become part of that broader discussion on how groundwater is planned for and managed, and how individual entities within the basins are able to utilize it.
Okay.
Does that complete your report?
Yes, that completes the report. The last thing I have here to say is that we'll come back to your board with any significant developments, any milestone events as far as they relate to recycled water, and definitely with any funding needs, because your board will have the ultimate say over any funding. This is where we are today and how we're planning on moving forward. And with South County Ag, the last thing that I was going to say on this slide is that we have regular meetings with Regional San, and we really have a collaborative approach to try to figure out a way for Zone 40 to realize some kind of benefit from the banked groundwater and that program. So with that, I'll say thank you, and if you have any other questions, I'd like to try to answer them.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have a question for you, but I think the county executive has to be aware of this effort as go forward, and that staff should not take this as, it's a workshop, and we're not saying go ahead with it. We need to be cognizant of the overall cost to housing and businesses. I mean, we're getting this constant drumbeat from the legislature to provide more housing, and this is you said it's the top end of your agenda, but time will march on, and it might not be the highest point. And I think we really need to look at how that works out per unit, and what benefit we're getting from it. And if a subject like this is split between multiple agencies, I think there is often that means no one's really in charge. And I think the county ought to be on top of this and keep us informed. I would in no way consider this an opportunity for staff to think that they should be moving forward with this project. It is, as Michael said, just some interesting information that you've come up with so far. That's my feeling about it.
Understood, and we'll keep you in the loop, and I'll work with both mics in the back to make sure we keep you in the loop on this.
Yeah. Did Saxan have anything they wanted to say?
I don't have anything to add, no.
Oh, all right.
Madam Chair, if I just could just maybe echo your comments a bit, because there is, as the last attachment to all of this, the implementation plan, resources needed for the initiative obviously require further board approval, but we've got a $5 million budget. It was on your slide, but includes a $2 million price tag, at least estimated, for draft and final EIR, $1 million for water rights application and legal work. There's also $500,000 for public outreach, $500,000 for miscellaneous other costs, and then a $1 million contingency. It's a lot of money. And again, I think you've certainly taken from the action. It's been stated in the slides, and again, to go to Ms. Peters' point, that we approved this work plan, or at least the points that we were going to work on. But to your point, you have about there's embedded in this ongoing direction that begins to expend significant dollars. Now, it still requires further board approval, but again, I kind of touched on some of the issues that, at least, and I got some answers to some of the questions I had. But we got a lot of work going on with groundwater. Again, water agency is very engaged in that. Regional Sands working on a project. We've got this. Again, I see missed opportunities. I said that earlier, that we're not going to overcome those. We're not going to take $100 million and put recycled water into the east side of the freeway. That's probably not going to happen. We missed that opportunity. It's gone. So before we just leave this workshop and then continue, for Michael and for Mike, but in all Michaels, I guess, that maybe we need to have some more focus on this. And this is a workshop. We can ask some questions here today, but I guess I'd like to see kind of where not just where the coordination is going on, but before we embark upon a $5 million approach here, that's going to have significant resources committed to it, and it has a time frame. It doesn't have the dates initiated in January, but that's about as far as we got in this board workshop. I think there needs to be some more discussion. I concur with the chair.
We'll bring it back as a workshop.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions on the subject? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Michael.
That concludes the morning. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one off-agenda speaker. Mary Louise. Sorry, I can't read the handwriting. It looks like Blazevich. Oh, good.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and the last name is Blazevich. The Sheriff's Department, who made their presentation here earlier, has answered part of the question that I have. I spent about 36 hours in Oak Park with a family member. During that 36 hours, I heard one siren and one overhead airplane. I live in the Arden Arcade District, which I believe is your district, Supervisor Peters. And I went over to the Sheriff's Department this morning and I got some information. In the last week of April, there were 1,100 calls to the Sacramento County Sheriff. With each of those calls, not all of them had the sirens going. During that week, we also had maneuvers by the National Guard, and I live just south of McClellan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm in the health profession, medical profession. This is just so deleterious to health. Nervous conditions, heart conditions, we were preempted by the East Area rapist or whoever that was that committed those crimes. So we didn't get to have an opportunity to inform the community what was going to be going on, or those maneuvers. And of course, those planes were flying out of McClellan Field, rattling, not literally, maybe a little bit of an exaggeration here, but literally rattling the area. I said foundations. Okay, so I think the sheriff has focused in on what can be done to help mitigate some of this, but I don't know if we need some programs to the four corners of where I live. There are apartment dwellings, and I know that in many instances there's grief going on in these areas. And so I don't know if we can do anything more than what the sheriff is doing right now, or if there is some monies available. I don't know. I know that if I'm helping a family member and I look at this from a microscopic point of view, that I will adjust my own spending habit to accommodate what they can use as children. Okay, so I don't know where to go with this, except that, is that excessive? 1,100 calls in 1 week? I mean, dear, it's goodness, it's just, to me, it's devastating. And I never would have thought that much of it had I not spent those 36 hours in Oak Park where nothing was going on. It's like, my goodness.
So,
and the property.
Is your comment about the noise from the sirens and the airplanes?
It is, Supervisor Peters. God, great God! I mean, we could have notified the community. Get your earplugs. If you are suffering from any kind of illness, critical illness, get out of the community for the 4 days. I mean, we have to work with other people in order for national security. I mean, I understand what is the top priority in this country, and so I don't know what to say. I'm just, I don't know what to say. I'm here to put it out there in the public arena. I'm here to let you know that this is going on, and that to me, as a person who's lived in this community for many, many years, there's got to be something that we can do to help to lower this kind of problem. I mean, I don't know if any of you do live in that area, but 1,100 calls in 1 week, that's, to me, that's just, it speaks to okay, I guess I would speak for my dad. When all those apartment houses were built and the infrastructure was not put in to accommodate, my dad would have been down here. And he just said, no way. You guys, we can't allow this. We have to be able to afford the infrastructure to take care of this area. And so, I don't know. It just, to me, it's like poor planning, that it wasn't planned out. And so, of course, we have all kinds of issues going on in that community, obviously, if there's 1,100 calls. So, I don't know. I put it out there. I'll do more research and see what I, as a citizen, how I can participate, what I can do to assist the community. And I don't know which way to go, because I'm, for myself personally, I'm a self-taught doctor, holistic, and so I have interest in medicine, and
okay. Well, thank you for your comments. It would help me follow what your complaint is if I could see it in writing. If you could maybe put your thoughts together on a piece of paper, it might be easier to follow.
I think that's probably.
It sounds like you have more than one complaint.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, because I was not aware of the hot. Yeah, and that, to me, that's an absolute blessing, because those people do absolutely need our care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any further business for us? Okay.
No, not for this morning.
We're recessed until 2 o'clock then.
We have a closed session.
And we have a closed session. I'd like to call this meeting back to order for the afternoon of May 8th. Sacramento County Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I'm going to take the roll. Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
And you have a quorum. So for our item, we are bringing back item 46 from this morning. This is the public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Verona subdivision within Zone 1 of County Service Area Number 1.
Good afternoon. Bob Davison, County Engineering again. Since this morning's hearing, the property owner, Lily Valenzuela, has withdrawn her ballot, and she has submitted a new ballot that's sealed, and the clerk has that ballot. So I would ask your board to direct the clerk to tabulate the newly submitted ballot.
We don't have to take any action here to approve the withdrawal and enter the new ballot?
No, we've asked her to mark the prior ballot canceled.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, then. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and I do have the ballot, and she is withdrawing. Ms. Valenzuela is withdrawing that, so I'm going to open the new ballot.
Suspense is killing. If it comes up no, we know she really meant it.
This is the legal owner of Woodside. The site address is 9065, 9053, 9035, and 9027 Calvine Road. And we have a vote in favor, and it does represent 100% of the benefit category change with 0% opposed.
Okay, so with that statement, I recommend that since there is no majority protest, your board may adopt today's resolution with extra information that has just been read in by the clerk.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy?
So moved.
Second, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, congratulations.
You avoided a disaster.
Okay.
Okay, item 52 is an ordinance to amend the Sacramento County Design Guidelines and Sacramento County Zoning Code related to the design review program. This is a request to amend the design guidelines relating to commercial drive-throughs and the Sacramento County Zoning Code relating to the administration of the design review program. The environmental document is exempt.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters, members of the board, Chris Pahuli with Planning and Environmental Review. I do have a PowerPoint presentation for you. The item before you is an ordinance amending both the Sacramento County Zoning Code and the Sacramento County-wide design guidelines. The goal of these amendments is twofold. One, to provide design guidance related to commercial buildings, and two, to clarify the administration of the design review program in the zoning code. I should note that earlier this year, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution of intention for these amendments, and on March 12th, 2018, they considered these amendments and unanimously recommended the board adopt the ordinance, which is before you for consideration. I'll first review the proposed amendments to the design guidelines. These amendments are primarily a response to a large number of design review applications for fast food restaurants, where there has been some concerns voiced about the quality of the design. The amendments clarify design expectations. They include language providing direction for better screening of drive-throughs. Additionally, language is incorporated to ensure better design for commercial facades and quality and variety of building materials. The intent of the guideline amendments is to steer applicants away from blank walls with limited architecture or single material treatment. Next, I'll review the proposed amendments to the zoning code. Despite some major formatting changes, the content of this section has largely remained the same. However, there are some changes and which are intended to clarify the administration of the design review program. The first item to note is the amendment does contain language to clearly describe the types of projects that require a design review. The amendment clarifies the triggers for design review for lot divisions and proposes that entitlements such as community plan amendments, where there is little building or landscape design proposals, those will no longer require a design review. The second item to note is that the amendment provides direction to determine the level of design review required. Planning's fee schedule includes various levels of design review for non-discretionary design review or non-discretionary projects. Staff utilizes the design review applicant guide to determine the level of design review, and that applicant guide is included in your staff report package. The amendment includes language to codify this criteria used in the applicant guide. Unlike non-discretionary design reviews, there's currently only one fee for discretionary design review. This amendment reflects the premise that discretionary projects require a varying amount of design review depending on the project scope. Therefore, staff developed similar criteria to determine the level of review for discretionary projects. Staff anticipates that the board will adopt the fee for these discretionary design reviews when you hear the fee schedule in the near future. The next amendment is related to including a mechanism for waiving the requirement for design review in select instances where it may be appropriate. Previously, there was no mechanism to waive the requirement when perhaps no design review was required. Or necessary, I should say. For example, an application for a conditional use permit where only interior improvements are proposed if the existing building met county code requirements. The amendment proposes language which will allow design review to be waived if certain findings can be made by the planning director. The fourth item to note is the amendment clarifies the authority to complete a design review and make a determination of compliance. For non-discretionary design reviews, the design review administrator makes a determination of compliance with the design guidelines. However, for discretionary projects, the final hearing authority makes the determination of compliance. The zoning code authorizes the planning commission and the board to make this determination, but is silent on projects heard by the subdivision review committee and the zoning administrator. This amendment clarifies that the SRC and the ZA make these determinations when considering requests. Finally, this amendment establishes the lapse of determination of guideline compliance. For other types of entitlements, permits, and approvals, the zoning code prescribes a time period of 3 years in which if the approval is not used for its purpose, it becomes void. This amendment includes the same time period of 3 years for design review recommendations. Staff is recommending the board recognize the amendments as exempt under the CEQA guidelines and approve the ordinance amending the design guidelines and the zoning code. Should the board approve the ordinance, the changes will be in effect in 30 days. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Pahuli? No? I do have a speaker signed up. Monica Kirkland.
I think she's on the next defense.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's
Yeah.
53.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 53 here, and it's actually 52. Getting too many.
Want me?
No, not yet, sorry, you can be seated. Are there any speakers on item 52? Okay. Got that?
Move for approval.
Second, please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 53 is the zoning code amendments round 1. Request to amend the zoning code with cleanup amendments related to chapter 3, 5, 6, and 7. The environmental document is exempt.
Good afternoon. I'm Surinder Singh, Principal Planner with the Planning and Environmental Review Division, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation for today's item. Okay, the item before you today is a zoning code cleanup amendment package. As part of this cleanup amendment, staff is proposing several amendments to standards and also information that we have in our zoning code. And the intent of this amendment is to clarify and refine existing standards that are contained in the zoning code. We also would like to address information that were omitted during the comprehensive zoning code update, which was adopted in 2015. And we also like to discuss new standards that we're proposing for car washes. This is based upon direction that we got from your board during the last zoning code cleanup amendment hearing, which was conducted in November of last year. So we do have new standards that we're proposing for car washes. As required by the zoning code, a resolution of intention was adopted by the Planning Commission in November of 2017 to initiate an amendment to the zoning code. So with that introduction, I will briefly summarize all the amendments that we're proposing as part of this zoning code cleanup package. In terms of the cleanup work that we're proposing, staff is recommending the following amendments. We're recommending new building setback requirements for residential lots that are located on private roads. There are no standards currently in place in the zoning code. There are standards that provide directions for building setback for residential lots that front on public road, but not on private roads. So we are proposing standards for those residential lots. In addition to that, we're also proposing additional findings that can be used by staff when evaluating requests for certificate of non-conforming uses. So these are new findings that we're recommending be included in the zoning code. We're also recommending revised findings for the consideration of institutional uses in the ag and also ag-res zone area. Based upon the proposed amendment, institutional uses can be considered via a use permit process if the proposed use is located either along a major roadway, a continuation of an existing use, or if it's similar in scale with other uses of the surrounding community. Staff is also proposing an amendment to the fencing section of the zoning code. There is quite a bit of confusion in regards to standards that we have in the zoning code relating to fencing. Fencing requirements were discussed during the comprehensive zoning code update in 2015, but we believe that the requirements that were discussed back in 2015 was not adequately addressed in the new zoning code. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through this exhibit right now. So based upon the old zoning code, this is the zoning code that was in place up to 2015, the year 2015. That code requires an up to 6-foot solid fence to be located within the front yard area. So basically what that means is that a 6-foot fence could be located within the front yard of a residential property, and this would be measured from the edge of the right-of-way, which is where the sidewalk is, all the way back to the front of the house. So if you have a residential unit that is located 100 feet away from the sidewalk, then there is an opportunity for the property owner to construct a 6-foot fence all the way from the edge of the sidewalk to the edge of the building. So we looked at the records that were prepared for the zoning code update, and there was some mention of reducing the height of the fence within the required setback area. But we don't think that that information was transmitted accurately in the new zoning code. Sorry, you had a question.
Supervisor Cerna?
Yeah, real quick question about the exhibit and what you just mentioned. The exhibit shows, it says roadway, but the right edge of the blue rectangle there, that's the back of sidewalk?
Correct.
So that's a right-of-way, not just roadway?
Correct.
Okay, I'll make sure. Thanks.
Because the setback is measured from the edge of the right-of-way, which is usually at the back of the sidewalk.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So what we have in our zoning code right now, so the language that we have in our zoning code right now, it basically allows for a 3-foot fence, so the maximum height of the fence should be 3 feet. This would be for a residential fence within the front yard area. So going back to the example of a building that is located 100 feet away from the edge of the right-of-way, so the code currently limits the height of that fence to 3 feet. So it would be 3-foot fence all the way from the edge of the right-of-way to the back of the building. So what we're trying to do right now is that we're trying to limit the height of the fence to only within the required setback area. So the 3-foot height limitation would only apply to the area within the required setback area. So for a regular size lot, the setback requirement is 20 feet. So the intent here is to limit the height of the fence to 20 feet within the required setback area, within the 20-foot area. So that's what we're proposing. There was quite a bit of discussion about this at the Planning Commission. We do have additional information that we can share with your board, and we do expect testimony from the public regarding this matter today. So we do have additional information that we can share with your board. We're also recommending a new definition for on-sale alcohol. Currently, there is no definition in place for that particular use, so we're just adding a new sentence to describe on-sale alcohol. The next amendment relates to minor use permits. So we're recommending new findings that can be included in our zoning code. So there's new findings that can be utilized by staff when we're evaluating applications for minor use permits. We're also recommending new findings for use permit application. This is to ensure that when we do review conditional use permits, there is an opportunity for us to evaluate the project and to make a determination that the project does comply with development standards that we have in our zoning code. The next amendment relates to zoning code amendment initiation authority. The zoning code currently requires amendments to be initiated through a petition by the community or a resolution by the Board of Supervisors or Planning Commission. However, the zoning code is not clear on when the authority is with the Planning Commission or with the Board of Supervisors. So what we're recommending is that the Planning Commission initiates minor changes. This would be amendments that are proposed to the zoning code relating to clarification or streamlining, and that the Board of Supervisors would initiate any amendments proposed to the zoning code where that item can be controversial or require a substantial amount of funding or resources. Staff has also discovered that several uses and standards were accidentally omitted during the zoning code update. As a result, we're recommending that those items be restored. This is to allow for wholesale store uses in the MP zone, auto repair uses, kept indoors within an enclosed building, commercial zones, and also auto repair uses to be screened from view behind a fence or wall in the industrial area. So this was something that was contained in the prior zoning code. It was not adequately included in the new zoning code update, so we're recommending that information be restored back in the zoning code. The next amendment that we're proposing relates to front yard parking requirement. This is based upon a request that we have received from code enforcement staff. Some background information here. In 2013, the Board of Supervisors had adopted an ordinance limiting paving to 40% of the total front yard area. So the prior code did include information that noted that this limitation would not apply to areas that were paved prior to 2013, and that information was not included in the new zoning code. So therefore, we do not have that provision currently in our zoning code. So basically, the amendment that we're proposing right now is that it reestablishes that paving limitation does not apply if done prior to 2013 or prior to the adoption of that ordinance. The next amendment relates to providing the opportunity for a property owner to live on site in an RV while constructing a new house on that site. So basically, a property owner would have the opportunity to apply for a temporary use permit, and that RV can be used for up to a year while the housing unit is being constructed on site. So the next amendment relates to new standards that we're proposing for car washes, and the reason why we're proposing this is because the zoning code currently does not contain any standards relating to directions for new car washes. And car washes do tend to create neighborhood nuisance and also may address incompatibility issues, especially if the car wash is located adjacent to a residential subdivision. So the amendments that we're proposing right now would provide the opportunity for limited hours of operation. It would also ensure that the car wash tunnels would be closed and secured after hours. And it also provides the opportunity for a good review of the design plans to make sure that vacuum units are appropriately located, especially if the project site is located next to a residential area. There's also a requirement for a 7-foot CMU wall to be placed along the property line. if the car wash project site is located adjacent to a residential area. So the last amendment relates to office use within the AR5 zoned area. The prior zoning code did allow for the opportunity for a property owner to pursue a use permit in order to establish an office use in the AR zone, and that opportunity currently does not exist in the zoning code. So what we're trying to do right now as part of this amendment package is to restore the opportunity and to provide the opportunity for a property owner to apply for a conditional use permit in order to establish a commercial use within the AR5 zoned area. So the zoning code amendment package was reviewed by the Planning Commission in March of this year, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the amendment package. And at this time, we're asking your board to recognize the exempt status of the project, and also we're recommending that the board approve the amendments that are being proposed to the zoning code. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Natoli?
Yes, thank you, Surinder. Question on the wholesale uses, back to your slide 5, I think. In briefing yesterday with Leanne, I understand this may have been in the previous zoning codes and so forth, but the GC zones and MP zones don't have necessarily the same template as it relates to landscaping requirements. I don't know what the parking requirements, whether that would apply. Obviously, GC is a fairly intense commercial zone, allows for many, many different commercial enterprises. And I guess part of the concern I raise is that if we're going to provide for, again, wholesale stores in the MP zone, what sort of development standard are you going to use? Part of what I think begins to become a bit of a blight on the landscape is when there's so much product displayed out in the parking, and parking spaces are taken up, and it's not just a small, outlet of maybe damaged materials, but some of our major retailers, home improvement stores, and others. I think there's this creep over time that, they get a lot of product availability, they get pallets full of stuff, and it's clogged in the loading storage areas or in the stores, or they're changing out over seasons. I know we ran into this even with Walmart stores a few years ago, that they had multiple storage containers taking up parking areas in the rear portions of the parking lots and so forth. So what is it that's going to guide that? Again, it would allow, because it allows it basically by outright. And so I don't know, again, is it the same standard? And how do we get a handle on that? It's not that I don't think it shouldn't necessarily be permitted, but MP is not the same as GC.
Correct. I believe there are separate development standards for industrial type of uses, and they're contained in the zoning code right now. So if there is a proposal for a wholesale store use within the MP zone, then there is that opportunity where we can take a look at the standards that are contained in the zoning code and make sure that the standards are being applied to the proposed project.
Because the initial design behind the office industrial was for a large component certainly of job creating and or adjacent warehouse uses, but that's why you have an M1 and a M2 zone for lighter and heavier industrial, and MP was kind of this office park campus that would recognize you might have some intensity of uses. And I guess I'm just concerned that if it just came to the counter and they said, okay, well, this is allowed outright, boom, and they develop to the MP standard, because a lot of those office parks are developed to that standard. It's different than GC, where you may have heavier commercial and or setback requirements and so forth. And the nighttime activity associated with a wholesale store that takes deliveries, it might be very different than the office park setting normally would be. That would be their extended, might be from 6 in the morning till later in the evening, but certainly not an all-night activity. And so, do you think we've got sufficient guidance in the code as it relates to if we reinsert this back into the zoning code?
Yeah, I'm looking at staff right now. It looks like they're not looking back at,
they're not looking back at you though. So
yeah, so we'll take a look at what we have in the zoning code and report back on that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Any other questions? I have one speaker, Monica Kirkland.
Hello, I'm Monica Kirkland. I live at 6508 Addington Court in Orangevale. I tried to think of this last night. I met with some people at the planning yesterday as well as back in April, and I still had questions, and I wanted to go by and see what I could find out. I kind of divided this into 4 sections. One is history, second is the present code, third is new submissions, and lastly, my feelings about it. So the history, I was told, Monica, be brief. So I printed off what I gave you, which was basically a kind of a history that I gave to Miss Tina Barkley at Susan Frost's office back in April. I knew that the Planning Commission was going to be meeting on the 26th, and I wasn't going to be available on that day. I was going to be in Southern California. So I tried to, put this together. As my disappointment was that I had contacted 2 planning commissioners, 2 planning people, and a code enforcement person. Am I getting feedback or something? Oh. Anyway, and I was told that the front yard fence could only be 3 feet, and the way it was measured was from the front of the lot to the entry to the main dwelling. And so that is one of the reasons I am giving this to you, as well as a few revisions that I made. My computer's not working right now, so I couldn't do much of that. And I'll try to read now, so I will be brief.
Okay, I'd like to point out we have a 3-minute limit here,
Okay.
so I think it's best to get
Did
to
I already
the
use a
question.
minute? Okay.
Yeah, you've used 2 minutes.
I used 2?
Uh-huh.
Okay, if you look at this packet, you will see that my lot isn't as was described, and I provided another copy that Mr. Singh gave. It's not a square lot. My lot is irregular, and I gave you a plot map, and the plot map is 135. I should have maybe outlined it. So you can see that my lot is very irregular, and it juts up against my neighbor's. And my entry is only 15 feet. So I'm trying to read. I don't know. Okay. So the point is, it is an irregular lot, so you can't go back 20 feet. If you went back 20 feet, what is happening is the fence completely closes my house in, which is what has happened. So now it has gone back 20 feet on the neighbor's lot. However, the fence is a common fence. So our lots are adjoining, our front yards are adjoining, and if you go back to the 40, you have to go back 65 feet to get the frontage. You go back 31 on his lot, but you have to go back 50 on mine. And 50 on mine doesn't even reach the 65 frontage. So basically what it's doing is closing my house in. And I'm suggesting that you can maybe consider some exceptions or some solution to this problem, because now as I look out my window, all I see is a fence, and it's not a 6-foot fence, it's really an 8-foot fence, because his lot is 2 feet higher than mine.
Thank you for coming there. No, it's just that it's really hard for us to follow the whole conversation about the fence heights and that sort of thing from here.
Well,
so,
I feel that this revision is a penalty to me, and it's a penalty to me not only in the value of my property, but also my safety and my security. I can't see out to the street at all from my house anymore. And
if you could just pause for a minute, Supervisor Frost would like to make a comment. She's your supervisor. She represents you on the board.
And so what would you like?
If you would just pause for a minute so you can have some feedback.
Okay.
I wonder if the staff can also come up. I have a question to staff on this, but Mrs. Kirkland, I know my staff have been working with you on this. I'm not sure which lot on this map is yours.
It's 135, I believe.
135?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I should have.
And, okay, so.
Yes,
I
135.
see. So you have an unusual
I have a very
parcel.
unusual lot,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm told it's called a flag lot.
Okay, so the question I have with staff is, are there exceptions to the rule, the zoning rule? And I know we're working with Mrs. Kirkland to try to work this out, so I'm assuming there might be some exceptions to the rule, and we might be able to negotiate with the neighbor on how this might work better. And thank you for coming in, Mrs. Kirkland. We're going to continue working with you, but I think at this time you can go ahead and sit down, and I'm going to ask the staff to respond.
Okay, but I would like to answer any questions that you might have that I can answer also.
Okay, at this point, I don't have any. I want to see if we can get, I don't think we can work this out today, but we definitely will want to figure out how we move forward with it. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jessica Brandt with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. I've been working with Ms. Kirkland on this issue. She does have an odd-shaped lot. It's on a curved street, cul-de-sac, and the houses, as they were placed back in 1979, vary from where they are in relation to the front of the properties. We did include, after talking with Ms. Kirkland, an additional clarification in the cleanup amendments related to the fencing. 4 lots that are on a cul-de-sac or a curved street, clarifying that the fence, the required front yard for the fencing would be measured with the setback that's required for a house on a curved lot. And
where is that in the standards?
Can I have the overhead, please? Is there a way to zoom in?
Yeah, you gotta bear with me.
So we can't read that. No,
Can you
we can't
read that? You can't read it?
If you'd give us the number, we could look it up.
Sure.
Is it 525B and then?
Yes, 525D2.
B2. Underlined in red, right?
Is that right? The fencing is 525B2, C. And the section that I have up on the overhead, which I apologize, it's so small, is section 521A2. And that's our general how to determine front yard setback area for
15.
Yeah, page.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so for curved streets, we actually require usually a larger setback. You would need to show that you meet the width of that zoning before you're allowed to build your house. So often with these lots on cul-de-sacs, they have a smaller front width. You have to measure back until you hit the minimum width for the lot, and that's considered your setback. And so we did include a clarifying portion, which is the C here, for lots that are on cul-de-sacs, to make it clear that it's not a 20-foot setback, it's whatever the setback for a cul-de-sac lot is. And that can vary depending on where the house, excuse me.
But this doesn't really refer to her lot. She's got a flag lot.
She's actually, it's not a flag lot.
Okay. Looks like it in the map.
And 139 is even narrower than 135 at the front.
So we consider this, it is definitely an irregular lot, but it's not considered a flag lot. This is considered a cul-de-sac lot. And so we did include some setback lines here. The first curved arc would be the 20-foot setback if this was just a regular square lot.
That's no fence at all?
That's just ignoring fences, just talking setbacks generally.
I know, but setback would not allow a fence or allow a 3-foot fence under your proposal?
This would allow a 3-foot fence for if the cleanup is adopted, the 3-foot fence would be allowed in this 20-foot area.
Okay.
And then beyond that area, you would be allowed a 7-foot fence.
So she's boxed in?
So that's what the neighbor did to the north, is they put a fence along the shared property line that went right up to the 20-foot mark. What we ended up doing with the cleanup, it would be considered compliant with this cleanup. What we did was clarify that with lots like these, they will have to meet that additional setback requirement that's part of having a cul-de-sac lot. And so the neighbor, with this clarification, would have to go back another about 16 feet in order to hit the width, the width requirement for the lot. And so that still leaves 7-foot fence along a good portion of the shared property line. And unfortunately, the way these houses are situated, she's so far back. If we were to go to where her house would be for a setback, you would end up beyond the back corner of this house before you would consider it a side yard fence. So staff is recommending that we move forward with our clarifications as proposed.
So are you going to be able to do anything to help her with the situation?
Are we working with the neighbor, and are they amenable to
Yes,
working with her?
they already did remove a portion of the fence to bring it back to the 20-foot, and then we did let them know that with the clarification regarding this curved street frontage, that they will have to go another few feet back, and so they're aware that that's something that they need to do.
Okay. It's difficult because when you have a lot like that, you're isolated anyway. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you have options. You could go with the larger on the shared property line. If you wanted to go with the setback that's further back, you could, but then you end up with the reverse situation where now this person can't have a side yard fence until beyond their house. So it does end up, unfortunately, you have a winner and a loser when you come to these side yard fences.
What if you went right just to the angle point? That takes it beyond the person's house?
The angle point, it would actually be beyond that angle point. It would be close.
Using your theory, but I said if you just went to the angle point, that would open it up and still get to there. It wouldn't cut into the side yard for the other house.
If they went to this angle point, that still blocks her view.
It's still what?
Blocks her view.
Blocks the view.
Yeah, you'd almost have to go clear back to their house.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate situation. This is actually a very unique situation as well.
You get the reverse, just across the street, just right around the cul-de-sac, though. If you look at lot 139, I don't know if there's a fencing issue, but you
You're going to have the same
very
thing.
similar situation. Looking at the map that she submitted, you could have it.
Oh, I don't have that one.
No, I know. I'm just saying you could have two in the same cul-de-sac. You got one that has even narrower frontage than the one she showed. What about we're looking at smaller lots in a lot of these subdivisions where you're trying to get, RD8 and RD10 on single lots, and you got all. It seems to me that this was done 40 years ago almost, in '79 it sounds like, and it hasn't been a problem until most recently. But it seems to me that this, where people, and we're now allowing 7-foot fences, and if you have a grade differential, that fence is. To her point, it was a 6-foot fence, and we now allow 7 by right, which we didn't allow before. It was only 6 foot. I guess it seems to me that. I don't know how we're going to, this is Ms. Frost's district and how we're going to necessarily address this, but you're asking for a code determination here that, will have, impacts throughout the county. And I guess as I think about some of the smaller subdivisions as well, I mean, they're coming through, we need to be cognizant of this, I think in our review, Jessica, because otherwise somebody, may not be the 5 of us, but is going to inherit a lot of these because those lots are different configurations. Everyone wants to be on a cul-de-sac, but.
Could I suggest if there's further discussion here on this one, maybe we pull the fence piece out and you get further opportunity to develop an answer to your questions, and we can go ahead with the rest of the amendments. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay. Questions other than fencing?
Just maybe report back on the stores if we could before we.
Okay, or bring it back in the next. I'd suggest Ms. Brandt or the planning director that you work with the homeowner, Ms. Kirkland in this case, and then talk to the 2 supervisors that know something about the fences, and bring it back the next time you bring us a zoning code amendment.
I think this is kind of an isolated this is probably
It
a
is, but
very
there needs to be a
rare
way to
situation.
deal with
but-
isolated
yeah.
instances.
Yeah. I mean, it may be isolated. I do want to say I was at a friend's house on Saturday night out in Fair Oaks, and I noticed that they have a fence that's 6 foot high that goes all the way to the back of the walk that's been an existing fence. So I think when we look around, we're going to find a whole variety of circumstances because the county is so large and has so many different types of things. But we'd be happy to look at it in more detail and see if we can't come up.
Homeowners some options.
Yeah, with something else
Okay.
for these unique circumstances. So we would be happy to do that. With regard, Supervisor Natoli, to your question about outdoor display and storage, we do have a provision in the zoning code. However, it has an exception for all industrial uses. So it's section 3.9.3.j. So in the commercial zones, including GC, it is more restrictive with regard to outdoor display, but it is not restrictive to industrial zones, including MP, which would be an industrial zone. So our options would be, you could direct us in the next package, because we are doing these packages about 3 times a year.
Right.
You could direct us to come back to 3.9.3J and get a little more restrictive with regard to the MP industrial office park zone, if you're comfortable going a few months, assuming that that would probably
Give
be
me
an option.
the number again.
Sure, it's 3.9.3.J in the current zoning code. It's not in your package because we did not amend it, so it is not in your board report.
Oh.
Because we did
The
not.
next time around.
Yeah, we would have to look at amending that during the next package to address Supervisor Natoli's concerns, because you don't have that in your current package.
Okay. So we would need a motion to go forward with this, except for item 4, the fencing definitions, to come back next time with further attention to it, and then some suggested changes to 3.9.3.j.
Yes.
Okay, that's a motion.
Second.
Vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Item 54 is the general plan amendment to add the environmental justice element. Request for a general plan amendment to add a new element, environmental justice, to the general plan. The environmental view is exempt.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint. Chair Peters, members of the board, my name is John Lundgren with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review, and this is the presentation for our Phase 1 environmental justice element. Passed in 2016, the Senate Bill 1000 requires cities and counties which have disadvantaged communities incorporate environmental justice policies into their general plan. We do have those communities, and that is why we're here today. It's important to note that in complying with SB 1000, the county is not merely taking land use best practices and saying that these should apply to an environmental justice community, but instead we are examining each environmental justice community and determining if there are any geographic or procedural inequities that are leading to unique or compounded health effects in those communities. SB 1000 sets forth several topical requirements that we need to examine at the community level. And that's the first 5 bullet points here on the slide. The 6th one, crime prevention, specifically crime prevention through environmental design, we added, and that is provided for in the law to add additional topics that are important to our community. SB 1000 also requires us to address some issues on a county-wide level, and those would be the promotion of civil engagement, aka civic engagement, as well as the prioritization of programs and improvements that address the needs in our environmental justice communities. We've established 2 phases in the development of the environmental justice element. Phase 1, which we're hopeful will conclude today, includes background on those topical areas and baseline research, as well as traditional public engagement, mainly consisting of workshops with our CPACs in the affected areas. We've also scoped what existing policies exist in the general plan that may have an environmental justice component, as well as we've completed limited policy development. Phase 2, which we will have lasting approximately 12 months, would begin immediately following approval of Phase 1 if the board is so inclined, and that would include further policy development, but most importantly, much more extensive public input and research. We really do understand the need to get innovative and embed ourselves in the community and have a dialogue with people. Our goal for that would be approval mid-2019. It would be fair to say that Phase 1 EJ element complies with the letter of the law, complies with the SB 1000 letter of the law. And Phase 2, when completed, will comply with the spirit of the law. As a starting point in identifying our environmental justice communities, SB 1000 requires us to use a web-based program developed by the California EPA called CalEnviroScreen. And we've done that, and that is the areas you see on the map in green. To that, we added in additional data as provided for in the law that was low-income, high-minority areas that SACOG identified as part of their 2016 Metropolitan Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy. That is the yellow mustard-colored area on the map. We rounded that out with what we know as our community boundaries. These aren't the entire CPAC areas, but we rounded these areas out with existing community boundaries, major roadways, to make what we have now as a community scale and more cohesive identification of our environmental justice communities. And you'll notice I'm using the term environmental justice. SB 1000 asks us to identify disadvantaged communities. We've done that, but we're not going to keep labeling our communities that way. We now have environmental justice communities. In Phase 1, as I mentioned, we visited the 5 CPACs that share boundaries or within these environmental justice communities. More importantly, I want to talk about the advisory committee that we established. This is a 7-member committee which is comprised of topic specialists in these environmental justice areas. And I do know that 4 of them are directly behind me in the audience there. And I do want to thank them for their service. They've added a level of input and transparency for us, as well as because some of the members are community-based and trusted in the community. They've really helped us embed with the community and have a better dialogue. In total, we have representatives from the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, the Community Resource Project, the Food Policy Council, Walk Sacramento, VG Consulting, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, and the Sacramento County Department of Health Services on our advisory committee. This slide shows the basic organization of the environmental justice element. More importantly, however, it shows the goals that we've developed in guiding our policy development. As you're aware, the Sacramento County General Plan follows a hierarchy of goals supported by objectives that lead to policies, and ultimately policies that are implemented through implementation measures. So the 2 goals you see there, they focus on the equitable protection of hazards, protection from hazards, as well as meaningful civic participation for all people. Based on those goals and with reference to the enabling legislation of SB 1000, we've developed the 2 policies as well as supporting objective language and implementation measures you see on the screen. You'll notice both the implementation measures talk about a 12-month process to complete Phase 2. That is our commitment to the advocates that we intend to finish this process. As I mentioned, Phase 1 meets the letter of the law. Phase 2 will meet the spirit of the law. And that's our hardline commitment to finishing the process with the appropriate amount of increased public engagement to, again, meet the spirit of that law. So the 2 policies, they're focused on improving our public engagement with the community, especially with regard to demographic analysis. We need to know the people that we're working with and how to communicate with them on their terms in their space. The second policy is one that is required more or less by the law, which is to prioritize program improvements within the EJ areas. Our next steps would be to begin Phase 2, and that would build upon the work that we have completed for Phase 1. The biggest component of that is going to be this deeper dive into community-based outreach. Innovative, new, in addition to the CPACs, in addition to the workshops, tabling at community events, web-based outreach, individual conversations with trusted neighborhood spokespeople, etc. And also importantly, we intend to develop a framework to assist in this prioritization that we've mentioned. And it's not our goal to develop any kind of a framework that ties hands, but instead to develop a framework that will act as a lens through which we can evaluate our land use decisions and the decisions we make as a community. And we intend to have that completed, as I stated, in May of 2019. We did receive a unanimous approval from our Planning Commission, and we did have some public speakers there. They were all generally supportive of the EJ element. Most of them represented advocacy groups, but they did want to see an increased scope within the EJ element, specifically to add in affordable housing, climate change, and transit. And we did explain that staff understood that those were very important components and directly related to environmental justice, and that we fully intended to talk to the co-benefits of addressing climate change and environmental justice and transit, how those all go together to reduce vehicle miles traveled. We definitely understand that the effects of climate change will hit communities of color harder, but we did make the point that it is important for us, for each of those processes to stay in their own lane. As you know, we are already developing our climate action plan. We have a phase 1 approved, a phase 2A for government operations approved, and we're currently working on phase 2B for community-wide. Also, as you know, we are mandated by the state to have a housing element, and we have an affordable housing ordinance, and that housing element is updated on an 8-year cycle. So we've completely recognized the importance of those issues, but because of existing state rules and regulations, mandates, and timelines, we do desire to keep those separate. Our recommended action is that we recognize the exempt status of this project under CEQA, and that we adopt the resolution amending the general plan to add our phase 1 environmental justice element. And that concludes my presentation.
Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to all of our planning staff for, I think, treating what is a very important follow-up task since the legislation has been passed to finally memorialize what I think is a really important part of land use planning, which is applying a very focused eye to environmental justice. I know serving in other capacities, whether it be at Regional Transit or on the California Air Resources Board, environmental justice is something that has been part of the missions for those respective agencies for a great number of years. So to have it finally kind of find its place here in our Constitution for growth, development, and environmental preservation, our general plan, I think is very timely. I did have a question, and I posed this question to Leanne during our briefing, and I'm hoping that in the phase 2 work that's forthcoming that we'll be able to exploit in a good way if the opportunity presents itself, working with other cities, including the city of Sacramento, as it relates to kind of the geography of what we're talking about. You had on one of your slides the various polygons that outline the areas that are quote-unquote disadvantaged per Cal EnviroScreen, and also this separate yet complementary assessment of high minority, low income areas. But I have to imagine that those areas don't exist in a vacuum. In fact, they may be coterminous with, for instance, what the city of Sacramento might also consider in terms of their efforts to incorporate an environmental justice element into their respective general plan. So I just encourage us to kind of keep that open mind as we move forward and look at the prospect of where we might be able to actually work with some of our sister jurisdictions here in terms of their efforts to do what we're being asked to do here.
Thank you. We will continue to do that. I want to let you know we have met with the city and had a very productive meeting. A real benefit of our committee is one of our members, Ms. Cole, through her own business, has a
contract with the California Endowment to help roll out environmental justice in the Sacramento region. So we've been able to piggyback on some of her events happening in the community where we're invited guests, and we've done that side by side with city staff, ignoring county boundary lines. And then also, the great thing about having County Health Services on our advisory committee, as you're aware, they often operate in our incorporated cities. And so when they're doing events in the incorporated cities, we're very sure to make sure that they're having a presence with our materials and our information. But loud and clear, hear what you're saying, and we'll continue to monitor that and make sure we're coordinating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
So we got a letter from ACT that I'm sure you've seen and you've heard the comments, and there's been probably other comments during the outreach process to include these specific 3 areas that you talked about in phase 2. But at this point, this is a leading question. It's not our intention to add those to phase 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But whether or not we were to add those to phase 2, we're still addressing all of those issues.
Yes.
Yes. That is correct. We are.
Okay.
Separate track but parallel.
Okay. Great.
Maybe in the report, should it say refer to RT plan or?
Well, actually, when I met with the, if I could dovetail off to what Supervisor Kennedy has brought up, when I met with the ACT folks just yesterday, I did point out that we have other elements, chapters, if you will, in our general plan that address some of what they've raised, including the public transit piece and our transportation element, the affordable housing, low-income housing concerns that is expressed pretty specifically in our housing element. I'd let them know about the arena exercise that we, by law, have to go through on a fairly frequent basis to take inventory of land that is zoned for appropriate densities as a surrogate for different income categories. But I also did suggest that there's, I think, probably of the 3 main concerns that they expressed in their letter, the one about climate change probably has the most legs in terms of the ability to maybe refine itself as we move along through phase 2 and as we're continuing to find ways to incorporate reference to our intent to address climate change in our planning documents.
Thank you. Mr. Natoli?
Well, hang on. I wasn't
Oh, I'm sorry. We both interrupted you.
No. So I'm trying to get my train of thought back here. So I guess my point is that, particularly the climate piece, we have a separate process going specifically for that, regardless of whether or not we were doing this exercise.
Yes, we do. It's a requirement of the general plan. It came out of mitigation from the EIR when the general plan was updated.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Natoli?
Yes, just very briefly. So, and I also want to refer to the letter from Area Congregations Together. So, I know you referenced it a bit in your presentation, but the points about phase 2 and what that means, is it just another planning effort, or actually will it have specific measures for implementation, and if so, will there be some checkbacks? What's anticipated for the phase 2 approach beyond what you've already said? Because I think that was a real point I took. Obviously, certainly the subject matter areas that have been referenced by you and my colleagues and some of their questions, but I guess kind of to what to expect with the what next piece of this, John.
So what we know so far is, and this is through work with our advisory committee and our own research, is there's some low-hanging fruit existing in the general plan in other sections, an air quality element, for example, where with just a very minor tweaking of a couple words, we can really bring it home and help EJ communities. And so we're working with our advisory committee on refining that language, but specific issues in our baseline data research, we've begun looking at drive-through locations, we've begun looking at air quality implementation and truck routes, something we're going to explore, and we don't know yet, but what we'll be exploring is there any benefit, for example, of policies with regard to the location of air quality monitoring equipment in Sacramento County? Are there any voids for this monitoring equipment in EJ areas? That could be one example. We're looking at is there a correlation between the proximity of drive-throughs and a community-wide body mass index? At this point, it looks like the correlation's not there, but it might be there for drive-throughs and their proximity to schools. And so when we explore that, if the data supports it, we'll see if policy development comes out of that. We've looked at the amount of public facilities in each of the communities, for example, miles of Class 1, Class 2 bike trails, and starting to draw comparisons as to whether those communities are short on those amounts of bike trails, and if there is space and opportunities then to see that those trails get in. That'd be a reference back to the bicycle master plan and see if those are planned in there. And so perhaps a result of phase 2 would just be call attention to a project in a bicycle master plan that hasn't advanced for many years, and to add to the fact, hey, by the way, this is also in an EJ community. Maybe we could prioritize it.
So, can I just take from your comments, and not to be funny about it, but so when you talk about fast food restaurants around schools, you might suggest there to be a fast food free zone, or what? I mean, how do you get to something like that when you have commercial enterprises that nobody forces people to eat there, but if that's all that's available, obviously people maybe choose to go there because they don't have anything else that's closer, or transit may not be available to them, whatever. So what sort of strategies would you envision around that, or are you just? Well,
he hasn't said it would come back that way yet.
No,
I think they have more research to do before they decide on that.
I wasn't insinuating that he had. I just got to. I mean, you made that general reference. I'm just kind of the mindset of how you go into this is.
You are hitting on the core element of the discussions we've had as staff with each other and with our advisory committee. And these are, as I've told people in our public workshops, please count on the fact that your public servants are having some knockdown, drag-out discussions, professional discussions, but we're really getting into the weeds to make sure we're doing right by our community, because there's a number of ways to slice that apple. We've heard everything from prohibitions on drive-throughs to incentives for other types of uses instead of drive-throughs. Some of our CPACs have said, shouldn't you have the free market determining where drive-throughs are located? That's all on the table. That's part of this discussion. And I think it's very important as we start to get into those weeds, and that's why my second slide really did talk about we're not applying planning best practices to EJ communities, but instead looking for those unique and compounding factors that are present in our EJ communities. Something that part of the land use dialogue that we've had over time and over the generations that have tipped the table of inequity and put a greater burden on the EJ communities.
Okay, just a couple quick questions. So is Dr. Kisiri, our public health officer, is she involved in this? And secondly, is the Public Health Advisory Board engaged in a part of the conversations? And maybe even the Human Services Coordinating Council to some degree. It seems to me, again, we've had those discussions in the distant past, certainly with the Human Services Coordinating Council regarding service and service delivery, but it would seem to me Public Health Advisory Board, maybe other bodies as well, but those come to mind, and certainly the public health officer for the county, if she's not, ought to be involved, she or her department. So
we haven't met with them yet. I took notes on that. Those are three very good suggestions. Similar suggestion came out of our Carmichael Old Foothill Farm CPAC, as well as to work actively with the voter reg people, because they put a tremendous amount of mileage on this topic recently, as you know.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Any further questions for staff? Okay. Thank you. You can be seated. We have several public comments. Ralph Proper, Theodore Goodwin are the first two. Mr. Proper?
Yes, I'm Ralph Proper. I'm the current president of the Environmental Council of Sacramento, or ECOS. We've recently formed an Environmental Justice Committee to deal with issues such as this, and some comments from this committee include the desire that county staff meet not just with CPAC, but with community organizations in the affected communities for the full input and outreach that's required. Just to mention by way of background, I'm a past president of Breathe California of Sacramento and researcher in air pollution. We've done research in the areas, the disadvantaged communities near 99 freeway in South Sacramento, and we find near the freeway, a A lot of people are exposed to extremely high levels of dangerous pollutants there. This could be addressed by having vegetation barriers there. That's something to consider. There are a lot of other issues for disadvantaged communities to deal with. Affordable housing near transit. We need better support for transit and more housing. The housing that's been going on in a lot of these areas is detached single family, and for richer people, pushing disadvantaged people out to areas where they don't have access to public transit. So these are all factors that need to be considered. So we really hope that in this phase 2 that we'll see a lot more attention to these issues. As was pointed out, climate change is something that especially affects disadvantaged communities. Public transit, as I mentioned, it often doesn't serve disadvantaged communities as well as it does other areas. We hope that the route optimization study that RT is planning will help address that. So these are just some of the thoughts that we'll be watching as we go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Goodwin?
Thank you.
Oscar Balaguer. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
My name is Theodore Goodwin. I'm a member of the Environmental Justice Committee of SAC Act. I'm glad that you have reviewed the letter dated April 16 from our executive director outlining the 3 areas that we believe should have been included in the Phase 1 report. The problem we see about them not being included is that we've been told by Mr. Lundgren that Phase 2 will fine-tune the issues identified in Phase 1, and we don't want these crucial issues of climate change, housing, and public transit to be shortchanged in the Phase 2 evaluation period. We don't see a reason why they should not be included. There's no greater cost. It's the same amount of staff consumption of time and interviewing people. And the biggest unknown, of course, is climate change. We've already had extreme periods of long heat in the summers. We've had unusual rain patterns. These are issues that are very likely to affect everyone in the county in the long term. And flooding, lack of access to air conditioning, power outages, these are the kinds of problems that will impact low-income people, especially if they don't have homes, if they're in short-term housing, if they're unemployed or they're chronically unemployed. These are the people who cannot drive to another neighborhood to relocate their lives. So we think these are issues that need to be addressed. SAC Act represents approximately 56 community organizations, including congregations and schools. We have approximately 60,000 people in Sacramento County and neighboring counties who are represented by SAC Act. So we think this is a sizable community, and many of the people who communicate with us are low income.
Could you wind up your comments, Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, I'm ready to wind up, but I just want to convey to you that we think this is a serious issue, and we're asking that you modify the report and include the 3 topics that we've identified in the letter. Thank you
very much. Mr. Balaguer, and then Jackie Cole. Apologies if I mispronounced your last name.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Peters, for pronouncing my name properly, my last name properly on the very first try. I have 3 concerns about the proposed DJ element. One is to do with the planning process. The second, as with other commenters, has to do with scoping. And the third has to do with the Phase 1 policies. Regarding the planning process, as staff has indicated, SB 1000 requires that the county adopt the EJ element no later than the simultaneous adoption of 2 other elements. or rather update of 2 other general plan elements prior to January 1st, 18. And staff believes this is a problem, and to get around that problem, they've proposed a two-phase process, which has been described. Phase 1 is before you now, and staff has described the proposed phase 2. The problem, as I see it, is that phase 1 will be the total and complete response to the mandate which SB 1000 imposes on the county. Phase 2 will be an elective process, a discretionary process with no requirements whatsoever regarding its content, its scope, its products, its scheduling, or anything else. Staff has proposed a process to us today for phase 2, and I'm sure that will be forthcoming. But again, there's no legal underpinning to that phase 2 process, nor do the phase 1 policies provide any guidance for phase 2. So notwithstanding staff's firm aspirations for phase 2, they're not asking you to commit to anything regarding its completion or content. So we have a rather compromised planning process where policies are promulgated first. You're asked to adopt them today, and then over the next 12 months, the problems which those policies purport to address will be identified. It's a problematic process, in my opinion, that may not totally support the best product nor public confidence in the process. Regarding scoping,
Could you wind up your comments, please, Mr. Balaguer?
Yes. Regarding scoping, I repeat the concerns that previously were expressed. Yes, the county does have other planning processes to address these issues, but as the document indicates, that's the case for all of the topics that are covered in the EJ element. As page 1 of the document indicates, however, they need to be covered in the EJ element because that's the only document in which they EJ questions,
Could you wind up
concerns
your
are
comments,
focused.
please?
Yes. Finally, regarding the elements themselves, there seems very little to hang one's hat on in regard to their substantive nature, nor do they provide any guidance for phase 2. On that account, I would request that the supervisors provide guidance to the staff, whose effort, by the way, I applaud. The document itself is a highly credible document. It's just that the policies are very disappointing. Guidance to the effect...
Thank you, Mr. Balaguer. Thank you very much. Our next
You're
speaker is
welcome.
Jackie Cole.
Hello. Thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you, Chair Peters. Yeah, you can just leave it there. My name is Jackie Cole, and I represent the members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee for the county. We are made up of government agencies, pseudo-agencies, nonprofits, and community members. We are thankful to be on this committee and to be working so closely with county staff on this process. And we, as a committee, are encouraged by the direction that the staff has been taking with this effort. We see the unifying concept that ties all of us and these policies together as being health and the promotion of health equity, especially in environmental justice communities. And the more that we can be open to creative, inclusive, and meaningful policies and strategies, the more successful we will be as a community in improving health and the economy. We look forward to continuing to ensure that this effort is meaningful and inclusive of disadvantaged communities. And those are the end of the remarks for the advisory committee, but I just wanted to take a moment to say that although we may not entirely agree with the comments that have been represented by Sacramento Act, we do find those to be very valuable. And in the conversations that we're having, with the different communities and partners who've been engaging with us on this, those are some of the concerns that we have expressed and we would like to see identified and addressed. I'd also like to say that in respect of how this has the potential to be applied to the climate action plan, that the purpose of this is to help us prioritize EJ communities in that process. So it's important that we yes, that those different efforts need to be handled in their own lane, but also that the primary objective of this policy is to prioritize those identified communities. I know I'm over time, but I just want to say that somebody also brought up best practices, and I don't think that that should be ignored. What we're trying to do right now is to flesh out and make the policies that are existing a little bit more comprehensive. Best practices and working with other communities and counties and cities is an excellent way for us to approach that as well. And I appreciate Board Member Cerna's comments about working with other agencies, because I think that that's going to be one of the most comprehensive ways that we approach this.
Okay, thank you so much. Brenda Ruiz. If you give it to our clerk, she's standing at the microphone there.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair. My name is Brenda Ruiz. I'm the president of the Sacramento Food Policy Council. My sincere apologies that this letter didn't get entered in time for you guys to see it before now. It's a summary of the comments and collective input by our General Plan Subcommittee. In 2016, the Sacramento Food Policy Council undertook a strategic planning process, and engaging the Food Policy Council on general plans campaigns, both at the county and city level, was the #1 respondent. Received the #1 responses amongst our members and the agencies that we ally with. So we're very invested in seeing, working with the advisory committee, with you all and with staff on seeing that EJ elements are almost a cross-cutting element. One observation from the comments here and then just sitting back and watching the process is that the EJ element should be a cross-cutting element across all policies. And the way it's set up now is that every single time there's an element updated, EJ communities and EJ advocates have to run and run to that place and run to that fire. And I think we have a real opportunity here to set a standard across the state where the EJ element is prioritized to where it's the #1 thing that's ticked off the list whenever you're approving any plan or anything that comes before you. So we look forward to that. And again, we have 2 of our members sit in the advisory council and 2 of our board members do. So we are encouraged. We see where Sacramento County can be a little bit more aggressive in making EJ a bigger priority. And also recognizing that the Cal Enviro screen and some of the proximity access to food is not the answer to food access, and especially food justice. So just having a geopin and a locator of fresh food is this many miles from a resident community does not qualify as having met the bar for food access. And we know jobs and affordable housing have much more to do to whether families can access fresh food.
Comments, Ms. Ruiz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Mr. Cerna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that the end of our speaker list?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm prepared to move the item today. Before we entertain that vote, I just have a suggestion for staff as we move into the Phase 2 activity. I think it would be wise to perhaps meet at least once with some of the folks that I have an opportunity to work with at the ARB, the Air Resources Board. We have I mentioned it earlier in my comments, just a very refined focus on environmental justice in a lot of different respects. But we do have some very specialized staff, including executive staff, that do nothing but make sure that we're looking through that lens constantly. So I think it's an easy enough exercise to go through, at least to have that meeting and maybe understand some of the experience that they might be willing to share as we draw closer to completing this work here, including dealing with some very specific legislation on environmental justice and working with disadvantaged communities.
That would be very helpful. We'd appreciate that. It could be useful for our climate action plan work as well.
And then my last comment is, one of the things that I think this entire board is very, very proud of is dealing with some health and public safety disparities in some of our subpopulations here in Sacramento County. I think we ought not to lose sight of that work and how it may, again, complement the refinement of this work here in terms of public safety, not just health, but certainly health and public safety. And I know that there's been a focus on SEPTED, and there will continue to be as it relates to this element, but that's something to keep in mind as well. So with that, I'd like to move the item.
Okay.
Second.
We have some more discussion. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just a question, not so much on the motion, but while Leanne's there, some clarification. So last speaker, Ms. Ruiz, raised the question about having either a level playing field or that this would cut across the various elements of the general plan. Could you just address that? Again, I didn't specifically, I understand the different areas of elements and so forth, but to her point about having to run every time there's some consideration, some element, how does this get interjected, assuming that we have some policy directives and implementation comes out of it? Obviously it has to comport with other elements of the general plan, but where does it come in the spectrum of various elements and equivalency and or integration, I guess, is probably the question I want to ask.
So as the board well knows, the general plan is a series of chapters. And so there are a whole variety of elements that we have. And we don't put one element or one chapter really above or below any of the other elements. They're all sort of on an equal footing as chapters in this larger general plan book. So clearly the state has wanted us to look and create, we could have actually spread environmental justice throughout the general plan or done a separate element. As staff, we felt it was better to call out a separate element. But you are right, the topics between land use and ag or environmental justice and housing do kind of weave together. So we have, as this first phase, created this separate environmental justice element because we thought that highlighted the issues better rather than sort of sprinkling them and mingling them throughout the overall general plan. The housing element is its own chapter. It has a very robust set of policies. And we will be updating it starting in another year or so. We'll start kicking off that preparation for that 8-year cycle. So it could be as a result of discussions about environmental justice that may inform components that could lead to our work on the housing element. So there certainly may be a relationship there, and it may be at the end of the phase 2 process we come back and have a dialogue with the board about that, or talk about that as we're starting to scope the next housing
Maybe you show us how they
elements.
knit together as we go forward here. Again, so we can have that conversation.
Last time we'll hear this.
Right, exactly. So that we can get some sense of that and kind of keep that as a marker so that helps us, but also the communities we're working with about this. So that's okay. Thanks.
I think you have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Item 55 is the appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of a conditional use permit for a property located at 11859 North Valenson Road on the east side of Colony Road in the southeast area community. The environmental determination is a negative declaration, and this is regarding the Squirrel Monkey Haven.
Is testimony required under oath?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think people have entered the room yet, though.
Pardon me?
I don't think people have all entered the room yet. That's what I was.
Okay. So
I can take the oath at the end of the...
Yeah, we'll ask the clerk to go outside and invite those people who
Coming-
want to
I see they're
testify
coming
on the
around.
squirrel monkey issue to come in and be seated.
They're coming.
Sworn.
All right, would you like me to start the presentation and do the oath after?
No, there's too much noise, I
Okay.
think.
All right.
Oh. You can stand up if that's better. They're still coming in. So we're going to proceed on item 55, the squirrel monkey issue. If anyone plans to testify today, and I have a large stack of speaker requests, I think you need to have sworn testimony, so if you would stand and raise your right hand, and the clerk will take you further down that road.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm? And when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement, "I have been sworn."
So when you come up to the podium, say, "I have been," your name, and then "I have been sworn." Okay? But first, we're going to have staff testimony.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Leanne Moffett, your County Planning Director, and I do have a PowerPoint. I did want to start off by introducing a couple of individuals in the audience in case there are detailed questions that are here to help out today. Wendy Hartman has been Planning's project manager, and it may be that she has more detailed information if we delve into detailed questions. We also have Tim Hawkins, the environmental coordinator here, if there are questions about CEQA or the CEQA document, and Dave Dickinson was kind enough to come as well, who's the Director of Animal Care and Regulation, in case there are any questions of him. Let's see. So starting off with an overview, the project location is at 11859 North Valenson Road on the east side of Colony Road in the southeast area community. The site is 5 acres. It is zoned A5. Which is similar to our AR5 agricultural residential zone. North Valenson in this segment is a private drive, private road. It is a public road west of Colony Road, and it connects with Arno and Highway 99 well off to the west. But when it hits Colony, it becomes a private road. The request before you today is an appeal of the approval by the zoning administrator of a conditional use permit that would allow for the construction of an indoor-outdoor kennel to house up to 55 squirrel monkeys on property zoned A5. The zoning administrator appeal was made of the zoning administrator's decision on March 28th, 2018 by Dawn and Zena Clonch, who are represented by the Law Office of Donald Mooney. The original decision by the zoning administrator occurred at a hearing on March 21st, 2018. There are 2 stated reasons for the appeal. One is that a negative declaration is not an appropriate CEQA document, and instead a full environmental impact report should be prepared. And that the project does not comprise a kennel under the Sacramento zoning code. And because the item has been appealed on the basis of lack of preparation of an EIR, typically an appeal of a zoning administrator decision would go to the Board of Zoning Appeals, which is the Planning Commission. But in this case, in the zoning code as well as in state law, it provides for that appeal to come to the Board of Supervisors. This is a de novo hearing, which means the entirety of the project is before you today. You can act on its entirety. You can act on the conditions or change conditions. This is an aerial of the site on the left. The subject property is shown in red outline with red hash marks. They're at the east end of Valenson Road. We show Colony Road is over on the left of the aerial, and there's a parallel road running east-west called Iguana a bit to the north, in case you hear any of those road names called out. Surrounding to the property to the north, south, and west is similar A5 zoned property, and to the east is A20, which is similar to the Ag 20, 20-acre minimums agriculture, some of which is in vineyard and orchard. This is the site plan here, showing the details of the subject 5-acre property. There is an existing house and barn and a detached garage outbuilding already on the property over on the left-hand side. The driveway comes off the end of Valenson there at the bottom left of this map, and the driveways sort of curve into the house. There is a paved portion of the driveway and then a larger gravel area. The proposed kennel, which is being proposed to be built, is in the middle of the site here. The proposed kennel facilities include a 2,700-acre steel building that would have 18 interior cages.
2,700 square foot, not 2,700 acres.
Thank you. 2,700 square foot steel building. Thank you very much. 18 interior cages, 18 attached outdoor habitats that range in size from 240 to 288 square feet. The outdoor habitats are constructed of zoo-quality caging. They are enclosed on the top, and they're accessed by caregivers through a double security gate system, as would occur in a zoo-type setting. The bottom of the cages will be decomposed granite with mulch bedding. The mulch bedding is removed twice a week, and one of the questions has been what should the bottom of the cages be made from, and there has been some discussion of the potential to use cement. The standards for primates do call for a natural substrate like DG or dirt rather than cement. The habitats will have small trees, shrubs, or other perches for the squirrel monkeys to climb on, and the cages will also extend a few feet into the ground to prevent escape. The perimeter of this area will have an 8-foot tall security fence. It will be chain link with acoustical curtains attached, so it will appear to be solid from the outside, and the acoustical curtains will also help address any potential sound. And then it will also be planted additionally by trees and shrubs that do not exist right now. The entire fenced habitat area is approximately 1,800 square feet and would represent about 8% of the 5-acre property.
Clarification, Madam Chair.
Sure. Go ahead.
You mentioned the acoustical curtain. The current condition left that kind of open in the event there were noise issues, but what you just stated is that the condition the planning department recommends on this is separate and apart from the ZA, is that curtain be installed as a part of the permitting process initially without any pre-qualification, that you'd have to have some noise complaint in order to revisit that?
They offered that, and so part of the zoning administrator hearing was an adoption of an exhibit of a number of standards that they offered, so that is in Exhibit F.
Okay, so that would be part of, that's what's coming to us as part of the,
yes, it is
the appeal,
one of,
but that's what's, okay, I want to be clear.
It is one of the stamped and signed exhibits that they offered, and then we conditioned the project to follow all of those items.
If what happens, it's a matter, okay,
yes.
Thanks.
That's my understanding.
Yes, thank you.
These photos are examples of the kinds of things that could be used, that it might look like once built. The upper building on the left is a steel building, ag-type building. It's not built yet, so that's not actually it. There is a picture of the closest neighbor view, what it might look like after construction. There is an example of a photo of an aerial runway, and that's the only photo of a squirrel monkey I have in this PowerPoint. Sorry, we didn't load it up with squirrel monkey photos. In the aerial on the bottom left there. There's a somewhat dark photo, kind of hard to read, of habitats, and example of a double locked entry. The monkeys will be kept in the indoor shelter between the hours of 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. on weekdays and 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. on weekends. And again, that is in that Exhibit F. It was something that was offered by the applicant as part of the ZA hearing, and so it is conditioned to do that. Access to the outdoor habitat areas is through an elevated caged runway and through that double locked entry system.
Could you give those hours again, Leanne?
Sure. So the hours that they can go outside or they cannot go outside are 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. on weekdays.
Okay.
And they cannot go outside from 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. on weekends.
Very good, thanks.
Oh, sorry. So a little bit about the process. The applicants did initially approach planning about what kind of entitlement would be required, and staff determined that the use met the definition of a kennel, and therefore it needed a conditional use permit to the zoning administrator. At staff's suggestion, the applicant held an early workshop before the Southeast Area CPAC that was held on April 27, 2017. At that point, they were exploring 2 different locations. They submitted a formal application for this site on May 25th, 2017, and the CPAC heard the item on August 24th, 2017. There were neighbor concerns expressed at both the early workshop and the CPAC meeting. I'm going to go through some of those specific issues on upcoming slides. They also held an open house on their property at 2 dates. And then at the August 24th CPAC meeting, the CPAC felt that the concerns had been addressed, and they did recommend approval of the project on a 4-0 vote with 2 members absent. The zoning administrator hearing of March 21st was held. There was an initial staff report to the zoning administrator. A number of comments came in. There was an addendum report prepared. Those are both attached to your board report. There were 9 members of the public who spoke in opposition and 1 member in support. Condition number 2 was revised in the addendum as a result of some of those concerns, and that's where it gets tied, the conditions get tied to some of those exhibits, including that Exhibit F. So on March 21st, the zoning administrator adopted the negative declaration and approved the conditional use permit with the revised conditions. So going through some of the topics that have come through the process and some of the concerns, starting with the land use compatibility and the zoning code definition. This is on page 3 of your board report. The full definition is in your board report, but it includes the provision of shelter and care for small animals on a commercial basis, including activities such as feeding, exercise, grooming, and incidental medical care. Squirrel monkeys vary in size from 1.5 to 2.5 pounds, so staff felt that they were a small animal. We didn't consider them a pet, so we thought it was that they needed a use permit. We thought it was better classified as a kennel than just someone's backyard pet, so we did conclude that it would trigger a conditional use permit to the zoning administrator. With regard to traffic, we did have DOT look at the potential number of trips that would be generated on site. The facility will not be open to the public. However, they have indicated there will be up to 2 employees in addition to the on-site residents. So the estimated daily trips are 6 trips per day with a maximum of 10 trips per day because there may be deliveries, inspections, and waste pickup on some days. Based on that number of trips, Department of Transportation, and as validated in the CEQA document, it determined that there were not significant impacts to traffic and that traffic was negligible. With regard to wells and septics, planning staff did ask staff of environmental management to look at the wells and septic issues. They did not identify any potential impacts from the facility. The kennel facility will have its own dedicated septic system, and it will share a well with the primary residence. And the wells do meet setback requirements from adjacent wells. With regard to odor, There is a odor control plan. That plan requires absorbent bedding and mulch to be used both in the indoor and outdoor kennel areas to help trap and deodorize the kennels. The soiled bedding will be removed from the indoor kennels on a daily basis, and they'll be sanitized. This is more frequent than is required by the United States Department of Ag or the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries. The outdoor habitat will also have mulch for absorption of any waste. That will be cleaned and refreshed twice a week. All that mulch, animal waste, and bedding will be placed in heavy-duty plastic bags and put in a sealed commercial dumpster. That dumpster is picked up weekly. With regard to noise, we did look at noise quite a bit.
Could I interrupt you, Leanne?
Yes.
Where's the dumpster located? Is it on the property?
It's on the property. I don't know where on the property.
Back by the barn or something?
I would have to ask the
All
applicant.
right.
I'm sorry,
We'll
I don't
find out later.
know exactly where. Let's see, noise. Pursuant to county standards, we did noise measurements and established the thresholds. Thresholds are measured from the noise source to the adjacent residential outdoor activity area to further ensure that noise was not an issue. An analysis of predicted noise level at the property line of the subject property was analyzed, as well as single event measurements were conducted. The noise analysis indicated that the anticipated noise generated by the monkeys is significantly lower than the county's noise thresholds and the existing ambient noise levels. And those measurements are shown on the graphic on the slide. And then I already talked a bit about the when the animals can go outside.
Just, can I ask a question?
Tully?
Yes.
It goes to some of the concerns about, probably not so much about odor, but issues have been raised by adjacent residents and others about any disease transmission. But the reason I'm asking the question is that there was a suggestion, and I think you touched on it, about the type of material that would be underlying the outdoor habitat areas. And it was suggested, and I know I inquired about, the use of concrete there, and obviously you've done some checking. I've seen some correspondence as it relates to that. But in the opposite to that, is there some ability, I trust, that if that wasn't under some conditions that we might consider, if we were going to consider approving this, that we could have some compaction standards and have certain base requirements for that, so that the permeability would be far less than if it was just, DG, 2 inches DG on top of native soil, that type of thing. It wouldn't necessarily be the hard surface that, some have asked for. But I think, some of that goes to the concerns about, what underlies mulch, recognizing the mulch is supposed to be the absorbent material for waste materials generated by the animals. So has there been any, going back to the point you made earlier about, saying that concrete was not recommended, not a part of the current condition, but coming forward to the discussion we're going to have today, and we're going to hear on this later, has there been some thought given to what we might require if they're going to use, say, non-native material, i.e. DG, as to what depth? And I don't want to parse it too much closely right now. Obviously, we're going to hear from folks on this, but I'm just curious.
Well, I think what we've looked at is the county did engage with an independent expert from the Oakland Zoo, separate from the applicant. So we had someone to ask our questions of that was not part of the applicant team. And what we really asked about is what are the standards underlying these kinds of habitats. And we didn't really get information about lining it in terms of protecting, the groundwater. It's more in terms of the safety of the monkeys. You don't want cement, as I vaguely understand. I am certainly not a primatologist or a zoo expert in any way, shape, or form. When it builds up below the cement, that actually causes problems and makes things worse because you can't really clean it very well. And you have to figure out how to clean it and sanitize it. And that actually apparently over time has shown to be a worse result than having a natural substrate.
Harbor certain bacteria or whatever. But
yeah.
But as far as these stand, so again, it just...
I don't have information on
Okay,
what would be better.
I plant that question. We're going to hear from folks. I mean, it's in the correspondence and so forth, but that may be something we're going to want to check on.
I mean, our analysis so far is that trying to trap as much of the waste as possible with the mulch and removing it is the standard practice, and the degree to which they're removing that is more frequent than is called for in a variety of guidelines.
Okay, thanks.
With regard to proximity to wells, we do have some graphics here that show the proposed kennel area in green and the relationship and distance of the kennel to various wells. Again, we had environmental management staff, because this is their area of expertise, look at this. They felt that there was adequate separation from the facility to adjacent wells. They also looked into neighbor complaints about whether any wells were going dry out there, and whether there were other issues with septic systems. They did not find any documented reports of well or septic issues in vicinity of the project site. And the location of the kennel to the closest adjacent resident is 350 feet, and there are other residences approximately 810 feet away. That is similar to the distance that residences are located from the PAWS facility, about 7 miles to the southwest. So we did look at that facility as one of the few examples that we have in the county, albeit not exactly the same. It is sort of the closest thing.
There are some larger parcels around the PAWS facility. There are some 2 acres, but there's also 20-acre parcels, and it is on a public street. Yeah. Okay.
And the initial study, pages 23 through 27, also have more information specifically on noise. One of the other comments had to do with potential effects on an adjacent or a man-made pond that is on this 5-acre property. The pond was man-made. It's not a natural pond. It's fed by an on-site well. It has typically been kept wet, so it's like a stock pond. It is stocked with mosquito fish and has a population of bullfrogs. The proposed kennel is approximately 200 feet from the pond. There were concerns about whether this pond would have fairy shrimp or California tiger salamander, and we have looked into that, and the characteristics of the pond do not lend itself to those kinds of features. And so based on the pond itself, we don't feel those species exist, and based on the distance from the pond to the project, we don't believe there's any environmental impact on that pond. With regard to vector control and disease transfer, the project is required to meet United States Department of Agricultural vector control protocols, and we are not aware of rodents being a cause of disease, or monkeys being a cause of disease in rodents. I think that might be the other way around. These are New World monkeys, and perhaps you'll hear more about that. There is a emergency prevention plan as it pertains to monkeys escaping. The monkeys will be certified by a veterinarian to be disease-free. We understand the transmission of any diseases and viruses from monkeys to human is very low. The cages and enclosures are manufactured by companies that make cages and enclosures for zoos. Therefore, escapes are very unlikely. The applicant has provided an emergency safety plan, a zoonotic disease program, and a succession plan. And protocols by USDA and California Department of Fish and Wildlife are required. That's also covered in condition number 2 and condition number 20. The facility is not open to the general public. The applicant intends to be accredited by the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries, which would also prohibit it to be open to the general public. And condition number 4 restricts the facility from being open to the public, further reducing the risk of escape or transfer of diseases. The residents will be the primary caretakers of the monkeys, along with 2 employees. One resident is a licensed veterinarian, and one is a primatologist. A maximum of 55 squirrel monkeys that are retired from research will be housed at the facility. A third-party zoologist, I indicated a minute ago, did review application materials for us and deemed the project consistent with industry standards, that the risk of escape, transfer of disease, and risk of aggression and attack is low if the protocols are followed. And we don't have any issues of complaints being filed on the other animal sanctuary in the southeast area. A negative declaration was prepared for the project, posted initially for a 20-day review, but that was extended to 30 days based on comments from the neighbors. And I think I've covered most of the rest of this. Staff is recommending. We do acknowledge there is concerns by the neighbors, and the project is viewed unfavorably by several residents in the surrounding neighborhood. However, from the staff analysis, we've concluded that the project meets or exceeds the standards that we've been able to identify, and we have concluded that the findings can be made. The initial study and negative declaration determined that impacts could be addressed and that the project would not result in any significant or potentially significant effects on the environment. So staff is recommending today that the board deny the appeal, adopt the negative declaration, and approve the conditional use permit with conditions. But we are, of course, open to further dialogue and questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions I know we want to hear from folks. So there's been very recent information received as recently as earlier this afternoon, and we may hear some of that entered into the record as it relates to biological assessments, and both the appellant and the applicant have submitted information as it relates to, I guess, supplemental information in addition to what we had in the reports that have come forward to us via Department of Environmental Review. Has there been a chance for staff? I mean, some of this has been, again, just received it in the last 4 or 5 hours. So
right.
Has there been any chance to examine this? And if so, any thoughts?
Staff have been looking at the materials as they've come in, particularly Wendy Hartman and Tim Hawkins. I don't think any of the materials that have been submitted so far have raised significant concerns on staff's part, but obviously, there's always an opportunity for us to look at those further. I don't think anything submitted isn't stuff that we've already been looking at.
Again, and we have competing information, and again, I'm not going to challenge the accuracy or confirm the accuracy of any of that. Obviously, I'm not a biologist. I just, again, knowing that some has been late received, and both parties are represented by legal counsel, and we have biologists that have weighed in, and obviously others who have certainly interest, whether from a neighborhood perspective or a community perspective, and or know about primatology and other such things. I guess let me ask Krista then. Krista, in the staff report, because this gets to us on the CEQA determination, and obviously the discussion about the whether this is equivalent to a kennel. Again, I don't want to get ahead of folks, but I just want to recognize that on page 4 of the staff report, they go through the various decisions that were made relative to the environmental documentation, kind of the various levels, everything from a full environmental impact statement to a mitigated negative declaration and a negative declaration on down to exempt and such. Is there anything that you've seen in the record thus far that would have you would have offered counsel to our folks that some further scoping should have been done or anything? Are you comfortable, at least at this juncture, from what you know beyond what we might hear today?
I have reviewed all the documents, including the neg deck, and I did not see any reason why an EIR should have been prepared. I think the document that staff prepared was the appropriate document for this project.
Okay. And as a part of our deliberations today and discussion, based upon what we hear and again have read and understand, we could ask for supplemental information or ask that certain things be looked at as a part of the body of information in considering the appeal. Is that something
right.
That's before us?
I think the question is what you and I talked about in advance of the hearing, which is if there are additional matters that the board would like to have examined, environmental issues, one option, of course, is for the board to direct preparation of an EIR, but that's not necessarily required and certainly is expensive and time-consuming. Another option is simply to add mitigation measures to the project or conditions of approval to the project to take care of any concerns that come up without having to send it back for further environmental review.
So that is an option that's open to us today. Okay. All right. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other questions at this point? Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the appellant. Mr. Mooney, are you the appellant, in fact, for the Clonch family?
Yes.
Okay.
But we have, it was unclear exactly how much time we had as the appellant, and I tried to communicate with staff, and I was told it was up to the discretion of the chair.
Yeah. Since you're the appellant, I think 10 minutes. Everyone else will have your turn at 2 minutes.
We were hoping for more like 20 minutes. Again, this is something I tried to clarify with staff ahead of time, but
I'll split the difference with you at 15.
Okay. We'll go quickly. Thank you, Chair Peters and Supervisors. My name is Don Mooney. I'm here on behalf of Don and Zena Clonch, and we have Don and Zena Clonch will be talking in a bit, as well as Diane Moore, a biologist, with regards to the biological issues that were addressed. One of the things I did want to bring up, though, is I wanted to really focus my part on the allowable land use. This is not an allowable land use, and part of that is based upon the definition that they have relied upon chapter 7.3 of kennel, cattery, and small animal boarding and training. And the last sentence of that definition talks about the provision of shelter and care for small animals on a commercial basis, including activities. This is not a commercial basis. This is not a commercial activity. This is a wildlife sanctuary. This is a zoo. They're consulting with zoo experts. Staff even indicated, well, we're not zoo experts, so we had to go out and get zoo experts to look at this. There's nothing commercial about this facility. The comment letters that the staff that's been received all talked about this as a wildlife sanctuary. It's also not a training facility. The allowable use under the table is a small animal boarding and training. And it uses the word and training. So that means the training is to go along with it. And as we indicated in our letter, the training requires certain things. Requires the owners of the animals to be on site.
Could I ask you to pause? Is this your presentation that's up on the screen?
It will be Mr. Clonch's presentation.
Eventually.
Yes.
It will be. Okay.
Yes, it is.
I wasn't sure
Yes,
whether
it
it was.
is.
It didn't have a name on it, so.
Okay. Thank you, though.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so as we indicated, this is not the zoning code. Well, it may have contemplated these small animal boarding facilities with training allowed in these types of areas. There's nothing in the zoning code that envisioned or contemplated a wildlife sanctuary on a small parcel in an ag residential area. Again, this is a zoo. This is taking on the characteristics of a zoo, of a wildlife sanctuary. It's not for commercial purposes. It simply does not meet that standard as an allowable use within this. And then I'll touch briefly on the CEQA issue, because it sounds like I may not have time to come up with the other folks. We believe with low threshold, CEQA has a low threshold for preparation of an EIR. And if you have disagreement among experts about a project's potential impacts, this is not the stage where the county gets to say, well, we're going to go with this expert versus that expert. If you have expert opinion, in this case particularly in the biological resources, that is based upon facts, and the facts in the case, and their expert opinion, is this project has the potential for potentially significant impacts to biological resources. That meets the standard for an EIR. And so the requirement here is met. And again, if I haven't seen other biological resource information that's been provided, but by the other side, but even if it contradicts the biological information that has already been provided by Ms. Moore, and her testimony today and her submittal today, then that meets the threshold, substantial evidence supporting a fair argument of potential significant impacts to biological resources. That's the standard for the preparation of an EIR. And I do have a supplemental letter, but it really just covers what I talked about today, here today. And then now I'll bring up Don Clonch to do the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, if you want to give that letter to our clerk, she can hand it out. Thank you.
I have a hard copy of this also, if you'd like.
Okay, what, do you want to give that to the clerk so she can pass them out at both
Absolutely.
at the same time? Okay.
I think we have it done.
Mr. Clonch, if you would fill out a speaker sheet when you...
I did.
Well, you did. Well, I don't see it. I'll look for it talking then. And you need it, if you'd tell us you've been sworn.
Yes, ma'am, I have been sworn. I'll run through this relatively quickly. I know we don't have much time. First screen we come to is a quick rundown on squirrel monkeys from the World Animal Foundation website and their description of the animal. And if you notice there, even the smallest monkeys are incredibly strong and become unpredictable when they reach sexual maturity. Okay, that's just a little brief overview. Okay, if we move on here, what is the protocol that is established for any diseased monkeys? Do they remain in the main population? None of this is spelled out in any of the documentation that you've brought forth. It is also proven close quarters promote spread of disease in sanctuaries. Are we also to trust the information regarding animal health and animal numbers generated by the interest holder, the main interest holder of the facility? We need a little more accountability, as in county involvement. Okay, to step back once, the lead planner stated earlier that there has been no lowering of wells or any issue with local wells within several miles. That is a misstatement. As you'll see on the PowerPoint, there's 4 just within a very close area, all neighbors of ours that we have documentation of. He also stated there is no rodent to monkey disease transmission has ever been documented. That is also incorrect. I have it right here. You'll see following right there. Our street is a typical residential agricultural neighborhood. The sounds we would expect are what you are all used to out there. It's country, it's rural, we're used to that. 55 screaming monkeys is not part of an agricultural community. That is very different. And for these sound studies that are coming to the table, they may have been generated in a controlled environment, such as a zoo or a research facility. It's not the same thing. Even by their own admission, these monkeys will be out interacting with each other, playing. They're going to be very noisy. Okay, so your noise study really doesn't pull any weight right there. You also mentioned a neg deck that identifies protocols for the Sheriff's Department, CDFW, and Sac County Animal Control, yet no such protocols exist. They do not have them. This is a first for Sacramento County. We all know that. They don't have protocols for monkeys. Okay? In the Emergency Prevention and Action Plan, Attachment 14 under Exhibit 8 in your file, you refer to many Global Federation for Animal Sanctuary standards. Many of these are not met, and they are referred to here. You'll see them in there. 2 pages. The ones highlighted in red are not addressed, and they are what you're referring to as the standard they're applying this to. Okay, the odor issue. Once again, to fully evaluate this odor issue, how can you do that when you're comparing a zoo or a controlled research facility? They're not the same thing. Okay, they're 2 total different animals. Okay, I work for one of the largest material suppliers in the United States. The permeability in the area we live in is almost non-existent. It is clay, okay? For these animals to be put on DG on top of clay, that's not going to work. We have standing water, we have groundwater issues there every winter. There's virtually no drainage. It's flat ground. It's flat farm ground. They need to be on concrete just to keep them and us safe. I appreciate the fact that you did mention pause. I'll jump right to it. Go right to the pause in its heyday when it had animals. Now it only has 2. Had 4 monkeys. That was the extent of their primates, period, on 30 acres. You'll notice in the rings there the amount of homes affected in a 500-foot radius, a 500 to 1,000, and 1,000 to 1,500. And then the next slide you'll see is a comparison to ours in the same distance. 3, 10, and 17 homes affected. Zoned A5, 55 monkeys on 5 acres. They had 4 monkeys on 30. So a comparison to pauses, once again, not acceptable. I won't run through the total summary because we're running out of time. I know you all have it in front of you. But we feel that we are opposed to it. However, if the county chooses to proceed, we have a list of the following conditions right there that we would like to discuss. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clonch, I did find, speaker, there's 2 Don Clonch, are there 2 Don Clonches?
Oh, yes, there is.
Okay, all right. That was confusing, okay. And a Zena
Yep.
Clonch, okay.
I do need the overhead also.
Okay. Mr. Clonch, are you the Clonch from Valencin Road or Ripon, California?
Valencin.
Valencin, sorry. Okay. If stand in the middle of the 2 mic, pull them close together.
Over here?
Yeah, stand over there.
We have a handheld mic, though, if she needs it. If you want to try to do exhibits, I guess.
Okay. Hi, I'm Diane Moore. I'm a biologist with Moore Biological in Galt. I have my master's in ecology, and I'm a specialist in endangered species and wetlands. I've been a consultant for about 30 years. I want to talk about special status.
Diane, did you say I've been sworn?
I have been sworn.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you filled out a speaker sheet?
Do I go by what?
Have you completed a speaker sheet?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll look for it. Usually they're all grouped together for the speakers at the beginning, so
Okay.
I just find it.
I'm here to talk about special status species. I sent you guys a pretty lengthy letter this morning. So the main issue here is the California tiger salamander. It does live in the area. It lives year-round underground. Okay, so this species doesn't just live in the pond. In fact, it spends very little time in the pond. It lives underground most of its life, like year-round, and then it will travel for up to a mile to go and breed in a pond for a few days, and then it will come back out and live underground. It lives underground, all over the place in grasslands in this area. Is the site within the range of the species? This is the range map on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's website. This is considered the species range. We are in it. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service identifies that both vernal pools and stock ponds, and including constructed stock ponds, provide breeding habitat for the species. So despite being a constructed stock pond, I myself have observed salamanders being captured in stock ponds as often as vernal pools. It's quite common. Next. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service standard, and this is planning guidance provided to planners, is that in order to assess whether or not a project could affect the species, you ask 3 key questions. Is the project within the species range? We know the answer to that. And they ask, what are the known localities? Are any salamanders known to be close next by? And then, are there any ponds on the site or near the site? Is there good habitat for the salamander to live underground in the site or near the site? Are there ponds near the site that salamanders could breed in and then travel and live underground on the site? So the answers to all these questions are, yes, it could be here. We are in the range. There's a potential breeding pond in the site, and I went and looked and found 7 within 1,000 feet of the site. I looked at them. I've got a couple of photographs of them. This shows the site in red and several other potential breeding ponds, some of which go dry in the summer and are optimal. Some of them are wet and probably have bullfrogs. Those are suboptimal, but bullfrogs and salamanders do co-occur, and I've observed that also after working with this species for over 25 years. Next, here's a picture of the pond on the site. This also provides habitat, breeding habitat, nesting habitat for the tricolored blackbird, which was listed last month as a state-listed species. This has not been evaluated, and there are over, I think, 20 records of colonies of tricolored blackbirds within a few miles of the site. And this is another potential breeding pond just a few hundred feet from the site. It looks optimal to me. It goes dry during the summer. It's very possible salamanders could occur in this area, and I know somebody who lives about a mile away who told me just a few years ago, I saw one of those. People's cats bring these into their house. There's no other salamander in the area. You can't miss it. So how would the project affect the salamander? It lives underground. Construction projects have potential to directly impact the salamander because you're excavating the soil, you're trenching. They are chopped up by backhoes all the time in construction sites. Usually the agencies require biologists to actually hand excavate every burrow, install fencing around sites, make sure that there's no salamanders in there. These are the types of things that need to be looked at. This has not been adequately addressed, and a biological assessment and some serious treatment of this really needs to be done. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you. Are there other clonches to speak?
We have one more.
Okay.
Zena Clonch.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Zena Clonch, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
And my plea to you is just as a community member. I've been there for 29 years. We lived there. It was going to be our forever home, and we like it there. We came to the country because we like the sounds of the country. Never in a million years would I think we would be here right now, and I wish we weren't. The thought of it scares me. Everywhere I look, there is a disease potential. I've looked on the Global Federation of American Sanctuaries that they often refer to, and it is all over there about diseases and how you protect from them and how you can't be in the same facility as they are. The waste should be treated as biohazardous waste, which is not what they're proposing to do. And the drainage needs to be assessed. The water needs to be analyzed, and the ground needs to be analyzed annually. So none of these things are in the environmental document. They're not in their plans. They're not in the assessment. And I think that those are in place from the Global Federation to protect people that live around these places. This is, you know, I just want to live in the country peacefully like I do with my family, and I really don't want to be next to the zoo and have all of this potential hazard be affecting my family and the way that we live right now. I really would love for it to be my forever home. Thank you very much for listening to this appeal and considering our concerns.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mooney, do you have a closing?
I'll just conclude by saying that, you know, again, this is not an allowable land use. This is a wildlife sanctuary. This is a zoo in a residential ag area. This is not what was contemplated by the zoning code. It's quite clear that the zoning code was contemplating, if to the extent it was a small animal boarding facility, something that dealt with training, commercial purposes, things of that nature. And again, the testimony by Ms. Moore meets that threshold requirement for the preparation of an EIR. And so an EIR, if the county was decided to go forward with this, we believe an EIR would be necessary.
Okay.
And just for a clarification, will we have an opportunity for a reply at the conclusion of the applicants?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Before you leave, I think Mr. Cerna has a question for you.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just need some clarification since your opening statement was really focused on the land use part of this from your perspective or the perspective of your client. I just want to make sure I'm not misreading you. If this were in fact a commercial operation, would your client be more satisfied with it as a commercial operation?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily a commercial operation. And
I just want to make sure that, because that you're putting a lot into commercial versus non-commercial, and it almost sounded like that there would be some sense of relief if it was a commercial operation.
No.
Okay.
But what I'm doing is I'm focusing on
that's all I need
the definition in the code.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to now go to speakers from the public, and you'll each have 2 minutes. I have 25 or 30 of you here that wish to speak, so we're going to...
The applicant.
Oh, well, usually in one of these we don't have the applicant speak, I didn't think.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to have the applicant have a few moments.
I don't have anything that says that, so...
I'm sorry, yep.
I don't know who the applicant is.
That would be Nick Avdis on behalf of the applicant.
Madam Chair, Nick Avdis with the Thomas Law Group on behalf of Paul and Christine Buckmaster in Squirrel Monkey Haven. If I could get, I do have a PowerPoint presentation. If I can get that up, I'd appreciate that.
And have you already filled out a speaker sheet and I just haven't found it yet?
I didn't realize I had to fill out a speaker sheet as a
It would be
representative of the...
helpful.
I will fill out a speaker sheet, and I have been sworn.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today to talk about Squirrel Monkey Haven. Really, what Squirrel Monkey Haven represents, it's the life passion of Dr. Paul and Christine Buckmaster, both affiliated with Stanford University, but acting really in their personal and individual capacities. This is not sanctioned in any way by Stanford. They do specialize in the study of primates, in particular squirrel monkeys. So in the past, when squirrel monkeys, as well as other animals, have completed their role in scientific research, those animals were euthanized. They were killed. Even if the research that they were involved in was with non-infectious disease research or non-terminal condition research. Among the scientific community, there appears to be a universal acceptance now that animals that were once used in research and for whom humans have benefited from so much should not be killed when they are no longer useful. In fact, I think you can sum it up that many scientists feel that we owe quite a duty to these animals that have in fact advanced the understandings of human behavior and other attributes. And really what retirement for these animals means is a home to live out the rest of their lives in health and comfort. And this is, in fact, what the Buckmasters believe with regards to the concept of establishing Squirrel Monkey Haven. They understand that there aren't enough of these retirement facilities in the country, and many monkeys are being needlessly killed. That's the reason, again, for the Squirrel Monkey Haven and what their folks, the Buckmasters, have dedicated their lives to, including quite a bit of their own personal fortune. In fact, the home that they purchased here in this instance, in fact, was paid for, was not mortgaged, and are obviously facing litigation in this matter and are willing to obviously proceed with that as they believe very much in what they're doing. Part of the reason that the Buckmasters chose Sacramento County was, in fact, it seemed that the county was very much welcoming of animal welfare causes. In fact, PAWS has been identified and referred to in a few instances, and in fact really forms the basis for why they chose this area. There was an acceptance of PAWS where over the years there have been lions, tigers, bears, coyotes, bobcats, you name it, monkeys, they've been there. And Don,
Elephants.
And elephants, Supervisor Natoli, you're well familiar with, no doubt. The project, there's been extensive outreach. The project had gone to CPAC, received unanimous approval, and also received approval at the zoning administrator. So obviously, Mr. Mooney identified several concerns. I'll quickly dispense with some of these. Frankly, the inconsistency with the county code, I've addressed this. I submitted a letter for the zoning administrator, equally relevant here. The county's well within their prerogative to interpret their zoning code to allow this use with a conditional use permit. There's also the matters related to noise. We have Ballard Acoustical Consultants here, a representative to answer any questions you may have on the noise issue. They specialize, obviously, in acoustical engineering with particular specialized experience in animal facilities. We're going to talk about odor, the threat to public health and safety, impact to biological resources. I'll touch on that, but really meritless claim, and the facility administration and oversight on an ongoing basis. I'll quickly touch through those. Again, extensive acoustical analysis was done. I can go through all this. Staff did a pretty good job. The reality is that the noise analysis concluded that the noise generated by this project is significantly below county standards. Supervisor Natoli, to your point regarding the acoustical curtains, it was not our understanding. I quickly reviewed the conditions, and maybe staff can confirm. Acoustical curtains are something that's contemplated as an addition if necessary, but currently as conditioned does not require the installation of acoustical curtains at the outset. Certainly there is a mechanism should there be legitimate complaints about noise. A significant investment will be made in these commercial grade acoustical curtains to hopefully address that issue should that be an ongoing one. In terms of odor, we're really talking about urine and waste. Again, staff did a good job of going through this. Happy to answer any specific questions, but I'll be honest, I've raised cattle, sheep, pigs, pigs being the most filthy of the animals, frankly, and come nowhere close. I mean, the fact that you have, in essence, 100 pounds of biomass, 51 monkeys is about 100 pounds of monkey. And obviously the amount of total feces and urine per day is a drop, literally a drop in the bucket. Public health and safety, I'd also like to draw your attention to the letter that was submitted by the UC Davis California National Primate Center. The letter goes into extensive detail in terms of their vetting of this project. As you may know, the Primate Center just outside of the city of Davis has approximately 4,000 monkeys and did have a significant colony of squirrel monkeys at one time. I think the bottom line here is that really the threat, the risk of communication of any diseases to humans is astronomically low, and really is really a non-issue in this case. And again, I will call up Ms. Buckmaster, the primatologist, to discuss the issues raised by the appellant related to some of those diseases, particular cowpox. With regards to public safety, really talking about escape, I think really the letter from UC Davis, again, the Primate Center, the gold standard when it comes to monkey research, has not been aware of a single instance where a squirrel monkey has escaped captivity in the United States and attacked people. I mean, it's just a gross sensationalization of what these monkeys are capable of. In terms of biological resources, again, provided supplemental report by Vargas Environmental. With all due respect to Ms. Moore, she has not been out to the site. We had it thoroughly investigated. There have been no instances of California tiger salamander, nor is it suitable habitat. And in fact, we're not doing anything to the pond. We're 200 feet away. So the notion that this presents any sort of impact that justifies any environmental impact is absurd, and frankly, people in the Galt area should be appalled and concerned about any expansion to any of their agricultural activities should the claims that Ms. Moore is making be even remotely true. In any event, with regards to the facility oversight administration, there is a board of directors. This is a 501c3 nonprofit. The executive director is, in fact, Chris Buckmaster. Mr. and Mrs. Buckmaster will live on the site. Currently, Dr. Buckmaster's parents live on the site. Veterinary care will be overseen by several outside veterinarians that are listed there. It will have 2 employees, and as well as succession planning in place, as well as zoonotic disease protocols, escape protocols. This project has been examined every which way to Sunday and has met every standard known to mankind. In terms of outreach, significant outreach done in the community. Again, won't go through all that. All the outreach and through the planning process, what it resulted in is a reduction of the barn size, about 50%, reduction of the height of the building, significant increase in landscaping around the monkey facility, limited outdoor hours, obviously prohibiting tours to members of the public or anyone, installed a dedicated septic system for the monkey barn, and a reduction in the overall population from 75 monkeys to 55 monkeys. So in any event, with conclusion, and I'm going to hand it over to Chris Buckmaster, who, Chris, if you can come up so we can get in here under the wire. Has the support of many neighbors. We understand we can't please everybody. We understand that there's concerns, but in my opinion, it's really, when you look at this rationally and objectively and logically, this is a fine addition to the Galt community, and in fact, folks won't even know it's there once it's established. Has the support of many zoos, the support of the University of California, Davis. PAWS has existed in the area peacefully for many, many decades. I mean, this is really a zoo-quality facility that's been thoroughly analyzed. So with that, I do want to invite Chris Buckmaster to come up to the podium to address some of the behavioral issues, the disease protocol, and just one.
Thank you.
I have a speaker's list.
At last. Okay. You give that to the clerk, Ms. Ravdis.
I will.
Chris Buckmaster, I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I'm a primatologist, and as Nick said, I work at Stanford University, but I'm acting as a private citizen right now. In terms of the behavioral issues, so one of the reasons why squirrel monkeys are used in research is because they're very gentle and they do not pose a health risk to humans. In terms of our zoonotic disease protocols, so we follow the same protocols as the American Zoo and Aquarium Association, Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries, the AVMA, and we also have like a foundation of what we do in the research world, which is very stringent in terms of zoonotic prevention, which is in squirrel monkeys, because they're New World monkeys, very, very low to begin with. But the standard procedures are any incoming monkeys must have a health certificate provided by a veterinarian, an independent veterinarian, not us. When they come in, we house them separately for a while indoors in a quarantine-like situation and have health checks done just to make certain that there are no health issues. If the health issue arises, we contact the veterinarians, they do an assessment, and based on that, we proceed with either treatment, contact with outside veterinarians for consultant as well, and then we proceed from there. In terms of the diseases that were listed early on, herpes virus is an old world monkey issue. It is not an issue for New World monkeys like squirrel monkeys. And we also do annual TB exams, TB testing for the squirrel monkeys, and that's not because they are natural carriers of it, it's because it's a concern that we could give it to them, so we also have annual TB testing, just like one would have if they work in a hospital with human patients. We also require staff and myself to have measles, mumps, and rubella titer or vaccine done as well, and flu vaccines, just because we don't want to give these monkeys who could be susceptible to our diseases any diseases, kind of like a reverse zoonotic situation. In terms of the cowpox that was mentioned on the additional list, so it is true that some monkeys did get some cowpox virus from in the Netherlands and in Europe from rodents, but that disease is not found in the U.S., and it's just it's an issue in Europe and Asia, and so although that's true, we wouldn't expect anything like that here. Okay.
All right. We're happy to answer any questions, but thank you again.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Don't see any. Thank you. Oh, wait, sorry, Sue Frost?
I just wondered if you could speak to the work that the monkeys have done and your research and what you've learned about humans. I thought it was interesting to know, and whether or not these monkeys have had medications or been injected with disease or any of that type of research.
Yes, no, as stated in all the documentation, these monkeys were not involved in infectious disease research. They were involved in behavioral and neuroimaging research. So what we did is we provided them early on with a mildly stressful situation that was copable. So we separated them for an hour once a week for 10 weeks from their natal group, their moms and other peers in the group. And then later on,
we did that before around 6 to 8 months of age, and then after that, at years 1, 2, and 3, we did behavior testing, and there are a number of different types of behavior testing. Mostly, to capture it in a general way, it's decision making. And then we correlated the decision-making ability with the neuroimaging scans that we did, which was MRI, which is the same thing that humans get for diagnostics. And in fact, we use the same research MRI system that the human research subjects use. So we did that at year 1, 2, and 3, and we found that the monkeys that experienced the copable stress situation had robust changes in their brain in terms of volume of brain regions that are responsible for stress resilience, and also the connections from the back part of the brain to the front. We found that in the monkeys that experienced the mild stressor against the control monkeys who didn't. And then at 13 years later, we did exactly the same thing. We did the behavior testing and the imaging again and found that these robust changes in the monkeys that experienced a copable stress were still remained later on. And that's something, so the important thing with that is that people had an intuitive sense that that was the case, but we just showed scientifically that yes, it was the case, that if you experience mild copable stress when you're young, you have brain changes that are robust and allow you to deal with stressors later on in life, and that change lasts well into middle age.
That's so interesting to me.
Mr. Nuttall, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I just also wanted to ask you regarding their daily routine. Is there a reason why you have them go in at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night versus earlier? And if you have them go in earlier, are they going to be feeling pent up and more anxious? Or once they go into that building, do they just go to sleep and sleep longer? Do you hear do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
That was one of the questions that they wanted to see them go in by 6 p.m. versus 8 p.m., which is what you had suggested. Right.
So one of the absolutely wonderful and amazing things for the sanctuary that we can provide the monkeys is we can provide them choice. When they're in the research environment, we do a lot to enrich their environment and to make their living conditions really happy, and we are very concerned about their welfare in terms of providing things to enrich their lives. But one of the things that is missing in the research environment is the monkeys don't have a lot of control over their life, making decisions on, when we kind of set the schedule for them. The great thing about the sanctuary environment is that it restores their life, and that they make all of the choices and decisions on their own. We don't, there are times when we have to sanitize and we have to shift them either in or out, of course, so we control them on those occasions. But for the most part, we let them live their lives in peace and make their own decisions. And that brings me to some of these pictures are absolutely adorable, and especially with the monkeys on the people, you can see the size difference, but the sanctuaries have a no contact policy, so we would not be allowing any of these monkeys jumping on us. We want them to be monkeys. We leave them alone for the most part. So I want to just point that out too while we're here.
That was my fault. I actually really enjoyed looking for those monkey pictures. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I have one more question, but it's of staff. Should I ask it now or later?
May I?
Oh, are you not? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got off on a tangent. Sorry. Okay. So what I wanted to say is, we wanted to provide them the opportunity to go in and out when they wanted to, but because there was some concern about noise, we agreed to, locking them in near sunset, which is automatically they would come inside during sunset and go to sleep. And once they're asleep, they're asleep. have little murmur chit-chats with one another while they're asleep, but they don't make noise because they are a prey species. So once it's dark outside, they go to shelter and they just stay there until morning. If it was up to the monkeys, they would go outside early in the morning and look for bugs, and they would stay out until sunset and look for bugs. So we're just going to compress that time frame so that to address any neighbor concerns.
Okay.
And
but it won't make them more, I mean, if they're asking you to put them in at 6 p.m., what you're saying is ideally, hopefully we can let them relax, and if it's not bothering people, we won't have to worry about it, basically.
If we need to lock them in at 6 or 8, they'll be fine. We give them plenty of things to do in the indoors as well.
Okay. And then I just had a question of staff, and that was that I received some complaints that at the CPAC meeting, there was a hearing that wasn't notified at the correct time, and so there were opponents to this that came a half hour later, but the meeting had already started, and so I wondered if you could speak to that.
Yes, I do have some times written down somewhere. The item was, the notices went out, I believe, for 7:30. The meeting started at 7. There were several other items on the agenda beforehand, so the chair of the CPAC took those first. I think the chair and people started arriving around 7:15. I think the chair did start this item about 5 minutes before the 7:30 notice time. And that, I believe, was discussed at the CPAC meeting, but the chair felt that everyone had a chance to understand the project and hear it. And therefore, despite that maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes starting point beforehand, the chair determined that didn't affect the outcome of the meeting and felt that everyone had a chance to testify, and they went ahead and voted that night.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I think the vote occurred a little after 8:10 or 8:05, something like that. So,
Leanne, could I ask you to move to a microphone that works?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that all your questions? Great. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I want to hear from all the folks that are here today, and then we can have some more deliberation discussion. But I just wanted to ask Christine, and certainly just have our Director of Animal Care be prepared a little later on, going to be thinking about the engagement, because I know we have an annual permitting process through Animal Care that for certain animal species. But my question to you, Christine, is, I think I know the answer, but I want to be clear about it for some of the reasons that we've heard, seen in correspondence. So each of the monkeys has a file or portfolio that goes with them. I mean, from the time they were born to the time that they would arrive at the Monkey Haven. That information, as I understand it, obviously it's entrusted to you as the caretakers, but that could be made available to Animal Care.
Yes.
And be publicly available, so folks, you described it, you were doing brain research or reaction. It wasn't serum injection and so forth, but you would know, because this colony of monkeys obviously are the ones that you're bringing there, but
yes.
This current permit, as it comes from the zoning administrator, allows for other monkeys then to be added on, and so there would be over time the potential for other monkeys to, I guess, petition to come up to the whatever limit was set. Obviously, it's 55 is being recommended, but that information would be current and would be available. It could be available to Animal Care as maybe the holder of information, so that anybody in public, whether it was a neighbor or you or anybody in the audience or any interested party, could gain access to see, the information, again, that anything that wouldn't be proprietary, I guess, but obviously they're going to be located there. So is that correct, though, that there is a file, portfolio, whatever it is that follows the monkey?
Yes, it would be, probably a summary would be more easy to provide to the Animal Care Services, that we welcome their interaction, their inspection, and their, their keeping of our record, copies of our records.
Okay, and just one other follow-on question then, because it's been raised, and I know both you and Paul and obviously a lot of folks that have written to us are veterinarians, and so obviously you have that expertise, and certainly in working with this colony monkeys. But we have veterinarians that are on staff at the Animal Care, and so assuming that there was a procedure agreed upon, there could be review by our veterinarians. May not have the expertise certainly with monkeys, but certainly our veterinarians that are certified to review those files if there was a question that were to arise.
Yes, I welcome all veterinary input. My style of care is I like consensus, so I like multiple people's input before I make a decision.
Yeah, and it's not so much about questioning. I think it's if some folks are calling for somebody else to look at it besides you and Paul and the folks that are working.
Of course, yes.
We have veterinarians that are, and again, I throw that out because that may not be what we normally would do. Obviously, this is not a common request, but one that's before us. So I wanted to be clear on that. Okay,
yes.
thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one last question. Why 55? Why not 15? Or 20 or 10?
Because the current population is 51, and so our original barn design was double that, so we had to diminish the number of monkeys that we could house, which we feel is doable in terms of funding. And it's also the reason why we want to have a little bit more extra space is because our mission is to provide homes to monkeys that can be retired. So we want to have as many as we can that's responsible and agreed upon by the county and acceptable to the neighbors to a certain extent.
And I would just add that there's a significant investment, obviously, hundreds of thousands of dollars going into this facility, and there are not many of them, so the number is commensurate with the size of the facility.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Chris? Okay, now the public gets to speak. We do have a 2-minute limit, so it looks like you're all in the same category of support. So if you could try and think of something new that we haven't heard of before, you can say ditto to the previous speaker, whatever you like, but let's talk about something different than the people before you did, if you could. So I'll read out a couple names at a time so you can get ready to come to the podium. First speaker is Amanda Lofton, then Michael Stasky, then Don Clonch. A different Don Clonch, evidently. Okay.
Hi.
And state your name and that you've been sworn.
Hi, I'm Amanda Lofton. I'm currently a student of veterinary medicine at the University of California, Davis. I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Paul Buckmaster this past summer at Stanford University. He has mentored many students, such as myself, and has trained many of us who want to pursue veterinary and scientist training. I can attest that he will hold this facility to the highest standards and be compliant with all veterinary regulations. And he is a phenomenal and respectable researcher and will be a great role model to many of us and provide a invaluable educational resource through this facility.
Thank you, Amanda. Next speaker is Michael Stasky, then Don Clonch, then Lauren Hemingway.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm Michael Starkey. Apologize for the handwriting,
sorry.
but I am sworn. So, so I am a wildlife biologist, and I've actually worked with special status species in the Central Valley with an emphasis on tiger salamanders. While they can move quite a bit, salamanders have very specific habitat requirements, and the pond, after reviewing the documents that were presented by Sacramento County and the independent consulting firm, there's really, it's not the best habitat that's presented. One, not only are the bullfrogs predatory towards adult salamanders and larvae, but it's stocked with mosquito fish, would actually eat salamander eggs, which is a big problem. So typically salamanders aren't going to be utilizing that habitat because if they do happen to get there and breed, the eggs are going to be eaten and thus recruitment cannot continue. But regardless, the project is far from the initial site. And I just wanted to also touch on that I have had the privilege to see squirrel monkeys in the wild. And have you heard them before? Squirrel monkeys?
I haven't.
Okay, they sound like happy birds. And so just to put that kind of into mind about how squirrel monkeys sound compared to maybe like a chimpanzee, which I think people, when they hear monkey, they think of it, which is an ape. They're actually quite quiet, calm individuals.
I was hoping someone would have a recording of the...
I thought about it, but I thought that'd be a little inappropriate.
YouTubed it, okay.
So check it out on YouTube. But just lastly, so what Squirrel Monkey Haven is doing, and it truly is something that's needed. There are very few rescue centers that can provide this service by providing animals that are retired from research, and we owe these animals a debt. And in this facility, they'll be kept in a way that's more natural compared to their research life. So thank you, and I urge you to support Squirrel Monkey Haven. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Michael, were you the one that prepared this report, or you're separate and apart from this?
No, I'm independent of that report. Okay.
Then Don Clonch, Lauren Hemingway, and Sharon Cardiff.
Yes, I did fill out a request to speak.
Yes, that one I have.
I have been sworn in.
Okay, good.
And, in viewing this, I'm in favor of the appeal for one thing, but in viewing this, it looks to me like we're kind of overlooking the issue here. I mean, everybody is kind of going on this sympathy for the monkeys, which there isn't a person in this room that doesn't feel indebted to those animals. And we all want them to have a good retirement plan, or place to be. But in this case here, it's just the wrong location. One thing that hasn't been addressed here is that is in a floodplain, that location. And that should be considered. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you very much. Lauren Hemingway, Sharon Cardiff, and then Sue Buckmaster.
Yeah, I've been sworn. What?
State your name for the record.
Oh, Lauren Hemingway.
Great, thank you.
And I live right straight across from it, and I'll be looking at it every day. I have no problems with it.
Okay, so you support the application?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sharon? Then Sue Buckmaster and Linda Mowry.
I just want to say I support it. And I think the world's getting smaller.
I'm sorry, you support the application or the appeal?
Supporting the application.
Okay.
I think the world's getting smaller, animals need care, and I think we need to step up and take care of animals.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sue Buckmaster, Linda Mowry, and John Porter. And because this is confusing and almost everyone's filled this out incorrectly, tell me whether you support the application or the appeal, if you would.
I support the application. My name is Susan Buckmaster, and I live on the property. There was an article recently in a local Galt newsletter or newspaper, and it indicated that our district supervisor is going to run again for office in the upcoming election, and that in part it was because he wanted to make sure there was continual growth for the agricultural area and safe growth. We live across from a neighbor who has horses. There is a little goat farm not far away, the short distance down the road. There's also a huge fish farm, and then of course there's the cattle and the dairy farms that are around us. And so there is quite a diverse group of animals there in that area. It's very open space. And as you noted in the presentation, the picture presentation, there's quite a bit of distance from the back area of this property. And behind it is a huge orchard, and then also a big vineyard. And so I'm looking at this in the perspective of location of where the animal sanctuary will be, as well as the diversity of animals in the area. And I'd like to speak just on that behalf.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Linda Mowry, John Porter, and Chris Shipman.
My name is Linda Mowry, and I have been sworn.
Great.
I am here just to support the applicants, and I feel that it's a wonderful, wonderful project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Porter, Chris Shipman, and then Norm Mowry.
My name is Jonathan Porter. I have been sworn in, and I am a local area resident, and I support Squirrel Monkey Haven. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Chris Shipman, Norm Mowry, and George Bryant.
Chris Shipman had the lead.
Who did?
Chris.
Okay. Then Norm, it's your turn.
I'm Norm Mowry, and I have been sworn. I'm a pastor in Galt, and I totally support the application for this project. I think it's just basic for humankind to care for all of God's creatures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. George Bryant, Walt Buttmaster, and Tracy Starkey.
Yes, my name is George Bryant, and I have been sworn. I've been a resident of California since the late 70s and a resident of Galt for 11 years. We know the applicants and have been and visited the site. I think it's an awesome project, and I think it's very commendable that they have been in research for you and I and have used the monkeys in their research, and now they want to let them live out their natural life. I support the project.
Thank you. George. Mr. Buckmaster, Tracy Starkey, and Melissa, not sure, on Hunterstown Place.
My name's Walt Buckmaster, and yes, I've been sworn. Yes, I'm the proud father of Paul. To start off, get that out of the way so everybody knows. When we started the process almost a year ago, the fellow that ran the CPAC meeting said there's three real primary things you have to look at on any development. One was site. This project is going to be an agriculture building with a lot of landscaping around it. If anybody wants to see the monkeys, they're going to have to come in for a tour. They won't get in any other way. The second one was noise. The analysis they've done, that has been done for the county, shows that it's well below any requirements as far as noise. These are small animals. The third is smell. The 51 squirrel monkeys they presently have produce less waste than 2 medium-sized dogs. There's not going to be a smell issue. If the monkeys were on the property today, after the construction's done, there would be, none of the neighbors would be affected any way, shape, or form. So I do support the project.
Thank you, Mr. Buckmaster. Tracy Starkey, Melissa, and then Diane Pierce.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Starkey. I am in support of Squirrel Monkey Haven. My comment, aside from the support of this wonderful plan, is a comment for calling this, comparing it to a zoo. Last time I checked, a zoo was used to house multiple different types of wild animals, and it was purpose was for people to come and look at them. And my understanding of this project is that is not going to occur. It is not a zoo. It's a sanctuary for retired research monkeys. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa? Then Diana Pierce and Maya Gognan.
Hi, I'm Melissa, and I've been
What's your last
sworn.
name, Melissa?
Lori. Melissa Lori.
Okay.
As a community member and a experienced primate caretaker at the Conservation Society of California's Oakland Zoo, I am absolutely in support of the application of Squirrel Monkey Haven. And with over 100,000 monkeys, and that's a rough number, that are in research today, I think it's absolutely important that places like Squirrel Monkey Haven exist so that when these monkeys are eligible for retirement, they actually have somewhere to go and live out their lives peacefully instead of being sold back into research or euthanized. I think that the community, based on some of the things that I've heard today, could greatly benefit from the education that this facility will bring. And just to touch on the point of the noise, is I work with 12 squirrel monkeys and 7 chimpanzees, and I mean, you should really look up YouTube videos of squirrel monkeys. They're very quiet. They're not screaming in your face like the chimpanzees would. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diana Pierce, then Maya, and then Michael Cardiff.
My name is Diana Pierce, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I appreciate all of the education that I'm getting through this in support of the sanctuary. But I'd like to talk about some things that have come up. And one of the things was smell and clay. I lived in Winters, California, and in Vacaville, I raised horses, and we had clay. I had show horses that were kept in a barn. We used adequate amount of bedding, and every day we would rake the good bedding aside, and you would have wet, moist bedding that you would remove. And there was some dampness to the ground below it, the dirt itself. But when you're cleaning every day, that never penetrates below a few inches. And this is a horse that urinates volumes. Okay. And we're going to talk about a flood area, and you're going to talk about dairies, and you're going to talk about livestock that are out in the fields with no cleaning measures. That, if you want to make it an issue, is throughout the county, not in an enclosed environment with bedding that is going to be cleaned daily. That's the first thing. We talk about noise, and I think that can be very objective. There's an adjacent property that has dogs that run up and down a fence line that bark constantly. That doesn't seem to bother the people who live there. That can be objective. These are little monkeys that are going to coo like little birds. But people object. Well, first, I think change is hard for people. Then I think there's a level of fear, which I think has been addressed. And you've got some professional people that are putting some concerns to rest. But then you have a fact that I don't like this and I want to control it. And I don't think we can go forth in life for people to say no. I think we need to be educated. I think we need to come together as a community and see that this will be very beneficial in the way of jobs.
Could you wind up your comments, please?
Pardon me?
Could you wind up your comments,
Yes.
please?
That's basically what I wanted to say, and I really want to say I support this project.
Okay, thank you very much. Maya Gogwin?
Hi, my name is Maya Gogan, and I support Squirrel
been
Monkey
sworn?
Haven. Oh, I have been sworn, yes. Okay. So I just wanted to say I am a primate keeper at the California Conservation Society's Oakland Zoo, and I support what Melissa said. But I think it's really important that we have a facility like Squirrel Monkey Haven that it's designed properly to house these squirrel monkeys after they're put into retirement. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Michael Cardiff, then Jessica Hardy, and Julia Berg.
My name is Michael Cardiff, and I have been sworn. And I support the vision and passion that Chris and Paul have for this project and the many others that have been involved in it. And I just want to let you know I do support the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Hardy, and Julia Berg, and Martin Carrillo.
Hi, I'm Jess Hardy. I've been sworn. I am an experienced primate keeper in a sanctuary setting, particularly with squirrel monkeys. I support Squirrel Monkey Haven and other animal sanctuaries in the Sacramento area. Monkey retirement is a positive thing for the community. The sanctuary will provide jobs for the area, and the sanctuary could provide promotional opportunity for local businesses and organizations. There are 70,000 monkeys being used in research right now. Another 40,000 are being detained. The 100,000 plus monkeys in research will be euthanized if sanctuaries aren't provided. Monkey research is something everyone in this room has benefited from, and monkey sanctuaries are a societal debt we should absolutely comply with. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Berg, Martin Garillo. Sonia Pauley.
I'm Julia Berg, and I have been sworn. I am for the applicant, and I think the County of Sacramento and the City of Galt should be proud that the quality and the professionalism for the sanctuary is being established for these monkeys.
Thank you very much. Martin? Then Sonia Pauley, then Melanie Pahoda.
Hi, I'm Art Carrillo, and I support the appeal. Okay, basically I got a place right down the road. Did we get mixed up? Maybe I filled out the
I just didn't hear, you support the what?
Appeal.
The appeal.
The appeal.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I support the appeal.
Right.
Okay. Alrighty. I have a place right down the road. As a homeowner, I am concerned about this project. I have nothing against these monkeys. They have done their duty, and they do need a place to be housed. I think, like the other gentleman said, it is the wrong place at the time. There's too many unknowns about the project, whether it's noise. You can read research. When the monkeys get excited, they can get noisy. Another thing, they are omnivorous. They don't just eat insects. So if they were to go out of their, when they're outside, they can eat lizards and everything else, which may involve some of the other species out there that can be harmed. Furthermore, I didn't quite hear what the attorney said. He said 100 pounds of feces. Is that a day or a month?
No,
when he was speaking.
Martin, what he said is that all total of 51 monkeys is about 100 pounds of mass. That's what he was saying. He didn't say that it had nothing to do with the feces.
Okay.
That's so.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering because there's a lot of basically in ag, as we know, we have regulations against dealing with manure and nitrogen. So that is a concern. 55 monkeys. And how it accumulates and runoff and such when they're outside. There is a vineyard next door to this place, so that'd be a concern on runoff with manure and such. Basically, I am concerned as a homeowner, and I do support the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sonia? Then Melanie Pahoda and Tish Espinosa.
My name is Sonia Pauley, and I've been sworn, and I have some documents here. Exhibit F. I just went through some of the documents that were listed on the computer, what they had originally, how they were going to do outdoor habitats, and Cal Waste was going to recover the droppings of the animals. I work for the state of California. I'm a health and safety coordinator, and I work with OSHA. And actually, per the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuaries, this is an actual hazardous waste material. They state that it's hazardous material, or the method for disposal of sewage, toxic, hazardous material, garbage, primate waste follows as all the guidelines for hazardous material waste. You can't just take it to a garbage can and dump it because it doesn't follow the California state law rules for, it's a hazardous waste. I love the monkeys. I think they're precious. I would not want them living next door to me. You know, I think that they should find a spot that's larger. I do think they owe them a debt to society because I think that they've kept them in cages, but I think that it's not the people that live there, you know, I don't think that they should have to pay the price for what they've done. I don't. But I do know that they are, it is hazardous waste. That's just the law. So that would have to be changed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Melanie Pahoda, Tish Espinoza, then Jeremy Edwards.
Hi, I'm Melanie Pahoda, and I've been sworn. My biggest concern with this is permitting it as a kennel. It clearly, by everyone's comments, this is a sanctuary. It's not a kennel. And so I think that we need to look at that definition a little bit better. I don't think it falls in it. I think 5 acres for such a project is unreasonable. I think when they compare to Paws, that's great, but Paws is 30 acres. As the community moved in, because Paws has been out there for decades, as the community moved in, Paws is moving out. It's too close for the neighbors, so I think that should be considered as well. So I am in support of the appeal.
Thank you very much. Tish, then Jeremy Edwards and Wes Sears, who at the moment, Wes Sears is the last person I have signed up to speak, so please get your card in if you wanted to speak. Okay,
Hi, my name is Tish Espinosa, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
I am an agriculture and biological consultant in the Herald area. I work all up and down the Central Valley, and I live in Herald, and I've got serious concerns about the initial study that has been presented to us. You're talking about groundwater, you're talking about agriculture, and all of this is kind of less than significant. Well, I see it as really significant. We are on heavy clay soils. All of our soils in that area are heavy clay with plow pans under them, hard pans. We retain a lot of water. The drainage pattern of that property there flows to the west. We have Laguna Creek that just sits right down the road from there. All that flow goes through the ditches that are around that property, the roadside ditches. They go in through the ponds just south of that site and down in through the vineyard and directly into Laguna Creek. I work for the vineyard guy that works there. I've done his sediment erosion control plans, and we have some serious issues about the shit that's going to be coming down those. I'm talking about the dairies. I do a lot of permitting for the dairies. We have serious permitting projects we have to do for manure, for groundwater, to store our shavings, to store our bedding, for all of that. We have serious permits we have to follow, and I just don't see them being addressed here with this Monkey Haven. I completely see none of this being addressed where they're talking about the mulch outside that is going to get wet when it rains. We all know we've got mulch in our gardens. What does it do when it gets wet and we have so much water? It floats. Where's it going to do? It's going to float right on over to the roadside ditch, off-site, wherever it may go. That's just the way it happens. That's how it happens in Herald. We have a lot of rain when it comes down, and it floats.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tish. Jeremy Edwards, then Wes Sears.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Edwards, and I have been sworn.
Great.
And I have lived next door to Zena and Dawn for many years, just west of them. And I feel the people that live in the community are more relevant to this issue. And it's upsetting to me that all of these people that have spoke here today were not at the first meeting in Herald at CPAC. And there were only 4 members there, not 6. And that was upsetting to me also. Also, it was upsetting to me when we had the second CPAC meeting, we were not told of the change of time. And I thought that was a violation of our rights. And I also feel that now that these people show up today is irrelevant, except one gentleman that lives across the street from the Buckmasters. I respect his testimony, but not the others. And the other thing that I have dichotomy with is, as a teacher myself, I can't understand how the Buckmasters want and desire to bring in this business of monkeys sanctuary in our community, and they're not living in the community. They're not there. I don't see them. And they're on the faculty of Stanford University. I feel this is a big issue. When you're running something like this, you need to be a resident in-house. And the other thing that's upsetting to me is that no one has spoke to the issue of Western Nile virus that has killed many animals in the area. I've lost a couple of horses myself. There's a mutated form now in Sacramento County of Western Nile that is also attacking animals. And also at issue that they had up on the screen, the water is at issue. Just a year ago, my well went dry. And my pump person, Robert Nix, told me that their well went dry on their property about 3 years ago. And that should have been disclosed to them when they bought the property. And I oppose.
Could you wind up your comments, sir?
Pardon me?
Could you wind up your comments, please?
Yes. I feel this should be appealed, and the people in the community are the ones that are relevant, that are being affected by this, and especially in property values. And if they owned a 5-acre ranch there, I'm sure they would feel differently. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Wes Sears?
Good evening. My name is Wes Sears. I have been sworn. My wife, Brittany, and I live at 11807, which is 3 doors down from the Buckmasters. They seem like great people. We're very proud of our area, our neighborhood. We've worked very hard for it. It's a safe, lovely place. She's with the fire department. I'm an officer with local law enforcement. We don't feel that 5 acres is adequate enough. I understand that everything is zoo quality, but shouldn't zoo quality be on more like PAWS, which is 20 or 30 acres, whatever it is? We're for it. The monkeys, that's a great thing that they're doing for it. We just don't feel that it's adequate on our level, which is only 5 acres. So if we're up for the denial of it. So we appreciate the time that you guys have given us, and
thanks, Wes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you. We'll just take a few minutes for some reply. I just wanted to point out that the definition we talked about before, the chapter 7.3, and it's the definition, it's the last sentence that they're relying upon, which is small animal boarding and training. It's the definition for that term. Ms. Buckmeister's testimony indicated that there will be no training. The animals are free to do what they want during the day. It simply does not meet the definition as an allowable use. What they're doing is admirable. Nobody disputes that. I think it's a great thing that they're doing. It's just not the appropriate location, and the zoning code does not allow it. The zoning code doesn't contemplate it, a wildlife sanctuary in this location. And Diane Moore has a brief comment as a part of our rebuttal, as our reply, and Zena Klonch has maybe about 30 seconds.
Thank you.
I wanted to just repeat, I'm not sure the other biologists, I wanted to respond to a comment that he made, is that we need to not just focus on the one pond on the site. We realize that that's not necessarily, the only place that salamanders could breed in this area. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's guidelines for assessing whether or not a project may impact the species specifically requires an analysis of all aquatic features within 1.24 miles of the site. That hasn't been done. So I just want to make it clear that I think that there's a much larger concern for tiger salamanders breeding in some of these off-site ponds in very close proximity, which are quite suitable to come onto the site. I live in a neighborhood of 10-acre parcels, and there's lots of ponds, and there's salamanders that march across the road. So it's not impossible at all that they could be there, and it's not impossible at all that they could be living underground on the site. Thank you.
Interesting picture of salamanders marching across the road.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you. This is Zena Conch. Thank you very much for listening. And,
Could you identify yourself again, please?
I'm Zena Conch, and I've been sworn. We're not opposed to negotiating we obviously don't want this, and for various reasons that we've told you, but we're not opposed to, I know she has this love of this one troop of monkeys. Can we weed it down, and then she can have her 5 or 10? It just seems more reasonable for an area that we live in, 5-acre parcels, agricultural, residential. So I just appreciate your time and your thoughtfulness on your decision here.
Thank you. Are you finished? Okay, thank you. Okay. Question time for staff. I'm sorry, Mr. Cerna?
Just a procedural matter. Do we have to formally close a public hearing?
I don't think it said that here. It said deny the...
Okay. Yeah. I'll make sure.
So, questions for staff, which I have. It talks about 51 monkeys. Are they already on site, or are they somewhere else?
They are not on site. I do not know where they are right now, but they are not on site.
Okay. And then what are In our code, what's the difference between a kennel and a sanctuary, the conditions?
Well, we have determined that
That microphone doesn't work either.
We have determined that it's similar to a kennel. I don't think we have
I saw that in the staff report, but...
Yeah, I don't think we have a definition for a sanctuary.
Do we not?
I don't believe we do. I mean, I'm quite comfortable as the planning director that the determination we made that this is a kennel is quite appropriate. However, above and beyond that, the zoning code in section 3.2.4.a does allow the planning director to determine if a use is not expressly listed in the tables. It allows the planning director to determine that a use is substantially similar in characteristics, intensity, and compatibility to a use or uses within the zoning district applicable to the property. So there is some leeway for the planning director to determine if, sometimes, we have a lot of line items, but not everything is exactly in that line item. So I'm quite comfortable with the determination we made that this use is appropriate as a kennel. And there is some leeway in the zoning code around that.
A follow-up to that is, what was the definition of what PAWS had, recognizing they were a much larger facility, and it was a long time ago, so it may not have a correlation?
I do not believe that we required a use permit for PAWS.
No.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure why or how we reached that conclusion at that point in time, but I don't believe, and Mr. Natoli might know as well as me, I do not believe we triggered a use permit for PAWS.
Okay.
There was no use permit.
And if I understand the conditional use permit, we could limit the amount, we could come up with any limit we agreed on for the number of monkeys.
The use permit is entirely discretionary. This hearing is de novo, and the board can change the conditions at your discretion, including a limit on number of monkeys.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions I wanted to, maybe after people get a chance to ask questions, to offer some thoughts after hearing testimony today, and I think certainly inquiries by board members, but also all the members of the audience who spoke. I want to be clear, Leanne, because when I asked about it very early in the hearing, and it's only relevant to kind of what's coming to us, not so much that I want to get into the depth of any conditions, because I think that predetermines kind of where we're headed. But I want to know, as related to the noise curtain, you stated pretty clearly that was coming forward, that is what was described, and I just want to be clear, because Mr. Adfas saw it differently on behalf of his client. I just want to be clear.
Yes, so when we did the CEQA document, the acoustical curtain was part of the CEQA project description, and it was in the noise study that was submitted. So from planning's perspective, the noise curtain is part of the project description.
Okay.
And is required.
That's an important clarification.
So whether we need to revisit that or not, but yes.
Yeah, I'm not going that far yet. I just wanted to ask. And the other question I wanted to ask, maybe Dave Dickinson. Dave, if you just come up just for a second. Again, I know you haven't been too involved in this. Appreciate your presence here today, and certainly I know that you have familiarity, obviously, with PAWS, but also with other exotic animal permits that may come to us, whether they're singular animals or some other, numbers. My recollection is, and I think Leanne stated, there was no use permit for PAWS, but you certainly they had a permit through you folks to do that, and likewise, any other animal sanctuary or kennel, however it's described, would require that if they had certain types of animals beyond cats and dogs and farm animals. Is that right?
Yes, correct. PAWS is not your typical dog kennel situation. They have had wild animals out there over the years, and they have purchased what is called a kennel permit every year for the last 18 years that I know of.
Through animal care. Different than
yes.
the land use permit, it's basically animal care regulation permit.
Yeah, they've had a kennel permit for their facility for 18 years that I know of.
Yeah, and what does that entail, Dave? I'm just curious. That wasn't described in any detail here, so what, because it may be applicable to what's being talked about here, but what is that?
The kennel permit?
Yes.
I mean, that's just when we would go out for wild animals. Typically, it's been for hybrid wolves or snakes longer than 6 feet. We just go out and make sure that they have proper habitat for them in confinement areas, and that they know how to take care of the animal properly. And as long as there's no threat to human safety or public health, we'll allow them to get a permit.
What's the range of animals you get under that? Again, they're not in multiples, but typically, do you get tigers and lions?
No. Right now, the only Only the kennel permits we have are for dogs. The wild animal permits, we don't have anything on file right now except for Paws.
So Paws has a wild animal and a kennel permit?
It's a kennel permit that they have to purchase in order to have their facility out there.
So are they separate permits? Is the wild animal and kennel permit one and the same, or are they two different?
No, you get the wild animal permit, but on paper it's called a kennel.
Okay. Okay.
We don't have anything that says a sanctuary permit or anything like that.
Okay. And in the event that a use for like being requested here today were be permitted, you could be the repository for medical and or historical information for wild animals. I mean,
yes.
For these,
we keep that stuff on file. Yeah.
Okay, and it's something that the public wanted to see. They could make arrangements to see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's all I needed as far as questions.
Okay, I don't have anyone else on the board that has any questions, Don.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
All right. Well, let me offer a few thoughts and then a suggestion for kind of where we're at today. And I do want to thank everyone who's weighed in. I've had the opportunity on several occasions to talk with a number of folks in this room, certainly the appellants and the applicants, Ms. Clonch and Ms. Moore, and certainly the Buckmasters. And I think both parties, the applicants and appellants, are represented by very capable legal counsel. They've gotten advice, obviously, from biological consultants that I think have, the credentials to certainly weigh in and do some further examination of what the work the county did. I guess to kind of frame this, that certainly it is a land use matter. I mean, there's a lot of emotion that comes behind it, obviously, because of where people live, make their homes, where folks would like to live, where they like to have the requested use to give housing to and refuge to the monkeys, and yet I think we do take into consideration a variety of input here, and I think it was all relevant, related to what people think, and that's part of why you have public hearings, is to hear from folks about that. It's not a common request, obviously. We discussed about here. We have, one other existing facility in the county that at least is known to us, and that being the Paws facility, which certainly is in the same general vicinity. I want to also say, too, that as I kind of said, this is a land use matter, but it certainly has all the various human emotions around it, and whether it's concern for the welfare of the monkeys or concern for members of their family, what it means to neighborhood impacts, and what it might mean if it didn't happen as it relates to the future of the monkeys. And so I get that to the degree that I certainly can have some empathy for it. And I'm familiar with the neighborhood. I think folks know that. I've certainly traveled down that street and have lived in the general area for all my life. I think that the other thing that kind of frames this is, there's certainly been a good deal of scrutiny around it. It comes with a staff recommendation. I think Leanne certainly did a good job of describing that in brief. The advisory council weighed in on 2 occasions. Obviously, that recommendation, we had the zoning administrator, which was the first public hearing, obviously the appeal that brings it here today to us. But I guess underlying all that, what I do hear, certainly I hear clear opposition that there are folks that would just as well, maybe with empathy for the welfare of the animals that would be housed here, that would just as soon not see it here, and you might see it as being better located somewhere else. And then obviously we've heard from many folks who either know the Buckmasters or certainly are in the area of care and keeping of animals that have spoken here today, and certainly are very supportive of it. I guess with that all being said, I guess where I think we might be best served today as a board in trying to deliberate this is that I think with some of the new recently received information, but also I think with some of the suggestions that the neighbors and the appellants have brought forward, that again doesn't concede that they support the request, but I think certainly would like us to entertain some additional mitigations and items that could address at least their concerns if in fact this board were inclined to approve it moving forward. But I think the specter of if this board were to act from either perspective, that there are, again, very capable counsels on both sides that would have to weigh what this board action would mean, and obviously would then have to seek recourse through the courts if that's what they chose to do. I don't know if that's ever going to be avoided. On the other hand, I guess I would like to offer, and again, with councils here for both the parties, and I've certainly spoken to Krista, at least very briefly, but the opportunity to take a brief pause, P-A-U-S-E, on this to have not just opposing councils, but have our county council involved, but certainly have biologists that are qualified on both sides, with our county staff that may not be have those same certifications, but certainly have good expertise in that area. And to, if people are willing to come to the table, to have a further conversation. Again, I recognize that's people's time. It doesn't necessarily mean people are going to agree. And I'm certainly not a miracle worker. I'm a representative, and I try to do my best to sort through things like this. But I guess I would lean upon a little bit of my experience and what I've heard from folks here today, and certainly in my conversations with the parties of interest here, to see where we might land on something, and again, to maybe take a couple of weeks, if not a few, and if people are willing, we could convene it right here in the county building, get a room that's big enough to accommodate representatives from the neighborhood. I think they've been very clear about their concerns, and have capable counsel. Likewise, the Buckmasters and the applicant and their counsel, and then have appropriate county staff there, and have a further discussion. And then obviously it rests with us, but as it relates to the environmental documentation, I think certainly the points have been raised. We have the ability, as Krista described earlier, to act, to make the findings, but I think that the threshold, I think Mr. Mooney certainly made it very clear, and it's been in the communication we've seen, and councils might differ, but there is not a real high threshold. There has to be some proof if you're going to go off and challenge the county's decision, but it requires delay. It will require more money, more time, and I don't know that serves anyone's interest, but that may be what ultimately is the outcome here if the board makes a certain determination. But I'd like to take the opportunity, again, if people are willing, and I would want to hear from the councils from both the parties, to convene a meeting with representative parties to see where there might be common ground and where there's not. And again, it may be very clear, certainly it's going to rest with this board. It's not that I'm making the decision, but I would like to offer that if people are interested, because I think there's been enough questions, enough late arriving information that would allow us maybe to have a fruitful conversation. Again, I'm not going to make any preconceived notions about what it might put forth as far as any conclusions from neighbors and or the applicant, but I would like to have the opportunity to do that. So I guess I'd like to hear from Mr. Moody and Mr. Abbas on behalf of their clients. If you need time to caucus at all, but that's fine. I mean, that's, I want to know that. I think it may serve everybody's interest here.
Mr. Natoli, I appreciate your leadership on this issue. Certainly the opportunity to discuss this matter further, avoid litigation, certainly would be preferable. I mean, we're resolved, obviously, to litigate this matter if necessary, but if we can do something, obviously, far short of that, we'd certainly be interested in exploring that possibility.
Thanks, Nick. Don?
And the conscious, the appellants, they're also very supportive of that. It makes sense. If we ended up in litigation, we'd have a settlement conference in 45 days. So we'd be doing the same thing. So in some ways, this is trying to put that on the front end as opposed to the back end.
Okay. Well, again, I think we got clear minds, cool heads here, and respectful disagreements on some matters. But so, I ask you, Krista, would that be something that, from county council's perspective, you could participate in as well, so that we can? And it's not just about the legal part of it; it's about certainly the impacts and the elements that are involved in this application. So if we continue this, I don't know. It may take a little bit to get people together. We have a couple of dates we can look to continue to that are fairly.
We have Wednesday, May 23rd, that we had for a potential board meeting. We could do it.
Okay, and then the next board meeting after that, Nav, would be what?
It's budget. It'll go all the way to June 19th.
Okay, maybe I could ask, if I could, Madam Chair, just take liberty, maybe have Mr. Mooney and Mr. Abbas just come again. It sounds like we have a date where we could continue this for a couple of weeks. That may be preferable for some, but again, it may not allow the opportunity that we need to actually focus on this. I guess then it would probably be the 19th of June. That would be the next, so it would either be the 23rd of May or 19th of June.
I think everybody's pretty interested in getting an answer to this. It seems like the 23rd it's 2 weeks.
Okay.
I will make this a priority, certainly. So,
yeah.
Don, what's your sense?
Same, the 23rd is, that's when you're talking
That's
about
when we
the
come
next.
back, the board would
to
come
the
back.
board.
We have to schedule a meeting before then, and we'll have to work with all the parties
Yes.
here and have, okay.
Yeah, fortunately, I had a trial canceled yesterday. That was for next week, so I've got a lot of time next week.
Okay, all right, well then, Madam.
Your office going to call them and?
Yes,
meet a
we'll have to
meeting?
make the appropriate arrangements. So we'll work through Mr. Mooney or the Clounches and through Mr. Avis and Buckmasters, and then obviously with county staff, Leanne, we'll need you and Dave and others to assist. We'll get one of the meeting rooms here, and so I would move. We're looking for an afternoon meeting. I think it's better
Afternoon,
for
2 p.m.
Okay.
So 2 p.m. on the 23rd would be the board hearing, so you
Board
would
hearing.
need to have your agreement.
Well,
Your settlement conference, if you will,
Yeah, I
with a
don't know if we
small
have an
s.
agreement, but we're gonna work at it. So, okay, so my motion is to continue this matter until May 23rd at 2 p.m. And in the intervening time, we will make arrangements to meet with folks and spend some time, see if we can't, get us to a spot that's closer. I don't know. So, okay.
Second.
Awesome. Please vote. Thank you all for being here today.
Unanimous
It
vote.
was an
Thank you
interesting
all. Travel
conversation.
safe, and we'll see you in a couple weeks or sooner.
Okay, we're still having a meeting, so if you could take your conversations outside, appreciate it. Thank you. Leanne, if you could help me with that, ask people to move out. Thank you. Okay, next item, please.
Item 56 is your appointments from your own ranks to the Cal ID RAND Board.
Does this require a vote?
Yes, please. If you recall, the last time we talked about this was on January 25th, 2018, and at this time you need to appoint an alternate.
Okay, I understand. Matt would like to serve.
You can move
as
Matt Hedges? Okay. Second the motion, please vote.
Okay.
Unanimous vote. And then our next item, item 57, is your nominations. You are continuing to May 22nd, the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, continuing to July 17th, the Cemetery Advisory Commission, Consumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Commission, the County Service Area 4B Slough House Wilton Consumnes, County Service Area 4C Delta, Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Human Services Coordinating Council, and Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, Paratransit Incorporated, Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, we have the Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council. Ms. Peters?
I'd like to nominate Steve Turner to the Arden Arcade CPAC and request the process be waived.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. Children's Coalition,
I have please continue to May 22nd.
County Bicycle Advisory Committee,
The Chiefs recommend nominating Catherine Maroka to the Bicycle Advisory Committee and continue the remainder to June 19th.
Fair Oaks Cemetery District,
I'd like to reappoint Carolyn Flood and nominate Albert Neufeld to the Cemetery District.
Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
I don't have my sheet in front of me. I'm going to continue to the 22nd.
Okay. I have notes if you'd like.
It says
Okay.
June 19th here.
Okay, then whatever the notes say.
It says that you were going to appoint Tyler Hickey and waive the process.
Are you sure?
What is it?
That you were appointing Tyler Hickey and waiving the process.
Okay,
Oh.
that.
Unanimous
Make sure you
vote.
get those notes straight, Flo, because you don't know.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
Whatever the notes say.
I'm sorry, continue to June 19th, and then Ms. Frost.
I have continued to May 22 for mine.
Correct. Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, Ms.
Continue to
Peters.
May 22nd.
South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Kennedy.
Nominate Stephanie Upchurch and waive process.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Continue the remainder.
I'm going to remainder till June 19th.
Veterans Advisory Commission, Mr. Kennedy.
Nominate Tobin Hewitt.
Okay.
1, 3, 4, and 5 continue to May 22nd.
Yeah, we got
Correct.
interviews to do, yeah.
And that concludes your nominations.
Okay. Mr. County Executive, have any comments?
Nope.
Supervisor comments? Mr. Cerna?
Just real briefly, just another reminder that this Thursday at 5:30 in these chambers, we will have the 2018 DHS Scholarship Award Ceremony, and certainly encourage my colleagues to attend if your schedule permits. It's always a very rewarding evening to see so many families and young people throughout the county receive their assistance with their collegiate endeavor. So looking forward to that.
And thank you for raising over $50,000 for the scholarship program, you and your
Yeah, it was
cohorts.
a good day.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Does that complete our business, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it does.
Meeting's adjourned.